Christine Brady is an experienced contract manager with a demonstrated history of working in the environmental planning and information technology and services industries. She spends her workdays evaluating requests for proposals from clients, working with a proposal development team on identifying view all. Oh, this is tiny. Oh dear, where am I? Julie, can you read the rest of that? This is small print. No wonder you said it's long. Do you see the rest of it? I'm sorry.
I'll help you out with the rest of it here.
All right.
In addition to a full-time career, Christine also has a full servant leader life through Toastmasters. Christine spent many years as a member of her club before branching out into Toastmasters leadership. Christine has honed her skills through working through all levels of district leadership, starting at area director, division director, public relations manager, club growth director, program quality director, and district director. Through her leadership journey, she has learned the value of delegating, of asking for help, and the most importance of having fun. Christine is here to share her thoughts on managing up. Please welcome immediate past district director for Founders District, Christine Brady. Whoa! Take it away, Christine.
Thank you, Julie and Mary, for putting together this wonderful event. Now, managing up. I don't know if this is a new concept for you or not. You know, most people approach work as taking direction from your boss. And when you do that, the boss-subordinate relationship can feel like a one-way street. However, there is a way for you to be in the driver's seat while still taking direction from your boss. And this is called managing up. You need to show your boss that you can take charge. However, you also want to be a team player. You want to be independent, but also keep them informed. You want to show that you have confidence and ideas, but you don't want to seem like you're talking down or overstepping or being insubordinate in the process. Navigating this balance is the art of managing up. Now, managing up is a key skill that serves leaders and direct reports at all levels, and it's a way to help your manager shine to their boss while also making you shine as the employee. Another advantage to managing up is the preparation this will give you to be a manager in the future. Now, most people are promoted up into management positions, but they haven't necessarily been given management training. Bad managers often micromanage, they reduce employee autonomy, and sometimes they deny growth opportunities. However, if you employ some of these managing up principles I'll talk about this morning, you can improve your relationship with even the worst manager, and you can learn techniques to help you be a better manager when it comes time for you to lead a team in the future. When you manage up, you're creating value for your boss. So you are taking some of the burden off of them, and you are proving your value as an employee. Now that should be highlighted for you, proving your value. People who manage up tend to have higher performance reviews, and they have greater career growth than those that don't. So let's talk about how to get the keys to this proverbial car and put you in the driver's seat. So the first thing you want to make sure you're doing is develop a relationship with your boss. Now, this isn't about friendship because managing up is built on trust. And so you need to absolutely keep things professional. However, we all employ small talk, so keep note of important things going on in your boss's life. This might include asking about family or how a big meeting went, or maybe a little chat about upcoming weekend plans. So all of those things help your boss see you as that autonomous person, and they reiterate that they can trust you because you're sharing things from your personal life. Now, one of the things that we talk about in my group at work is food. We are all big foodies, so we love sharing everything about food, where we ate, what we ate, and what we plan on eating. So food is really bonding all of us together. But if your boss isn't a foodie, you could ask about what they listened to that morning, what they learned recently, what they think about the latest Harvard Business Review article, anything to kind of get them talking. The key here is not to be gossipy or prying. This is respectful interest. So think about that. It's respectful interest. You can start these conversations by mentioning maybe that you read the article or a book and you found it interesting because, and you can just kick that conversation right off. Not only will this help you get to know each other as people, but it will also help you with the next suggestion, which is to keep the main thing the main thing. Now, how many of us have heard that phrase? I know I've heard it used many times. It is almost cliche at this point in the business world, but it doesn't go away because it is so vital to the success of any business. You need to know what is important. Now, there are going to be lots of things that are deemed important. However, you need to key in on what is most important to your boss. Remember when I was encouraging you to get to know your boss? Okay, well, if they bring up the same principles over and over, like innovation or efficiency, you'll know what is important to your boss, what is making your boss tick at the moment. And you can employ those ideas into helping your company succeed. So here's an example. My company has rearranged our business strategy to encourage cross-selling of our hardware and software offerings. So we are in the traffic engineering and traffic analytics business. Well, what does that even mean? I know I say that to people and they don't know what that means. The traffic engineering part is designing roadways. So that's easy. That's the engineering part, putting pen to paper, making some plans, designing roadways. However, what used to be two separate business units has morphed into these offerings that everyone is encouraged to sell to our customers. So we have these people that are traffic engineers, but we also have people like my good friend Tyler, who's on the call today, who deal with the software side. They are helping run and create programs that help agencies throughout cities, counties, or even nationally to move traffic better on the roads and to provide the analytics portion of traffic engineering. So now we just have these offerings that are full service offerings. So everyone is encouraged to sell anything. I could go out and sell one of our offerings, right? Now, we're one of the largest traffic camera manufacturers in the US, if not the world. So not only do we have traffic engineering and we have all this software product, we actually manufacture a lot of the traffic cameras that you see mounted on light poles throughout the country. Our traffic cameras are designed to run any software that a client chooses to help move traffic from one place to another. So that increases traffic flow and safety. However, like I said, we also design software that our clients can install, hopefully on our cameras, but really on any system to do the same thing. So what used to be kind of, sold separately by each of these business units is now called cross-selling, and any business unit can sell any piece of this. Now, this is a really super important initiative because it created a lot of efficiencies within our company. However, as the VP of our legal department, this is not my boss's most important initiative. Her most important initiative is for our group to continue to grow our department, to be seen as the experts who are here to help our project managers negotiate the best contract possible, okay? So in my world, we are keeping the main thing, by developing those relationships with our project managers and increasing efficiencies within our department. I don't need to focus on the largest company initiative to help my boss reach her goals for our department. So when we're operating at 100% in our department, we are supporting everyone else in the business in the success of our company's most important initiative. It all goes hand in hand. Now, how have I learned what is most important to my boss? By developing that relationship and taking note of key conversation points. We learn and then we apply. So we've talked about developing relationships and keeping the main thing the main thing. Here's another way to manage up, and that is no surprises. You need to keep your boss in the loop of all potential problems. Nobody likes bad surprises, so be sure to alert your boss as soon as you can if you sense you are all about to skid off the road in that proverbial car. Now, this does come up sometimes in our company. I mentioned that software piece that we sell. Often when it comes to contract negotiations, we don't know who has the keys. Is it the project manager? Is it us as the contracting officer? Who is it? Occasionally, one of our project managers, they might decide to take the legal department out of the loop and then leave us to pick up the pieces when that contract negotiation starts to go sideways. Now, this mostly occurs at our company over the inclusion of our software license into a proposal or a contract. And some of our project managers see this as a minor detail, but it's far from minor. It's a huge deal because depending on how the contract is written, we could be giving away our entire intellectual property to another company. That's a problem. So in these cases, I always give my boss a heads up because we contract managers, we can handle the negotiations, but sometimes we need to bring in the big guns and she's the lawyer, right? So that we can get the negotiation handled. So you know what this does? Number one, it puts her on alert of the issue because remember, no surprises, right? Two, it gives her the opportunity to stand behind us, giving us the tools that we need to negotiate appropriately. But three, and best of all, it gives her the opportunity to say, well done, once we have finished and we've handled it. Now, when you just handle it, you're driving the car, right? You are working autonomously. And on the flip side, if she were to get a phone call from executive management regarding the issue we've highlighted, well, because we've told her, now she can confidently respond that she knows about it and she can talk about the steps we're taking to manage the situation. Now, in addition to no surprises, you can take this additional step, which is to inform or just jump in. So inform, well, isn't informing the same thing as no surprises? Well, not quite, because the no surprises really has to do with any issue that's going to cause a big wave in your department or in your company. Informing is really about keeping your boss informed about what's going on at the company, what people are talking about, or if you see potential issues in other teams that might affect your team. So if you're noticing that people are frustrated over a new policy, or maybe that team members are burning the midnight oil, let her know. And this gives her the opportunity to address it. Now, I give my boss all kinds of intel. So I'm telling her when we're cranky from people not giving us enough time to handle their requests. I tell her when my coworker's working until midnight because I think that's wrong. I tell her when people cry. But when I give her this information, it's not to gossip. We have a great team. And anything that decreases morale is something that she needs to know about. Presenting information, again, it's not gossiping. So you need to be very careful that you're not being gossipy. So anytime I'm telling her something, it's because I want her to take action. So she will reach out to managers of other departments to try to solve these issues. Or sometimes we decide together to keep an eye on a situation so that she can address it if it continues. But in addition to informing her and giving her information, I'm also empowered to just jump in. So this is the jump in part of inform or jump in. You can jump in and help, jump in and take charge, jump in and ask questions, whatever the situation needs, I'm empowered to jump in. Now, sometimes, because, especially if you're in Toastmasters, you love to jump in and help, right? We all are very helpful. But there's a flip side to this. So on the flip side, I'm also empowered to take a step back and hold the line. And what does that mean? Well, sometimes we're asked by someone to do a task because they simply don't know who to ask for help. Now, am I capable of doing these tasks? Well, of course, but it's not my job. And I already have a very full plate. Because my boss knows that I'm keeping the main thing, she trusts me to know when to jump in and when to be more cautious and maybe push back on a situation. So we've talked this morning about managing up by developing relationships, keeping the main thing, no surprises, and inform or jump in. But what happens when you have a bad boss? Because there are bad bosses out there. Well, when you're employing these techniques, even if you have a great boss, you need to know your boss. So just like when you're driving, you have to know your car. If you drive a race car, you can take the road curves a little quicker and you can, turn on a dime. But if you drive a big old jalopy, well, you might not be able to make those quick turns across multiple lanes of traffic, right? So if your boss is overly controlling or micromanaging, you want to take baby steps, because managing up is built on that foundation of trust. You absolutely need to establish trust so that your boss doesn't perceive you as insubordinate, right? But if you have that great relationship, or or you've developed it, you want to still start slow and ease into these techniques. You don't want to just start employing all these on Monday morning. Ease into these techniques to build the foundation of managing up. Now, for me, managing up also helps me keep all of my work organized, because remember, if I keep the main thing with no surprises, and I inform or jump in, I am able to really prioritize all of my tasks on my desk. And as you start to employ these techniques, your boss will appreciate your contributions and have your back. And most importantly, you need to keep a paper trail of your successes. And why is this so important? Well, you will need a list, or a diary, if you will, of your successes for your performance review. Now, this is where managing up can really boost your career. Your contributions to the team and to the company's bottom line will directly impact your review. That performance review is going to have a direct impact on your promotion, on your raise, and your measurement of the value that you bring to the company. You absolutely need to sing your own praises at review time. So make sure that you don't let your work just speak for itself. You need to highlight all of the things that you've brought to the table over the last year for your performance review. Now, Mary, I think we have a few minutes for questions. I know the last time that I presented this, there were some questions from the audience. So I'm wondering if we can just open that up to the audience and see if anyone has any questions.
Yeah, Tyler, number one, if he's willing to come on the camera, we need to have Tyler come onto the camera and say thank you. And the reason Tyler needs to come on camera and say thank you is because this woman knows about which she speaks. So let's all give jazz hands to Christine Brady, because Tyler benefits. Woo-hoo!
I told Tyler he was the reason that I was presenting this at all, because we've been having a great mentor-mentee relationship at work.
Elaine, I know that you have a question. Elaine?
No, I really don't have any questions. Thanks for putting me on the spot.
Aha.
Mary's good at that, Elaine.
So Jean Tankery, I bet you benefit from Christine Brady's presentation, because you and Dan Kosek got into a relationship when you were in charge of registration at the conference. And I saw Jean Tangery working at the books after the conference, make sure that Dan Kosek would make her proud, and make her feel proud and make him feel proud about her work. She learned so much from doing just exactly what Christine Brady is talking about. I've been around. I'm 81. I'm so proud to tell you that, and I'm threatening to live to be 100. And so you're going to have to tolerate with me for a while. My son, when he first heard me say that, said, I don't know whether she's going to make that or not. But, you know, now I think, Mom, you're going to do that.
I think you will, Mary.
So,
Mary,
yeah,
Shiva has a question.
Shiva has a question.
Yes, I do. Christine, I loved your presentation. Thank you so much. So when you're mentioning, you know, what are some indications of a good boss versus a boss who, you know, still needs improvement? Like you mentioned, you know, opportunities for growth, and, you know, gossip is another one. And so what are some other indications that we can look for to understand well?
Yeah, so actually, the boss that I work for now, I think she's probably one of the best bosses that I've ever had. And one of the key factors is that she's listening to me, you know, that she takes the time to listen to me, because there are occasions where, you know, my frustration level might have gotten pretty high. And if I'm talking to her and just talking through a situation, she's there listening and supporting and making sure that I, you know, feel empowered like I do in order to do a good job. So listening is one really big thing. Your boss should also be encouraging you to look for opportunities to grow your own knowledge within your job, right? They should be working with you on what your next year or two looks like at the company so that you're working towards the same goal of getting you promoted, right? If I was a lawyer, my boss should be, and I'm not, but if I was, my boss would be a key indicator of a good boss would be she's like looking to promote me into her job because she's looking to promote herself somewhere else. A bad boss is going to hold you back, right? Or try to keep you in a little box and like kind of box you into a corner and keep you working at the same, you know, title and probably rate of pay for a long time. So that's something to think about.
Well, that's excellent feedback.
Yeah.
That's a great answer. It's 9:20. Lori, are you ready to play games with us? Lori, can you put yourself?
Yes, Mary. I'm pretty familiar with all these controls here. Yes, I am ready to go.
Lori definitely knows how to unmute herself.
Lori will be sharing why she loves for promoting herself and her business, taking training courses, staying in touch with past work friends and business associates. She recently changed jobs and had to update her LinkedIn account. She heard from over 200 friends and colleagues in one, let's see, where's the rest of it? Day. Is that the end of it? I thought I had more.
No, there's more, but that's okay.
Oh, Lori will be sharing why she loves LinkedIn for promoting herself and her business, taking training courses, staying in touch with past work friends and business associates. Oh, I'm reading the same thing again. She will be sharing her love for this social media and
You're
some
good.
of the tips learned over the years. Please help me welcome jazz hands for Lori Shapiro. Woohoo!
Hey, everybody. Hold on. I'm setting my timer because I want to watch my time. All right, Mary Berg. I am going to share my screen and I am ready to rock and roll. Well, good morning, everybody, and thanks for joining today. I know you've got plenty of things to do on a Saturday. I'm moving this. Did it follow? Are you able to see my screen? Okay, great. Thanks, Elaine. As Mary mentioned, I'm a huge fan of LinkedIn. So I guess because you guys aren't on camera, it's hard for me to judge where you are. I'm really wanting to know if you have a LinkedIn profile and if you could use your either your raise your hand or use your hand raise in the system. So I see Julie. It would be nice to see everybody's camera so I can actually speak with you as if we were in a room together. So I've been using LinkedIn for a very long time. LinkedIn was started in 2003, and I believe I created my LinkedIn profile not too far out from that. I saw the vision of where they were going with this, and I thought, wow, a business networking platform, what a great idea. It has turned into way more. There's almost 1 billion members now. This 766, I think, is closer to 850 to 900,000, 900 million people. And it is considered a social media tool because you are able to interact with people from your own company, from your own network, and then just read some amazing information from speakers like Simon Sinek, and it was Bob Proctor, who just recently passed away, and a lot of other very influential coaches and speakers. You can also use LinkedIn to find a job. How many people have ever used LinkedIn Jobs? Raise your paw. Raise your electronic hand or whatever. If you've never done that, it's amazing. There is a whole section of functionality called LinkedIn Jobs, and you can use that to start looking for things you're looking for. And then you put in information about what you're looking for into LinkedIn Jobs. You talk about your title and skill set, and it will help match you up with potential employers. You can also promote your own business, your goals. If you're you sell certain products and services, you can definitely find people that are interested in your services through LinkedIn. But the most fun I have, and you guys know I'm social, I love to meet people and chat with people. I love to connect with past friends and past coworkers. I found people that I work with at the phone company, and I now am in touch with them, and I connect with them on a regular basis through LinkedIn messaging. It's similar to Facebook messaging, and I connect with them on a regular basis. So I said, you know, AT&T in the 90s, that's when I worked at Pacific Bell. It's now called AT&T. And I have found a lot of my coworkers and people that I was in groups with then, and I was a manager then as well. So it's really fun. A lot of people are starting to retire. And then finally, what the last bullet on that one is, to seek out clients. But a really fun fact was, did you know that Microsoft bought LinkedIn a few years ago, about 6 years ago, and they paid $26 billion for something that just started as an idea. So there's a lot of value in LinkedIn and a lot of money being spent by Microsoft to build this network. So this is your network here. You're at the top. These are people either at your past company, your past lives, around the world. It's a global tool. When I first started with LinkedIn, it was only people in the US that had signed up and opened an account. But now it's people all over the world. I had friends in Australia I hadn't heard from in a long time, and they found me on LinkedIn and reached out. So who's using it? We have business professionals. We have students. If you're a job seeker, if you're looking for a job now, I'll show you how to let people know that you're open to work. If you are looking to promote your business outside of this country, you have many opportunities to do that. Lots of Americans are using LinkedIn, and 92% of Fortune 500 companies use LinkedIn regularly to recruit new employees, to find out if somebody is who they say they are. If your resume doesn't match your LinkedIn profile, they're going to ask you, why doesn't it match? And it's very important to have a very powerful profile. So you want to make sure that you build your LinkedIn presence. You want to have a profile that tells your story. Where are you now? What are you looking for now? Where have you been? Do you volunteer a lot? What do you do in your spare time? I find there's posts on LinkedIn that it's really interesting to me. People show you all different sides of themselves. If you're looking to hire somebody, you can look and see, what are these people posting? What's important to them? What ideas do they have? How forward-thinking are they? And you're able to do that through your LinkedIn profile. So before I go to the demo, I figured we'll go a little bit further. So you're able to look for jobs. You can, like I said, we'll show you how to post open for work. You can research companies. If you see a job lead and you've never heard of the company, you can go onto LinkedIn and search for the company and learn a lot about it. I now work for Loan Depot. I knew about Loan Depot. It's a mortgage lender. I didn't really know in depth of all the different markets that we're in. And I was able to find out a lot of information, which helped on my interview, because I seemed like I was knowledgeable about the company, who started the company, how long has it been in business, that type of thing. You're able to post ideas and new content, not just through typing, but many people use video now in LinkedIn, and I'll show you some of those videos. I get videos from people introducing themselves to me through messaging, through an initial contact. You can also join LinkedIn groups. What interests you? Do you want to do networking? Are you I'm a product manager. I don't really know that much about product management, but I joined some groups and I'm learning a lot more. You can engage people in conversation just through messaging and even through posts. And then you can also take training courses. So I wanted to just jump in and show you. I'm going to stop. Let's see, if I slide this over, I don't think you're going to be able to see this. Hold on. Can you see this, or is it a black square? Can you
We
see
can
what
see
I'm
your
sharing?
presentation.
I'm sorry. Okay, so let me stop sharing that. I'm going to just start sharing my screen. I see Julie. Okay, I'm going to do this, share this now. Okay, so I wanted to show you my LinkedIn profile. I just updated this. This was all about New York Life. It had a picture of me and actually a sailboat, a different photo of me. So you're able to update your profile, and every time you update your profile and add information, LinkedIn is going to let people know that Lori changed jobs or Lori has a new profile picture. So it'll pull them back into your profile so they can see about you. Now, I just picked a picture that I had a couple other pictures, like my on hold picture with Zoom. That's my old hairstyle and very business looking. I wanted to be a little bit more approachable. Loan Depot's a very casual company, but I picked a picture of me that I thought represented who I am now. And also this photo back here, you can go and get photos for your LinkedIn profile from anywhere. But I happened to take this picture when I was in the San Juan Islands, and this is Lime Kiln Lighthouse, and it is a special place in my heart because the orcas swim by this on a regular basis. So I can show you how to add a photo and how to kind of beef up and make your profile more interesting. So you start with your title, and then your subtitle you can put and change this regularly about something that's changed in your life or something you're happy or excited about. Sorry, my timer is stopped. So there you have it. All right, great. You can also, like I said, you can go into change. I don't want to change this photo. I wanted to show you something. So when you put your photo, it's typically a square photo, and then it'll put a circle around it, and you can move it up and down and center it for yourself. You can edit the photo, but you can also put some frames around it. Like if I was open for work, I could click that. If I was hiring and I'm looking for people, I could do that. Or I can go back to no border or frame at all. So it's kind of nice that if you're looking for work, or if you're thinking about, if you're a consultant now and you want to go back into corporate world, when you put that out on your profile, there's a hashtag open for work. So if somebody's looking for a new employee, they may find you, one from the previous jobs you've had, and two from that open for work that you're interested in talking to them. And that is really important. When somebody is a hiring manager, they want to be able to get to the people that are looking for work and not just keep pinging people. So I really enjoy that. And you can look through my profile. So I wrote this about section last week. You can talk about what you were doing, what's important to you, what your main focus is. Like if you are a consultant, what it is you're selling or you're promoting or supporting. And then you can just make it a little interesting story about yourself. And as soon as you change this, bam, it goes out to everybody. I have 7,590 contacts. And when you link to me as a first connection, it's called first connection. When you link directly to me, you'll have access to all those 7,500 people. It's a second level connection. The fun thing I like to do is I search for my name. You can do all kinds of searches up here. So now I'm connected to other Lori Shapiro's. She's actually, one of them is a senior vice president, Fidelity Investments, an AARP manager. This is not me. These are other people that have my name. So you can kind of do that fun thing and then connect to them. I have a lot of first level. So this tells me I'm directly connected to them and I can message them directly. If it's a third level, I can message them, but they really want you to connect. So it's funny, there's another Lori Shapiro that's an IT program manager. So I've been there and I just thought it was fun. So you can look, if you have an unusual name, it may not be as exciting as it was for me to see all these different people. So you're able to then put in your current experience and your past experience. I put my volunteer leadership role because that is something that people are looking for when hiring, is somebody that has leadership experience. Whether you had it as a manager or director or VP in a company, great. If you didn't, then the leadership roles that we take at Toastmasters are very important because they can see a consistent ability to lead groups and teams of people, whether you actually are paid for it or volunteer. You put your past work life, you talk about any education that you've got, you talk about license and certifications. If you've got those, you want to put them in there, because I know there's some hiring managers that want to know if a project manager has a PMP credential, or if they have there's a lot of different licenses and credentials you can have. A certified Scrum Master. I had to remove some of them from my profile when I worked as a financial advisor that New York Life did not want me to have and promote credentials that did not help me in my job. But then you can also work with people and ask for a recommendation. So this actually is the man who hired me again, the third time. And this is a past manager I've had and other people I've worked for. I've have different recommendations. So a hiring manager is going to look at my profile. They're going to scroll down to see all the work I've done, the skills I had, and the people that have recommended me. If you speak multiple languages, that might come in handy at your work. So you want to make sure that you're able to connect with people through those skills. Also, I belong to 57 groups. So every time I've started different work, I join a group. Now, I told you I didn't know much about product management. So here's somebody that became, like me, an accidental product management manager. My boss hired me because he knew how I worked and we worked well together. So I'm an accidental product manager, and I find, oh my gosh, there's 42,000 other people that are accidental product managers. And you just find them through searching, like product manager. There's a group, Orange County Product Managers. I knew about this group. Matter of fact, the guy who started it, I actually talked to him about what is product management before I signed up. So as you can see, I'm going to stop this share, and I will go back to my PowerPoint presentation. Let me find it here. Got a lot of screens open. Give me 1 minute. Here we go. And I'm going to now share my screen again. All right. It's the little challenge of going from one deck to another. You can use LinkedIn to do all these things. We talked about them already. It's very important. And there's also training. You can go and just look at LinkedIn training. You can also look at jobs and LinkedIn jobs. So take a little time, and there's a lot of helpful information. So you can link to me, my profile. I am out of the 50 Lori Shapiro's. I'm the one whose profile is LinkedIn/Lori Shapiro because I came in early. But I really think the way you get started is just to get started. And I had a link at the beginning that I also had this deck. Julie, are you going to share the deck in the chat? I sent that over. You can get this, and then the links will be live so that you can use yourself. Send out connection requests to people. You can connect to me by going to this link, Lori Shapiro, and then ask me to connect, and I'll be happy to connect. Take a course or 2 or 3 on how to set up your LinkedIn profile. Connect with family and friends and past coworkers. Even if you're retired, it's great to have a LinkedIn profile because people are looking for you. And you can also post a live LinkedIn video. It's so much fun. So here's some links on the PowerPoint presentation that I put together for you guys. And start learning, start promoting yourself, and maybe you'll even land a brand new job in a career that you didn't have a clue about until you became a senior product analyst. There you go. I knew about it, but I just had never worked in that. So LinkedIn is no longer just your online resume. It's your digital reputation. Make sure when you have a LinkedIn profile to put those photos there, because people really want to connect with somebody they can see. Just like I like to speak with people I can see, although there's some here I'm not seeing at all. So that's it. Do you guys have any questions for me? Feel free to unmute and ask away.
Ask away.
Shiva has raised her hand.
Shiva, go right ahead. You're on mute though, but please go right ahead.
Thank you. So my question is, if we listed as available or looking or something, does that show to only recruiters or everyone in your contacts?
Everyone. If you have that open to work circle around you, every
Uh-huh.
time somebody's looking for somebody to work, they're going, oh, there's Shiva. Let me click and see what her profile shows. What has she done?
Okay.
Maybe she's a good fit. You can
Mhm.
also message the recruiter and say, you know, please look at my LinkedIn profile.
Okay,
it's
like
pretty
if
neat.
you find a recruiter, okay. And
Yeah,
then
well,
said,
if you find a job you want, you can say, you know, please look at my LinkedIn profile. I think I'm a good fit. Here are the reasons, and they'll definitely check it out.
okay. And then you said open to work was one of them, and what was the other one? I thought there was like two different.
Hashtag hiring. Like if
Oh,
you're a
that's the
hiring
company.
manager, like I know
Okay.
my company is hiring, I could put hashtag hiring if I wanted to. And I have people reach out to me and say, you know, what are you looking for?
Right. So yeah, I like the idea of, you know, you could email them and say, oh, look at my profile. So you're not like sending them a cover letter, you're just giving them an introduction to check it out. Okay, I like that.
Correct. All right. Well, I think my time is up. Mary loves me. That's good to know. And I'm going to turn this back over to, I guess it would be Julie, I guess. Or Mary.
I'm going to, let's do jazz hands for Lori Shapiro. Woohoo! Well
Thanks,
done.
everybody. Thank
Lori.
you. Thanks.
I'm going to go docenting and whale watching.
I'm sorry. Are we going to, I will.
Are
Yes.
you going to go docent whale watching
I'm
today?
a naturalist, whale watch naturalist. Anyone wants to go whale watching, let me know. I'll go anytime. You let me know. The whales are still migrating north, the grays. So they've been seeing a lot of different whales.
Great. Brenda is an experienced Toastmaster. She's a former area director and currently serves as the Founders District Club Retention Chair. Please help me do jazz hands for Brenda Scher. Woohoo!
Thank you, Mary. Good morning, everybody. When you hear, I am not invisible, where does it take you? Are you going to the comic books and the cartoon characters like Wonder Woman with her cloak of invisibility? That is not what I'm talking about today. Today, I'm talking about where you are part of society and yet you still feel invisible. The very first time I learned I might be invisible, it's not so serious. I was taking the L train in Chicago, going to work, and it was back in the days when everybody read the newspaper. Now, Chicago had the Sun-Times, which folded out like this, and the Tribune that folded out like this. I'm just innocently holding on to the pole. Next thing you know, I have a newspaper coming down in front of my head because somebody had rested the newspaper on my head so they could continue reading the newspaper. I was just part of the pole. I was invisible. But that's not really, again, where I'm going today. The second time I felt the cloak of invisibility is when I was temporarily in a wheelchair. And a friend of mine was pushing me around in the Irvine Spectrum. And we are just going down the paths and people are cutting me off, banging into my leg. I'm thinking, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm kind of more substantial than I normally am. My friend is pushing me. How could they not see either of us? And it got me to thinking, Do I notice other people in wheelchairs? Am I not only invisible, but I'm guilty of applying that to other people in wheelchairs? And that day, I immediately started looking around at all the other wheelchairs that were around in the Irvine spectrum that day. And there were several. And I thought, am I making judgment calls? Do I have a bias? Even though I think I'm very unbiased, do I have preconceived notions? And that is why people in wheelchairs and myself, when I was, are invisible. And I realized unfortunately, it was true. I made assumptions that maybe they weren't healthy enough. Maybe they were lazy. Maybe they were, all kinds of assumptions, not positive assumptions. And I realized I need to be even more open-minded. And you think about it, and now I take you to today when I realize so many people, so many groups are invisible. Why do people have to stand up for themselves? I realized I'm a social services worker. The mentally ill are very invisible. The homeless, even though we see them, do we avoid contact with them? Do we avoid eye contact with them? Do we not have that awareness because we move and we don't want to deal with it? So the cloak of invisibility is always present. Even if we think we're aware of everybody, but do we eliminate certain sections? And you step back and you think, there's even more. There's refugees who are not recognized in their own country. There's whole populations that are invisible. Unfortunately, it's not just an individual sometimes. It's more general. So I take you back today to Roses and Races and think about all the women in the workforce who are out there working, and they have to fight to be seen and heard because they can be in a boardroom, they can be working as part of a team, and their voice may not be heard because it's just assumed you're the person in the background, you're the grunt worker, you're not the face of the business. And why is it that women across the board have to fight so hard that cloak of invisibility? So think about that every interaction you have. Are you making that eye contact? Are you making that connection? Are you really listening and hearing them? Because invisibility is not about seeing somebody, although some of my examples are there, but it's also being heard. It's being respected. It's being understood. It's understanding that there's different points of view that matter just as much. Each person has power, and each person should never feel like they are invisible. So what I want you to think today in your own life, are you one of the invisible populations, or are you contributing to it? And I can tell you that my eyes have opened up, and I realize, even though I'm still a social worker, that there are populations that I need to even see more, that they need to be more visible, that we need to come and understand that they do matter. And I would like to open it up to everybody here and see if you have experienced being invisible. Thank you, Mary.
Okay. I don't see Kim. Has she entered the picture yet? Hi, Jane.
I did
I
not
don't
see
see-
Kim either.
I would be curious.
Let me call Kim.
Julie?
Yes, go ahead.
Mary,
Brenda.
I would be very curious to hear if people relate to being invisible.
Brenda, I wanted to share that I've had moments where I have felt invisible, and I don't know how anyone else feels on the call, but I know my weight fluctuates up and down, and I feel like when I'm heavier, I definitely tend to be invisible to other people.
And I am short, as most people know, we're vertically challenged. And believe it or not, the shorter you are, the more invisible you are as well. You have to fight harder when you're not a tall person. you
Yeah.
know. So yes, even your physical presence can impact
Mm-hmm.
when you interact with people. Yes, Jean.
I resonate with that. At one time, I was a project lead in programming, and the manager that I had previously had been demoted to be a co-project lead, not the same group, but two different groups under a manager. This manager, our new manager, we would have meetings with the project leads and him. I would say something and it would just be ignored. This other co-project lead who had been a manager and who was also male, he could say the same thing with the same words, and suddenly the manager heard it. That was eye-opening. Whether I dealt with it best or not, I found another opportunity in a different group, and I got out of there as soon as I could. One of the reasons I joined Toastmasters was I wanted to make sure that I would never be ignored again. And I think that, at least to some extent, I have succeeded in that.
Thank you, Jean, for sharing that. And that's very true, how different individuals can say the same thing and one person is heard and another person is not heard. I deal with escalated calls, and your tone of voice can either escalate a call or de-escalate a call. And so yes, who we are, how we deliver our presence is all critical as well.
Thank you for your presentation.
You are so welcome. You are so welcome. And hopefully it relates to each of you as a woman or a man and how you interact with fellow mankind. And remember, you are not invisible.
So Brenda, we have a little bit of time. Tell us
Yes.
what you do for a living. Tell us what you do for a living.
I am currently a call agent at social services. And I do a lot of mentoring and shadowing of new call agents. And part of my job is to teach people how to address all the different types of calls that we get and how to assist people, ideally with no judgment. And it's hard some days because we do get the strung out people, and you can hear it in their voice when they're calling that they're already strung out and they're looking for assistance. But you also hear it, especially during the pandemic, where people had wonderful jobs and they were cut out from underneath them. And you hear the panic that they're going through. So part of my role is to be supportive, to offer resources, because the county has a no wrong door policy, meaning if you call me, but you really didn't mean to get social services for something, but you're looking for housing assistance, I can give you that information. You're out of food, but there's no funds that are going to be distributed on your card. I can tell you where to go for resources. And I encourage people not to feel diminished if they need to ask for help as well, because a lot of people have a lot of pride and they don't necessarily want to ask for help. And so it's okay. And that's all part of my job. I don't know if that's the answer you wanted, Mary.
Well, it is the answer I wanted. I'm a trustee at the church, and I think we do on a volunteer basis with volunteer money. We contribute, and we have been told as a church, we cannot prepare food in our own kitchen. Like what we used to be able to do. We used to prepare food in our own kitchen. We used to give it to homeless people. And then we were told, no, you can't do it anymore. And so what we do instead is we help pay for that. And it's a complicated thing of gift giving. It really is hard. One of the things that the city of Costa Mesa did is they had a giveaway program of foods that were frozen, and they were on trays, and they were about 500 calories, and they had 6 days worth of frozen foods, and they had fruit, juices, and crackers, and 6 little tiny containers of milk. They would give that out on Tuesdays. And then on Fridays, they would give shelving material, things that didn't need refrigeration. I can't tell you the poor quality of stuff that I gave to my friends, and they ran out of money. So then the state of California was able to get some money, and they decided to give out gift cards. So the gift cards I arranged for my friend who has no driving capability anymore, and it was worth $250, and people did not sign up for it. So they had their own choice to buy their own food, and they didn't take opportunity. So there was money left in the program. So they went out and they bought 2 pallets of emergency food. And I know what was in it. It was a container of spaghetti, a container of ravioli, container, let's see, it had 3 dry milk envelopes for making milk. It had 2 little tiny containers of green beans and a couple of bars, you know, those pre-tamed bars, and 3 drinks in it. And they were giving them out ×2, and they got 2 pallets of those. So that's what the city is doing. That's what the state is doing. And it's time for Kim McCann. Kim McCann has been in Toastmasters for, let me see if I put my glasses on, I might know how many years, Kim, that is. Oh, 9 years. Wow. And is a distinguished Toastmaster. She has belonged to several different clubs in Founders District, District 12, and District 100. She is currently an area director in Founders District. Her speech will be about her journey as a Toastmaster, improving her communication skills. Jazz hands, please, for Kim McCann.
Okay, give me just 1 minute. I need to go grab something.
Oh, that was interesting. I have somewhere I need to be at 11:30. I need to go get ready for that. So it was fun seeing everybody. Thanks for coming and attending my session. Hi, Franny and Norm. Bye, Franny and Norm. We'll see you guys later.
Thanks for coming, Lori. See you soon.
Have a great day.
And thanks everybody for listening to my speech this morning. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech this morning.
I have a question, but is the session time done already?
We're waiting for, I feel like Kim's here, but we're waiting for Kim to come back.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I just had to grab some notes since it's a long speech.
Aha, good job. Let's go for it, girl.
When you were a kid, don't you remember your parents telling you, don't talk to strangers? They're dangerous. They're trying to give you candy to lure you in. You don't know what's going to happen. In today's day and age, they might try to hurt you or even kidnap you. So don't talk to strangers. That's what our parents used to tell us. But today I'm here to tell you, you should talk to strangers. That's a good practice in today's society. Obviously do it with caution. There are some requirements, but it is okay to talk to people you don't know. That's the only way that you're going to be able to help boost those communication skills. When I first joined Toastmasters in 2013, I recall many people telling me, you don't need to be in Toastmasters, you're a teacher, so you're already a great speaker. Yes, that's so true. All the best public speakers became teachers. That's how we decided upon that profession. Actually, no, we decided we wanted to help students, and that was the route for us. But it's very different talking in front of a group full of adults versus a group full of students. I think that's the major difference. For me, I always feel comfortable speaking in front of students. It's much easier, probably because I'm in charge. Ooh, that scared me, seeing myself on speaker view. Wanted to see you guys. But when I'm in front of a group of adults, it's much harder. And here's why I hate talking to a group full of adults. Well, this is different. This is Toastmasters. People, I think, are actually paying attention, even though I can't see all the screens. But in front of a group full of adults, nobody is paying attention. With my students, they have to listen. They know they're being held accountable. It's their grade. It's their responsibility. You know, they're the kid, I'm the adult. So it's a different dynamic. So with adults, we're all equal in power. And unfortunately, all of us almost, especially in education, feel like we know more than other people. So there's a sort of sense that we don't need to listen to other people, even if they do know more than us or more experienced or more highly educated. So it's an interesting dynamic. But at our staff meetings, well, now they're on Zoom, so now nobody really pays attention. But when they were in person, it was probably the same thing. Some of us would be grading. I would usually be grading work because, if you know any teachers, that's what we're always doing. The tedious part of our job is always grading, and there's just a lot of work that goes into it. Some teachers would be eating breakfast because we always had morning meetings. Some were talking to each other while the presenters or other people were speaking. So it's quite an interesting dynamic. But all in all, adults don't want to listen to other adults. At least, I don't know about your industry, but in my industry, we don't spend a lot of time doing meetings. Our meetings are very short, and we're mostly just with our students. We're not trapped as teachers. We're not really in a lot of meetings. And usually we try to make them as brief as possible. And to be honest, our meetings are a lot of just giving information and things that could probably just be sent out in an email, but we have to have that sort of dialogue with it. For many years, I never spoke in even a department meeting where there was only 10 or 15 people. I would just sit there quietly because I felt like that's what I was going to do. Same thing at the staff meetings. There were about 80 people. And it took me probably about 10 years to even make a comment at one of the meetings. I think it's just so intimidating. We have about 80 to 100 people on our staff, so it's not a small amount of people. I know for the management or the administrators, that's what they're normally used to, but for many of the teachers, we're not used to speaking in front of that group of people. So it was about 5 or 6 years ago when my boss asked me to give a short presentation. She said, okay, Miss McKeon, or actually, I think I volunteered, which I don't usually do. I was like, I'll give a short presentation about Socratic Seminar, which is a discussion strategy, more of a higher level thinking where students come up with the questions as well as the answers. And I used to do that with my advanced placement students, my higher level students. So I was used to using that, but every teacher has a different way of doing that strategy. So I kind of shared my spin on it. I put my students in 2 circles, and then one circle asks the questions and then the other circle answers it. And then I don't think they liked this part of it, but the Toastmaster in me was like, I told them, well, when you're observing, you're going to be writing notes. And then my students were like, who are we writing notes on? On the person that you're paired up with. So I would pair them up with another person. And I was like, you have to tell them one thing that they did well, and then you have to tell them one thing that they need to improve on. And they're like, how are we going to come up with the thing that they need to improve on? I don't know. Use your brain. Use your own ideas. You guys are 16, 17, 18 years old, and you're some of the best students in the school. I'm like, I'm sure you can come up with something to tell your partner. So that was one thing that I had them do that I think was helpful. And then I'd have them, they had a minute in between to kind of tell their partner something before they switched roles. I mean, most of the kids were paired. I just told them pick whoever you want. Most of them were paired with their friends. So it wasn't very intimidating to tell them something. But I told them, you need to have some feedback. I said, you can't just, keep going. And then you're thinking, well, they were getting full credit if they said something with any type of evidence, and had a decent idea and had some evidence and facts to back it up. But I told them, you need to figure out how to improve. So that was one thing that I really pushed with my students in the discussions. So because in other discussions, they didn't get any feedback. So this was a good way because there's 36 of them, so they can just give each other feedback, and then I would have them reflect on it. They hated that, especially online. They're like, why are we doing so many reflections? I'm like, because we're not doing well academically. I would make them analyze what classes are you doing well in, what classes are you struggling in, figure out you're doing something right in some classes. How is that going to transfer over to the classes that you're struggling in? So I think, all the evaluation from Toastmasters really spilled into my teaching. And I feel like that's been one thing that I really pushed. My students are not happy now because we're into the part of the course for the rest of the school year where there's a lot of discussions and they're like, we don't like to speak out loud. Well, that's unfortunately something you're not going to be able to avoid in life. You're going to have to learn to speak in front of other people. And the worst part is they have to wear masks and then they'll mumble. And I'm like, you're just going to have to repeat yourself. Some of them are repeating themselves like 3 or 4 times. I'm like, I can't hear you, so you just need to speak louder. I was like, if you just speak loudly once, then I won't ask you to speak again. But I said, if I can't hear you, this is just gonna go on forever, speaking again and again. So that's one example in teaching. So of Socratic Seminar and discussion, really getting that evaluation and using that component in my career. Speaking in front of my students was always pretty easy for me. As many people had told me, you're a teacher, it's so easy for you. Yes, teaching is so easy. That's why everyone does it. It's the easiest job ever. Actually, no, it's not. I think we all know that. So most teachers, I would say, they believe they're doing a good job. They know the content of the class and the subject they're teaching. They give the work. They feel like their students are successful. I think one way that Toastmasters has really helped me as a teacher, I mean, I was always comfortable speaking. That was not an issue for me, but improving my storytelling techniques. So when I was doing my Advanced Communicator Silver, I did the storytelling manual. So that really pushed me to be a little bit more specific, I would say, when I'm telling stories and giving presentations. I think that that's definitely one thing that has improved in my teaching and my lecturing. I teach history, so it's a lot of facts and a lot of information, so it can be very dry. And then the other problem is they've already learned, I teach American history, they've already learned this many times. So they're like, oh, this is just the same. Yes, this is the same facts, the same story. You already know the ending. It's like a book you already know the ending to. Just for some reason, they have a lot of holes in their knowledge of all the information along the way. So definitely, I feel like that ability to tell stories has really carried over into my teaching. It's made it, when students are, you can tell when students are engaged. I mean, I can tell when they're actually listening. I don't know how with adults, it's different for me, but with students, I'm around them so much, I can tell who's actually listening and who's tuned in and who's just kind of tuned out to me. I mean, that's something that I just, over time, you get a handle on that. But oftentimes I try to incorporate other things. So different movie clips that go along, like we're doing World War II right now. So some different clips from Pearl Harbor and Saving Private Ryan. Oftentimes, music that goes along with it when we do the 1950s and 60s, incorporate a lot of music. I'll never forget one student was like, oh, you grew up in this era. That's why you're playing this music. Yes, I was around during the 1950s. I'm 80 years old. I just look really, really young for my age because it's like sometimes they're so smart, but their common sense is not all there. They haven't quite figured that out. But I would play them music from that era because they don't really know music from that era. And honestly, the music is a lot cleaner and better from those eras than from today. So I prefer for them to learn a little bit. Usually I go to Ralph's because it's the closest grocery store to me, because most of you would probably say, why Ralph's? It's probably the most expensive. You're right, but I care more about convenience. So, and I'll like to go to somewhere with the self-checkout because then I'm buying for one person. I'm usually buying just a couple items and it's just easy for me to get in and out. But somehow I can hear the voice, and my friend's mother used to be a union rep back in the 1960s, and her whole family. And she's like, you can't go to the self-checkout. You're killing jobs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, there's still a person working there. So there's still jobs. I mean, there's only one person manning about 5 or 6 cash registers, but still. So when I go to the grocery store, I usually stop to see, I'm a big movie buff, so I'll stop to see if there's any movies. They have those little red box machines, back before everyone streamed. People had to go out and get DVDs. And so I'm waiting behind this man, and he's taking forever, what seems like an eternity, to pick out a movie. Because for me, I just go to like the top, most popular, most recent movies, and I'll just pick something out. So I'm waiting behind this guy. He's been there for like 5 minutes. He cannot figure out what to watch. So I take it upon myself to like give him some suggestions. I start to ask him, well, what kind of movies do you like? Do you like action, horror, comedy? You know, what do you like? And I give him several recommendations. I feel like I'm giving him good recommendations on recent movies. I'm giving him the plot of each movie. And then after a few minutes, he walks away from the red box. No DVD, nothing. He's just wasted 5 minutes of time. I know, it's only $1.50 in 2 hours. How can you not, how can that not be affordable or like manage that time? So I felt like I was perhaps not as convincing at that particular time as I wanted to be, but that was definitely a good instance where normally I would not talk to like a stranger like that and just go up and start talking to them. I mean, I think the natural habit for most people is you're talking to people you're familiar with. So you're only going to speak to if you have like a friend or family member with you, or if I need to talk to the cashier, or maybe I go to the deli a lot and talk to that person and they know who I am. But other than that, it's like your mission is to just get in there, get your items on that list and get out of there and speak to as few people as possible along the way, at least for most people. So that was kind of interesting. I felt like before Toastmasters, that probably wouldn't have happened. I would not be, even though that was one of my favorite topics and movies, I would not be recommending something. I'd just let them figure it out. You know, he can read for himself. There's little information when you click on each movie on the red box, you can, but it will take forever to read through there. I usually rely on recommendations from critics to figure out what I'm going to watch. And so that is one instance where you should talk to strangers. I think it's okay to, you know, speak to people. I'm helping somebody, I'm giving him some information, you know, we're in a public place. I'm not feeling like there's any danger. Obviously, we're inside the grocery store. There's lots of people around. And then lastly, all these little conversations that we have with people. So I think oftentimes in Toastmasters, there's like a heavy emphasis, especially now. Sorry, Pathways, you've pushed all the emphasis on speeches and now there's no emphasis on anything else. But I feel like everyone's so focused on prepared speeches, but in life, most of the time things are not prepared. You don't know what people are going to say to you, whether it's at work or whether you're just having conversations with friends or family members. I was watching a TV show and you know, somebody was like totally blindsided by something someone else said because another person was manipulating them. And so you never know what kind of dynamic is going to come into play. All of a sudden, someone throws you a curveball and you're just kind of, I'm watching this woman and she's caught off guard. And this guy is telling her, did you say those things about me? This was actually on The Bachelor. Did you say those things about me? Did you, you know, are you plotting against me? And all this drama has ensued because one person has said something else and kind of exaggerated everything. So I think the important thing from Toastmasters is you're not always going to be prepared. I think table topics is a good way to help prepare people for those impromptu moments. I mean, I always like to be really scripted. And that's how I used to be. I used to be too scripted and too robotic. And then now I think I'm too free flowing. And then along with all the other words that flow in, the filler words are flying in there as well. So it's kind of hard. You're trying to find that balance between the two. But definitely, you know, you need to be ready for those kind of moments. You never know what somebody is going to say to you. And you have to be able to take a moment sometimes and pause. And then gather your thought and answer, because for most people, whether it's Toastmasters or like an awkward silence you're having in the middle of a serious conversation, people want an answer. You can't just pause for like a few minutes. They'll be very concerned about you. So you need to be ready. to kind of do those things. But I think that's what's probably helped me the most in Toastmasters. It's not the speeches. It's not, I mean, obviously the speeches helped in the evaluations, but it's actually been like the little conversations I've had with people, maybe like one-on-one or in a small group. And this was probably more in an in-person setting because we were able to have more of those conversations before and after the meeting. I mean, on Zoom, we have a little of that, but the problem is you can't have a one-on-one conversation before or after the meeting. There's usually multiple people there. So I think to me, those were like, that was really what helped me communicate with other people, just being comfortable, getting to know people in Toastmasters, because they obviously weren't my friends. I had actually one person from my high school who was a past friend join one of my groups. But other than that, all these people who are now my friends, I didn't know them before Toastmasters. So just building that time and the one-on-one. Yeah, I wasn't sure. I was looking for a timer, but I feel like I'm running out of time and I don't know.
You're your own timer today.
Huh?
And you are right at the 10:20 mark.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So I was just trying to wrap up. So I just wanted to conclude by saying, I think Toastmasters has helped me a lot just in terms of, my career and just communicating with others, even friends and family. So I think it's made me a bit more comfortable. And my friends say I'm a lot more open than I used to be. So it got me to a better place. I don't know if it's a better place since apparently I talk to strangers now about all kinds of things, but I'm still safe. So what can you say there? That's my speech for today. I'd like to turn it back over to Mary.
Wow, well done. Jazz hands, everybody. Well done. Our next speaker is Susan Thompson. She's here. Susan Thompson has a title of Mentorship is Just a Conversation. Well, I agree wholeheartedly. So she could just stop right now and consider that to be a good speech. However, she does have an introduction that's short. Susan Thompson has been a Toastmaster since 2010. She has mentored and coached others and has been mentored in coaching herself. And so by coaching herself, she has been mentored. And I get that. So please do jazz hands for Susan Thompson. Mentorship is just a conversation. Thank you, Kim. Good job. Well done.
There we go. Sorry about that. I'm on a different device than usual, so it's kind of hard for me to tell whether I'm on mute or not. Can I get back to you on that? Oh, hi, John. No, I haven't got it yet. Hold on. Sandy, so good to hear from you. You didn't hear half of a conversation there, or even half of 3 conversations. You saw someone in the grip of what Linda Stone calls partial continuous attention. Until you know how to have a conversation, you're not really going to be prepared to coach anyone or mentor anyone, or to be coached or mentored by anyone. I look on conversations in the, shall we say, professional realm as running a gamut from networking to coaching to mentoring. To give you an example of networking, to my way of thinking, networking is not a way of focusing your own needs of something. It's not a way of forcing your business card on people who would rather not take it. It's a conversation in which you explore topics that you think might be useful or interesting to the other person. And if you find something that you're both interested in or that you can communicate about, then the conversation can proceed from there. When I first started looking for work, I actually do remember the 50s, so this is a very long time ago. And I would look in the classified ads. I would send my resume to whatever looked like it might be a place that I could work. And I would lather, rinse, and repeat until I got a job, which sometimes took months. I had heard about the virtues of networking, but as I mentioned before, I didn't see how forcing my business card on people was actually going to be useful to me or to them. But once I realized that mentoring that networking is an engaged conversation, I found it easy to strike up a conversation with someone. If you're at a professional society, presumably you have a few professional things in common, so that makes it easy. But even if you're in a situation where you know absolutely nothing about the other person, you can certainly start out with the time-honored tradition of the weather and move from there. And sometimes there's nothing in common, at which point you might perhaps move to someone else. With coaching, the emphasis is on how to do something that you've already decided to do. And I think that it's important to realize that you can get coaching from someone with whom you have very little in common, as long as that person knows how to do something that you want to be able to do. And similarly, you can coach someone with whom you have very little in common, as long as you have information about something that they want to do and you can help show them how to do that. I used to play horn, and I had lessons with people who were former members of the Los Angeles Philharmonic, studio players, and I sat in on a master class once with one of the top horn soloists in the world. I learned a lot from those things. And in some cases, we didn't even have much of a language in common. When it comes to mentoring, the conversation is more about what someone wants to do. And that's why I don't ever have any pure mentoring conversations. It usually flows from something like networking to coaching to getting to that what, because people jump to how. They think that if they know how to do something, that will get them what they want. But if they decide to learn how to do something that turns out not to be something they really want to do, it won't do them so much good. So it's important to understand the what in a mentoring situation before you focus on how. I'm currently mentoring someone in Turkey, and it always starts out with a networking kind of thing. He says good morning to me, and I say good evening to him because there's an 11-hour time difference. And if he's had a particularly bad week, most of the session may be networking. One of the things we're working on is his English pronunciation. And so that's definitely more of a coaching thing. We have an agreement that anytime he pronounces an English word the slightest bit incorrectly, he'll hear the correct pronunciation from me, and we'll work on that, and then we'll continue the conversation. One of the things, he was in a situation where he wasn't happy with his current job, and we worked on trying to find out what it was he wanted to do, because if you're trying to change career, until you figure out what it is you want, it doesn't make any sense to go down the rabbit hole of a particular profession. It turned out that what he wanted to do was to get into a more international situation, and his current company had an opening. He had applied to other companies and hadn't been successful, but he did get this sort of lateral promotion in his current company. And now he's having to deal with writing emails in English and dealing with people in other countries with whom the only common language he has is English. And he's excited and scared and doing an excellent job. But we never had any of our meetings that were pure mentoring. It's always that sort of networking, coaching, mentoring, or maybe mentoring, coaching, mentoring, networking. It moves along in that manner. It can have a profound effect on people, even if you don't know it. Once I was at a tech conference, and a person who I didn't recognize ran across the room and hugged me. And after we had a little bit of a discussion, I realized she was someone that 20 years earlier, I had recommended a friend of mine who could help her with making her English more understandable. Because we were all laid off from a place. I had worked with her and I could communicate with her, but a lot of people had difficulties. So she worked with this friend for a few weeks, got a job, and I hadn't heard from her again for 20 years until one fine day, there she is hugging me saying, I have a career because of you. And that's very gratifying. But there's no necessarily need to follow up if someone has gotten what she wants out of it. I think that learning how to do effective conversations is a very valuable life skill. For one thing, you have to sharpen your listening skills. Toastmasters is good at helping for that. There are all those roles, evaluator, counter, grammarian, where you're listening and reporting on specific things. So you need to listen to other people and you need to respond to them, which means you need to pay attention to them and not partial continuous attention to a number of things. I have a standing agreement with many people that if they call me, I'll pick up if I can. And if I don't, they should leave a voicemail and I will get back to them. And I always do. I'm not going to let a call coming in interrupt the conversation I am having right now. Now, I realize these are somewhat heretical views. So I wanted to reserve some time for questions. And if anyone has questions, I'll need some assistance indicating who they are, because on this device, I'm not seeing well enough to see raised hands or anything.
Like Shiva has a question for us.
Okay.
Hi, my question, Susan, is when you mentioned the last component, I just wanted to understand, because if about taking a call, not taking a call when you're in another conversation. So is that different from how it was like years ago? Because I don't take a call when I'm in another meeting and I just call them back. So
well,
just curious.
I spent a number of years on call for various problems, and I developed a sort of reflex of answering a call whenever I got it. And that was disrespectful to the other people I was dealing with. And I see it happening, well, it's not so much taking another call when you're in a conversation, but for example, I definitely see people responding to texts a lot when they're in a conversation. And I understand if you're in a conference meeting where there's 15 or 20 people and your actual role is peripheral, I multitask in those situations too. But when I'm dealing with someone one-on-one, unless there's an emergency, and if I know there's something urgent that might happen, I'll warn the person I'm talking to. It's focus on that person, listen to that person, and respond to that.
Okay, excellent. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much, Susan. Nice talk.
Thank you.
Susan, this is Franny.
Hi, Franny.
I think the finest gift that you give is you follow through on what you say you're going to do, so that when I call you and I know you're busy because the phone isn't able to be answered, I know that you are very consistent and constant and responsible about checking who called, who texted, and getting back. And I think that's one of the key points that happens in our instance with you as a mentor, coach, tutor. It's wonderful. It's so comforting, Sue.
Well, your calls are always worth answering, Franny.
Thank you, Sue.
I have a comment if nobody else is going to volunteer. I used to pay for call waiting, and I realized after paying for call waiting for 2 years that I never interrupted the conversation that I was on to answer the other calls. So I just, the calls that I am talking, if I'm in conversation, go straight to voicemail. And I have been guilty of not checking my landline for a couple of days. And I say, well, I just got your call. I've been busy. People understand busy people. Busy people understand busy people.
And of course, there are occasionally people who will take up as much of your time as you allow them to. And sometimes you have to gently defer their call till later because they're, sometimes there are some people who call me just because they're bored. And I understand that that's a problem, especially in these isolated times, but I can't let that interfere with the rest of my life either. So it's a balancing act. I certainly will always answer, but I won't necessarily talk to the extent that some people want to talk.
And how do you gracefully get out of that conversation? How do you say, like I do, oh dear, I got to go potty? That gets rid of the conversation really quickly.
That's one way of doing it. Although I know people who would say to that, I literally know people who would say to that, oh, just put the phone on mute. So that's not always an effective answer. There's always, look at the time. I've got a Zoom call I've got to be on. That works very well these days. Or I'm sorry, I have something scheduled now, even if something scheduled is a potty break or a meal break or make a cup of tea break.
Well, what I like is a lot of these people who are driving, who get telephone calls, they have something on their phone that says, I'm driving now, I'll get back to you later. And I see less and less of that. Is that a feature that you pay for, or is that a device? Does anybody know the answer to that question? Susan, do you know the answer to that question?
I'm not sure about the answer to that question. I know that I have had phones that did that and my current phone doesn't. Of course, now I don't see well enough to drive. So even if I'm being driven, I can usually take a call unless there's something urgent going on.
I actually know the answer to that question. So there is a feature on the phone, Mary, that you can set it up. Basically, it says, I'm not available right now or driving or something if there's any text that comes in. And then you just manually have to turn it off when you're done.
So it's on settings.
I think it's on iMessages or something like that if you have an iPhone. Or even if you, when you see one of us, we can probably help you, or I can help you with it.
You may get a telephone call from me.
Okay, well, I'll take that. Thank you.
Hey, Mary. You can set your phone to driving mode. I've seen that on my phone. Most of the time, I just don't do it because I'm like, well, I'll get back to the person soon enough. They don't need to know I'm driving at the moment. But I have seen that you can put your phone to driving mode.
And if you're like Brett Pell said, you can put your camera on and you can obviously see him looking out for traffic. You can see the roof of his car. You can see him going. So he really is driving.
Okay. Mary, my car has a feature that I can do a quick message. And one of them is, I'm driving now, I'll get back to you later. And then and you're referring to Zoom meetings that, yes, I put it on the phone holder and I drive home and am able to listen to the meeting. I try not to participate too much.
You haven't been in an automobile accident for a while?
No, I have not been in an automobile accident recently.
Well, let's all give Susan jazz hands. Thank you. Susan, that was very informative. You downplay your credibility so much. You have so much to offer. And this was another time when you said that what you do is valuable to you and to us. Well done, dear heart. Our next presenter is Brent Felstead. And Brent is a longtime Toastmaster and has been active at the club, area, division, and district levels. He is more noted for an easygoing style. In fact, he can be quoted as saying that he can be found under a tree on a hill contemplating life, universe, and everything. The subject for today is something he does take seriously: thanking teachers and coaches. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Please help me welcome with jazz hands, Brent Felstead.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for the opportunity to be part of Roses and Raises. I've been a part behind the scenes of the past few years, and today I get to do what I'm probably most uncomfortable at, being center stage. Now, some of you might laugh at that, but there's truth to it. I had a thought. I've heard it said, I learned everything I need to know in kindergarten. Let's let that resonate for a minute. In 1986, Robert Flemgo, I'm pronouncing his name wrong, I apologize, wrote a book. His book was All I Really Need to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. Okay, let's ponder that one a minute. All I really need to know I learned in kindergarten? What did I learn in kindergarten? What did Ms. Schmidt or Ms. Higginbotham teach me a few decades ago? There was sharing. There was play fair. There was don't hit others. Say I'm sorry when you hurt somebody. Clean up your mess. Put things back. And some of my favorites were, well, don't take things from others. Some of my favorites were warm cookies and cold milk are good. I guess that doesn't really need to, we don't need to highlight that one. And there was that nap thing in kindergarten. I'm sure teachers look forward to as much as the students did. So how does this relate to us and all we needed to know, all we needed to learn? Basically, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'm going to say it wasn't so much kindergarten that taught us that. It was those teachers, the aforementioned Ms. Schmidt and Mrs. Higginbotham. Okay, I have to confess, I thought and thought and thought and thought, and my cobwebs are really, really thick back in kindergarten. So those were the names I came up with. Those were the names I'm thinking were my teachers. If they weren't kindergarten, they were obviously a teacher that stood out that I need to go back and thank. But it's the teachers that give us the opportunities, that give us the lessons, that give us what we need to know. And I think kindergarten and early school is a time where students are eager to learn. Some of the things that weren't mentioned here were the separation anxiety from going from home to this strange place with these strange people and spending all day. So separation anxiety, that was something that happened as part of going to kindergarten. And that was, the cold, harsh reality, and trained us for when we were later in life that we can get up in the morning and climb in our car and drive to work. Or, as we'll talk about a little bit later, get up in the morning, walk across the hallway and turn the computer on and go to work. How things change and how they stay the same. Back to kindergarten and teachers. My wife is a teacher, and true confessions, Mary asked my wife to speak. My wife looked at me and said, "It's in the middle of the school year. It's in the middle of the basketball season. I am really busy. No." As I told Mary, my wife can tell me no. And Mary said, "Well, what about you?" And as Mary will tell you, we can't tell Mary no. So here I am. As I mentioned, my wife's a teacher. My wife teaches high school. She thinks her friends and coworkers that teach the younger kids, that teach kindergarten, probably K through 6, are saints. They're angels sent from heaven, that they have the patience to teach the kids those lessons. And I'm sure, other than milk and cookies and nap time, I'm sure that they took a lot of repetition. My wife adores her friends that teach those, and she says herself, I don't have the patience. Now, did I mention she teaches high school? Her friends think she's a saint because she's working with the high school students. Her friends, the ones that teach younger kids, think that they could never teach high school. The attitude, the challenges, the disrespect that you get from the students. Well, my wife has a few secrets. One, she teaches sophomores, sophomore English. Sophomores are getting there. They're not quite, haven't totally developed that I don't care attitude, that, I'm only in it for me. They're still in that learning phase. So that's one secret. The other secret is seniors. Well, seniors are 1 foot out the door, but the secret she has, they need her. They need her to graduate. They need to pass that class. So at some point in time during the year, they realize that, and attitude changes it quickly. And it might be interesting to look at for example, the class she teaches in high school. Modern media and literature, or literature and modern media. What does this mean? She always tells me I get it wrong, but to me, it's and she does this. She takes commercials. She takes short stories. She takes movies. They break them down. There's the hero's journey. There's a dystopian society. There's all those other utopian societies. That's probably the part that I get wrong. It's I'm not as well versed as she is, but then I'm not teaching it to her students. For example, showing my age, the Macintosh. In '84, when they announced the Macintosh, I think this might have been one of the first big Super Bowl commercials. The warrior comes out with a hammer and throws the hammer into the screen of a computer screen and crushes the computer screen, and thus bore the Macintosh, or the Macintosh was born. So once again, a dystopian society, and the warrior crushing, or I guess the hero crushing the status quo and coming out with the new. And as I said, the Macintosh has never looked back since. And that would be That would be a lesson if I were teaching the class that my wife would teach, but I'm not. And so she probably does a much better job than that. But what does this mean to us? And did I mention that my wife also was in the middle of the basketball season? She's a coach. She's been an athletic director. She's currently an assistant coach for girls basketball. She's been the head coach. She's done it all. She has a good basketball mind and a good way of doing things. The current season, most current in our minds, was one that she absolutely adored. Ironically enough, one of my coworkers' daughters, they were twins, were on this season. They were seniors, and they were superstars. You know, all 5'2" or 5'4" of them. But they were there. One would score 30 points in a game. The next game, the other one would score 31 or 32 points in a game. They found different ways of contributing, and they were kind of the nucleus of the game. But it's a team, and there are 5 people on the team. And my wife, who's the same height as I, at 6'1", we argue about that. She's a little bit taller, but I would never say that publicly. We're among friends here, right? Yes, she's a little bit taller than me. And she has the ability to work with the post players, the tall players. They have I think a 6'3" and a 6'5" girl on the team. And so she's constantly developing them, constantly working with them, constantly giving them suggestions on how they can better contribute. You know, they're not the ones bringing the ball down the court. So the guards get more accolades because they're always handling the ball, but they're the ones that are defending. They're the ones that are getting the rebounds and putting the rebounds up to score points. And as I said, it's a team. They work together, and the coaches work with the girls to get them on that team. This year, my wife was so disappointed because in the league, they lost their last game. Well, part of the problem was they'd already won one league. They were going to the playoffs. And, you know, that's in my mind, that was always a possible letdown, that we've won, we're there, it doesn't matter. Well, it kind of did to my wife. She wanted to go undefeated in league rather than 9-1 or something, whatever it was. But, you know, it was a moot point. They'd already won. So there was that. What the coaches brought to the table was a plan, and communicated that with the young ladies. What the girls at Fountain Valley High School did is they went out to execute the plan. And obviously the other side of the coin, the other side of the court, there's another coach with a plan and a team that's executing the plan. And it's all good and fun. It's a lot of excitement, a lot of hype. The parents would come to me and ask, does your wife, is she able to sleep at night? Just because they were on this roller coaster, this roller coaster in the game. They'd get down by 6, they get down by 10, they'd work their way back. They'd tie the game, they'd get ahead, and it would come down to the last few possessions of the ball and who actually was able to win. And you know, my thoughts were, Dawn enjoys basketball. She enjoys the roller coaster. You know, it's the schoolwork that gets her down. The you know, assigning or English teachers' problem with English is you assign papers. Students write papers, then you have to grade them. And when you have 180 students, that's 180 papers. And yeah, you do the math. Now, there's something that has happened recently that in a way has made teaching for my wife a little more challenging. And it's something that we're tired of hearing about, the pandemic. What happened in the pandemic? In Fountain Valley, they shut everything down, sent everybody home, and suddenly my wife was teaching from home. She was teaching from the living room, and there was a few times I was working upstairs in my office. I was quickly sent to the office, partially because I needed to be there, partially because I think I was distracting my wife. But we set up her situation where she could work at home, and she was able to do that through the 2020 and into the beginning of the fall of 2020. In 2020 and 2021, twice I went to her office, her classroom, and set her up in a hybrid environment. Before the holidays, they set up the hybrid environment. I had two cameras, one on her laptop at her desk and another one facing the front of the room. She had a projector overhead that would project whatever she wanted on the screen. We worked at it to make sure all those YouTube videos, all those dystopian commercials would get displayed properly. We had it all working. There were speakers in the ceiling. And the idea was half the class would be in the classroom, half the class would be at home. And so students would come to school twice a week. Mondays were the day that they met everybody online and got their instructions for the week, and so on and so forth. Reality was 2, 3, maybe 4 students came to class. Everybody else was online. A few times she had 10 students. Well, what happened a year ago and this past Christmas? Basically, the numbers spiked. A year ago, they shut down classrooms. Everybody was back at home. And so that meant about a year ago now, I was in the classroom setting up the environment again for her to have a hybrid class. This year, they've resisted the urge to go with a hybrid class or even teaching at home. They fought through it in a situation where they were teaching in the classroom. In my opinion, well, for my wife, this was the best thing, but not for all teachers. Some teachers, it would have been better if they could have taught from home, as well as some students worked better in the work at home environment, whereas other students needed that classroom environment. We have a personal friend who had a young man that was a junior last year. In the pandemic, early on, his grades went from A's and B's to B's and C's. His parents quickly pulled him out and put him in a private school, and they were back up to A's and B's. As I said, some people excelled in this environment, some people did not. Some people needed that in-person classroom. So pulling the screen back, pulling the curtain back, I believe is the term. For the teachers are distraught over this. They were distraught over a few things. Fountain Valley High School didn't require, it was actually the Huntington Beach High School District, didn't require students to show their picture. So my wife was teaching to a bunch of black boxes with names on them. And that was very distraughtful to her, as well as other teachers, because they actually enjoy the interaction. That's part of the reason why my wife likes high school, is the students are young adults. They have their own opinions. They're able to share their own opinions. And that's one of the things that she enjoys, as well as her fellow, for the most part, I believe most of her fellow coworkers believe the same way. There were a few coworkers that were health challenged. They would have been the ones that would have been better suited for working from home. But that's another issue entirely. Now, what about the students? Post-pandemic, what I'm hearing, and so what is it? February, we're what, 5-6 months into the school year? My wife's finally coming back saying, the students are beginning to interact with me. For the first part of this year, she couldn't get them to say boo. They would come up to ask to go to the bathroom, and it'd be something like this. Can I go to the bathroom? And she'd say, what? Can I go to the bathroom? So basically, they just wouldn't talk. And there was another issue. They were some of them were kind of disappointed, and also even mad that they were in class, because when they were at home, they could have multiple screens. So for example, I have one screen here, and one screen here. Well, the students had video games going on this screen, class going on this screen, and whatever else going over, their homework, possibly from another class on this screen. She made the comment last year at the end of the year that she had students that at the end of the year started taking interest in class, started participating because they were bored. They'd been doing video games for a year straight, 24 hours a day. So that was another challenge. And it's something that they're working through, they're working past. In conclusion, what I've come to is we have the opportunity to go back, think of those teachers, those coaches that made an impact in our life, reach out to them one way or another and let them know. If nothing else, teachers of students now encourage those students to let their teachers know what they've done for them. I am grateful for this opportunity, and I turn the time back to Mary.
Well done. Jazz hands for Brent Felstead. Boy, I'll tell you, one of these days I'm going to meet Dawn. and really feel good about it. I love that woman. Jazz hands for Brent Felstead. Well done. Elaine Rayburn is our next presenter. Elaine Rayburn joined Toastmasters in September of 2020. She is a member of Huntington Beach Rise and Shine Toastmasters Club 179 and jumped right in by becoming the Vice President Public Relations in January 2021 and adding Vice President Education in June 2021. She is the current Vice President Education of Club 179 with her sights set on becoming president in the near future. Elaine is a holistic life coach for emotional well-being as well as an essential oils wellness advocate and educator. Elaine's coaching focus is on women who feel stuck in their grief and are ready to take steps towards creating their best life. As an essential oils educator, she teaches how to use doTERRA essential oils and products to become a healthier you and to reduce the toxic load in the home. Today, she is bringing her insight on how to stay positive when facing changes in life and during stressful times.
Hey guys.
The title of the speech is Staying Positive During a Transition. Please, jazz hands for Elaine Rayburn.
Thank you, Mary. I became a Toastmaster to help me become more comfortable as a speaker, to allow me to empower others and change lives. I want to share about emotional well-being, having a positive attitude, and the health benefits of essential oils with audiences such as yourself. I'm going to share with you a bit about me and some of the challenges I've had to face, 3 tips that have helped me and my coaching clients to stay positive when going through a transition, some health benefits of staying positive, and a few ways to always have gratitude. So positivity is the practice of being or a tendency to be positive or optimistic about the future. And a transition is a period of changing from one state or condition to another. Do you see yourself as a half glass empty or half glass full kind of person? I tend to be a half glass full kind of person. That doesn't mean that I haven't had my half glass empty days. Yeah, I'm optimistic by nature and have always had a positive attitude and outlook for my life. I strongly believe in the power of positivity and positive thinking, and that if you think negative thoughts, more negativity will come into your life. Life constantly presents us with obstacles and difficult choices, making it challenging to maintain a positive perspective. You may have days when you just don't feel any positivity within you. I joined Toastmasters in September 2020, so I'm fairly new to public speaking, but I have faced many challenging transitions throughout my adult life, starting when I was a newlywed at 18. 3 months after we were married, my husband came home from the doctor's appointment and told me, "You need to divorce me." Okay. So he was diagnosed as diabetic and said that I hadn't signed up for this. Well, I quickly reminded him of the vows that we had recently taken and said, "I'm pretty sure I did. You do remember the in sickness and in health part, right?" So yeah, I signed up for that too. Though we had a good life together, it was a roller coaster ride through the ups and downs with his diabetes and other health issues that come with the territory. Heart disease, kidney problems, vision issues, not to mention the numerous ER and hospital visits, including a triple bypass surgery, heart attacks, and bouts of congestive heart failure. I learned the inside of an ER room in the hospital throughout our life. My positive attitude was truly put to the test after my husband suffered a broken, well, more like shattered ankle. And after having surgery, being off his feet for 2 months, which that was fun, he also had to deal with an infection. And being diabetic, those are not uncommon, but also what you want to avoid, try to avoid at any cost. Then 3 days after he was given the go-ahead to start bearing weight on his ankle, we ended up back in the ER, being informed that they needed to put him on a ventilator because he was in septic shock and his body was shutting down. One of the scariest days of my life. This was especially scary for me because it was only 6 months after losing my dad due to complications from being on a ventilator because of sepsis. Now, for those who don't know what sepsis is, septicemia or sepsis is the clinical name for blood poisoning by bacteria. It's the body's most extreme response to an infection. Sepsis that progresses to septic shock has a death rate as high as 50%. So very scary time. The doctors and nurses kept telling me to be prepared, that we had a long road ahead of us. Now, me and my positive thinking, I kept telling them, "You don't know him. He's a fighter." So I kept telling myself, he'll pull out of this in a couple of weeks. Well, a couple of weeks turned into almost 2 months in the hospital in intensive care, and then another 2 months in rehab because he was having such a hard time getting off the ventilator. Now, even though it was a difficult time, I worked at keeping a positive outlook as it kept me putting one foot in front of the other. And he did survive, and it did take over a year for him to start feeling like himself again. And I can't say that things got easier after this because over the next 5 years, I had to move 4 times. I lost my husband to his 13th heart attack 2 years after his bout with sepsis. I lost my mom, my biggest supporter, and my best friend. I was laid off with 3 jobs, and then I had to face my own health issues. Working towards keeping a positive attitude was difficult, yet it was key to my emotional and mental well-being. Because you have the power of free will and choice, you get to decide if you want to think of a situation or transition as positively or negatively. So this doesn't mean that you keep your head in the sand and ignore life's unpleasant situations. It just means that you approach unpleasantness in a more positive way. And staying positive also doesn't mean that you never feel negative emotions, such as sadness, anger, or fear. These emotions need to be felt in order for you to move through difficult situations and help you respond to a problem. Now, you can visit there, just don't dwell for too long. Because trust me, I had my bouts of anger, sadness, and fear going through these transitions. I just chose to look for the positive aspects in those challenging times. Now, I'd like to share 3 tips that have helped me to stay positive. As you can see, I've gone through a few life transitions over the years. 1, focus on yourself and what you want. Believe in yourself. Assess what you really want in your life. What are you passionate about? What brings you joy? What are you really good at? What makes your heart sing? My passion is helping others get unstuck from their grief and sharing the benefits of essential oils, because both have changed my life. I get joy from seeing others thrive emotionally and with their health. I'm really good at listening, so becoming a holistic life coach helps me put this strength to good use. And it makes my heart sing when I see the aha moments in my clients and customers, when everything clicks and it all starts to make sense. Number 2, change your perspective. Without change, we wouldn't learn, grow, or experience the richness of our human experience. So stop paying so much attention to what others may say or think about you. Focus on what you can control. You have the freedom to choose how you react in any given situation. When I was diagnosed with a chronic condition, in constant pain and unable to work, as well as dealing with delayed grief from my many losses, I struggled with depression, and I had to change my perspective. I had to stop thinking about what I could no longer do, how my life was changing, and focus on what is, the here and now. And it didn't matter what others thought. They weren't walking in my shoes. Number 3, take things one step at a time. Know and accept that you will not adapt to new circumstances overnight. So be kind to yourself. You're not in this alone. And reach out and seek help and support when you need it. Although each person's journey is unique to them, others can empathize and understand the journey. I most definitely had to learn this one. I was hit with a major flare-up after my diagnosis of fibromyalgia. The constant doctor appointments and getting the right type of meds just to manage my symptoms took time. So I did reach out to others for help with my grief and depression. And there were times when I could only think about one day at a time, sometimes only 1 hour at a time. Maintaining a positive outlook requires engaging our mind and body in various ways. Now, according to therapist Kevin Foss, as quoted in Psychology Today, the more we see, think, and do that reflects peace, happiness, and positivity, the more it can influence our mood and outlook. So take a break from the news. Surrounding yourself with infectious rate statistics, shortages of supplies, and heartbreaking stories is upsetting to anyone. Now, Mr. Rogers is quoted as saying, "When I was a boy, I would see scary things in the news. And my mother would say to me, 'Look for the helpers. You will always find people who are helping.'" So focus on the positives and be grateful. Do you keep a gratitude journal? You might be thinking, that is too much work. I used to think that too. So make it simple. List 3 to 5 things for which you're grateful daily. If you don't want to write it down, wake up and use your hand and start counting off the things you're grateful for. This will help you to shift your mind into positive thinking. So be thankful throughout your day, not just in the morning with your 3 to 5 things of gratitude. Be thankful for the sunrise and the sunset, for that cup of coffee or tea that you're having. How about for the grocery clerk who took extra care in properly bagging your items? One of my pet peeves. The key is to be grateful for the simple things that we tend to take for granted. The trees, flowers, and animals that are colorful and are bountiful. We are surrounded by abundance, yet we can mindlessly whirl into autopilot and lose sight of life's wonders. When you turn towards things that you appreciate, the world will increasingly open to reveal that there is always some small thing for which you can be grateful. Now, here are a few of the Mayo Clinic's list of health benefits of positive thinking. Increased lifespan, lower rates of depression, lower levels of distress, better psychological and physical well-being, and better coping skills during hardships and in times of stress. Now, according to the Johns Hopkins Health article, The Power of Positive Thinking, people with hope and positivity make better health and life decisions and focus more on long-term goals. Studies also find that negative emotions can weaken the immune system. Now, here are 3 ways that they suggest to boost your bright side. Smile more. A University of Kansas study found that smiling, even fake smiling, reduces heart rate and blood pressure during stressful situations. Now, it's difficult to not smile when you're watching a funny video. So try a few minutes of YouTube humor therapy. 2, reframing. Instead of stressing and fuming about traffic, take a moment and be grateful that you can afford a car. And enjoy those extra few minutes of listening to your favorite music, audiobook, or, if you must, the news. Accepting that there is absolutely nothing that you can do about traffic. 3, build resiliency. Resiliency is the ability to adapt to stressful and/or negative situations and losses. Now, experts recommend these key ways to build yours. Maintain good relationships with family and friends. Accept that change is a part of life. And take action on problems rather than just hoping they go away or waiting for them to resolve themselves. Change can challenge the very core of our being, our beliefs, and our self-esteem. So do your best to be in the now and know that transitions are temporary. As you work through your transition, it's important to maintain a strong sense of who you are and vital to be as grounded as possible. So continue to take steps towards becoming your ideal self. Staying physically active, 30 minutes of movement or exercise every day. Exercise your brain. Engage in mentally challenging activities. Never stop learning new things. And don't sweat the small stuff. Now, to recap my 3 tips. 1, focus on yourself and what you want. Find what brings you joy, what your needs and skills and values are, and what nourishes your soul. 2, change your perspective. You have the freedom to choose how you react in any given situation. So focus on what you can control. And 3, take things one step at a time. Adjusting to change will not happen overnight. So reach out and seek help and support when you need it. Now, here are a few additional ways to stay positive. Use positive affirmations. Say something enough times and you're more likely to believe it. Watch the company you keep. Surround yourself with negative people and you lean towards negative thinking. Associate with positive thinking people and you will tend to feel uplifted, happy, and supported. As a result, you will find a way to cope with your circumstances and overcome the challenges you are presented with. See, a positive attitude causes a chain reaction of positive thoughts, events, and outcomes. It is a catalyst and it sparks extraordinary results. Building a foundation that helps you shift negative thoughts takes practice. Now, bit by bit, you will begin noticing the benefits of positive thinking to your physical, mental, and emotional health. Now, I'd like to share this quote from Zig Ziglar. Positive thinking will let you do everything better than negative thinking will. Positivity is a choice, not always an easy one. Remember that a positive attitude is key to emotional and mental well-being. Thank you, Mary, for this opportunity to be a part of this. Back to you.
Wow, that was well done. No wonder I'm a big fan of you. Well done. Woohoo. Well done. Everybody give some jazz hands. Come on camera and give her some jazz hands. Well done. You are amazing. I am very pleased. I hope I've got all of this one. Let me see if I'm paying attention. Let's see. Oh, I did something wrong. Oh, I did something wrong. Where agenda? Mumble to yourselves while I figure this out.
Mary, do you want me to send it to you again?
No, I've got it. It comes in twos and then I start reading what I've already read. So, here I've got it. I had it. And then of course I didn't got it because it rests on me. I love people who rest. So Jean Tangery is our next presenter. And Jean is an experienced Toastmaster. She is really an experienced Toastmaster. She's a former division director and the current G3 area director. And I asked Jean what her title was, and she says, well, I used to not be able to talk at all. Now I can't stop talking. I said, stop, that's your title. So Jean Tangery, can't stop talking. Please use jazz hands and welcome Jean Tangery.
Thank you, Mary. That was a quote from someone who has known me for about 8 years or so. The actual quote was, when I first knew Jean, we couldn't get her to say anything. Now we can't get her to shut up. But it wasn't always that way. For most of my life, I was the first part of that quote. I hadn't been encouraged to speak up. Keep to your place. Know where you fit in and don't make waves. Don't challenge authority. Don't do anything that's going to upset the hierarchy, anybody who's above you, starting with my mother. So that's what I did. And I grew up trying to please her, trying to please everybody. And in the process, who was I? What was I? Where did I fit in? What did I want to be when I grew up? I didn't know. I was too busy trying to be what everybody else wanted. And my mom said, well, when you grow up, you're going to need to be able to keep money, and you need a an occupation where you don't need anybody else's money, anybody else's help to get along. What that turned out to be was programming. When I came along, it was still a relatively new field, and we were growing up and learning as we went. It was something that I could do pretty well. Was it a burning passion for me to do it? No. Although I did like the hierarchical databases. That's antediluvian now. It was like following a map, going from one record to another. And I was good at maps. You remember what a map was, don't you? That's what we used to find our way around town when we didn't have GPS. Although, come to think of it, one of the jobs I had was doing programming for the original GPS satellites. I did not program the satellites themselves, but supporting the building of them. I actually saw one. We're talking about the government ones, the original ones. There were about 12 or 18. I can't remember exactly how many there were. But this was a really big deal that you could actually focus in on, you could triangulate on where you were on the earth within about 10 feet. Back in those days, that was big business. It's even bigger now. Now that we use GPS, what's a map? Oh, I think I remember way back. So programming worked well for quite a while. But inevitably, it changed. And I got to where I liked it less and less as time went on. But I did like the people. By the time I got along in my career, I found that I didn't like what I was doing, but I did like the people. And that worked well until they came up with this idea of working from home. It's a lot harder to socialize with people when everybody is scattered. I worked for a company that had people that came all the way from Thousand Oaks or Hemet or South Orange County. Unless you meet in a central place, at that time we didn't have Zoom. Well, actually we did. The company did. They could communicate with people in other countries. I worked on the Joint Strike Fighter program. And we'd have meetings once a week. There were people in Southern California, Great Britain, Turkey. You try to find a time when you can get all those people on a meeting at the same time. That was fun. Then if you see a pattern here, there was a lot of aerospace that went on. And aerospace does this. And at one of the dips, they finally got around to me to lay off. I'd been there over 20 years. They had started laying people off within a year of the time I got there. So if I managed to last 20 years, that's doing well in aerospace. So here I was, out of a job. What do I do now? Friend said, oh, well, it wasn't your fault. It was the manager's fault. You just go out and you find another job just like what you had. Ted, I hated that job. I don't want to do that again. He never got the message. He's now on my do not respond to list for my computer. But what did I want? I didn't know. I had still been doing what other people wanted. What did I want? I got a career coach, and she gave me a bunch of tests. And it seemed like I liked people, I liked creative things. So she had me taking art classes and volunteering at the Bowers Museum so that I could hopefully explain what was in the museum to visitors. That part didn't quite pan out, but I was in a group where we were doing administrative work to help. And we'd have meetings every month. There was a woman who I later found out ran the symphony shop for the Pacific Symphony. That's a pop-up that would be in the lobby when they would have a classical concert, or in the summertime, we would be out behind the amphitheater, and we were selling things. Anything from pencils or flags for the 4th of July, sweatshirts also in the summer because it's always cold in the evening. In the winter through spring, it's jewelry, pashminas, scarves, music boxes, nutcrackers at Christmas time, and fancy beaded purses. These things could range up to $400, down to the flags that were 2 for $1. It was dealing with people, talking to them, as others have said. Usually it was about what we had to sell. Sometimes it was about the concert. Sometimes it was just, I love your outfit, or I love the scarf that you're wearing. Such things as that. Even if they didn't buy something, talking to them, connecting with them. It was fun. It is fun. I'm still doing it. I do it Friday nights, when the Pacific Symphony has a concert, except at contest time. Training time, those kinds of things. Because this career coach also knew about that manager that I talked about earlier and not being listened to. And I was not going to let that happen again. She said, "You have to join Toastmasters." Who, me? Get up and talk? No, no. Not going to happen. You want people to listen to you. You have to go to Toastmasters. It took her a couple of months, but I joined. Was I the talk of the town there? No. It took me 3 months to do my icebreaker. My 4 to 6 minute icebreaker that when I got to actually talking lasted 10 minutes because nobody stopped me. They loved my stories. They thought they were funny. Did I hear them laughing? Not really. I was talking and I talked right through the laughter. Review said, when they're laughing, stop talking. This is a good thing. It still took me a little bit to get going, but I got my CC a year after I gave my icebreaker. And I've been going through, and I moved up. I was asked to run for an office that I didn't get the first time around. Then it was a year later, and what would you like to do? Well, my de facto mentor, I had 2 of them, Linda and Richard Doherty, of all people, not the official mentor, the de facto, the people that I actually worked with. And she was VPE at the time. That looked interesting. Well, what you see in the club is the tip of the iceberg. But I didn't know that at that time. And she said, well, work with the person who is doing it now so that you'll be better prepared. And go to LACE trainings before you're running. Check out the jobs. Find out a little more about it. I did those things. And 3 months before my predecessor's term was up, he had to drop out of Toastmasters because of his job. And Linda was asked to take it back again. No. Jane has been training for this with the current person. I will help her, but I will not do it. I got in. I started in April. Came June, of course, I was voted in again. So I did that for 15 months. That was my first experience of constantly being up, doing something in a club. And I got comfortable being at the lectern. So of course, when the 15 months were up, and I had been talking to the president, you need to have a succession plan for who's going to follow you. I was hoping you would do it. No, that's not my thing. Come back later. I'm hoping you will do it. Well, by about the third time, okay, I'll do it. There again, up at the lectern, every week. It got better. Although there was a time when I needed to be out because I was doing something for the conference. And the district conference. And they had meetings on Mondays for about 6 weeks. Before that time had come up, I had already been thinking about my successor. And the person who was VPE after me was incredible. And I asked him to be the next president. And he said no. And he said no. And then I was gone for 6 weeks. And he was de facto president. And he found that, oh yeah, he could do it. He stopped saying no. And he made a fantastic president. I was a president. And he was up here. Possibly the best decision that I made as president is getting him to be the next president. But then, what's next? What's next is my time is up. I am still doing new things, still learning. And I am younger than I was when I was working.
Yes, I see that. I see you getting younger. What is your secret? What is your secret? What oil are you using? What are you smelling? Elaine, have you been doing some help there? Well, Julie, what time do we come back for AJ's presentation?
We come back at 12:20 for AJ's presentation.
Do I have a time to make a quick answer to Mary's question?
Oh, yes,
of course.
True.
What has made the difference? What has made the biggest difference is the fellowship, the understanding, and the support that Toastmasters gives. Something I had never had before. They accept me as I am. They help me to improve. I'm still improving. I'm still growing. I feel like you are my family.
Well, I feel a sisterhood also. All right. So AJ, you ready to go at 12:20, dear heart? Good to see you.
Yes, in fact, I invite you all to come back. It sounds like you've been busy getting a lot of good information and sharing with each other, and that's what Roses and Raises is about. So have a good lunch, come back, and I'll be doing a session on women in STEM, but with a twist. So Jean, a lot of what you talked about, Elaine, yes, I want to see you too. If you can, please come back because we're going to do it in a different fashion, something that you might know as table topics. Come back and we'll have some ice cream, dessert for lunch, and we'll enjoy each other. See you after lunch.
And I'll leave the Zoom room open if anybody wants to just stay and chat. I will leave it open, so I won't close it.
Sounds perfect.
Julie complained last time when I set up 24 speakers. She says, they were right in a row and I didn't have a chance to have lunch. So I fixed it so we have lunch. So I'm going to be off camera because I'm hungry. I've been up since 4 o'clock. I got gas. I went to the grocery store and I bought a chocolate cake.
Petrol.
Don't tell. Don't tell.
You got petrol, because if you tell me you got gas, I'm going to sit there and go, oh no, Mary.
How the word can have so many different meanings.
A different kind of flatulation. Yes, yes. I
So
guess
yeah,
go
have
lunch.
a great lunch. Think about all the wonderful things in science. Jean already has her magnifying glass out, so she's ready. And we'll have some fun when you come back from lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Excellent. Well, it's 12:20. There she is. Hi, Julie.
Hello.
This is an introduction for AJ Heron. Just last week, many of us celebrated a significant day in February. Valentine's Day? No. The International Day of Women and Girls in Science. Established by the United Nations General Assembly in 2015 to recognize the critical role women and girls play in science and technology. Yes, we need to encourage and empower women and girls to see their opportunities in STEM. STEM, the first letter of STEM is science. Next letter in STEM is technology. Next letter in STEM is engineering. So STEM ends with math. Our speaker for this session is AJ Heron in industry. She serves as part of the Women's Information Network, WIN, employee resource group leaders who support the UN Women's Empowerment Principles. Sound familiar? AJ gave me that title for Roses Raises, Women's Empowerment. So let's see, she serves as part of the Women's Information Network, WIN, employee research group leaders who support the UN Women's Empowerment Principles because equality means business. AJ Heron presenting Women in STEM. Women in STEM, AJ Heron. Jazz hands for AJ. Woohoo!
Thank you, Mary, and welcome everyone this afternoon. I hope you all had a good lunch. And now, the speaker after lunch. Oh my goodness. To be the speaker after lunch as everyone settles back for a long winter nap? No. We're going to switch it up a little bit. Yes, last week, on February the 11th of 2022, women and men and scientists and everyone around the world took a step back to recognize the contributions made by women and girls in science. Why is this important? And why is this important for Roses and Raises? Every year on the 11th of February, the United Nations publishes its latest report on the activity for women and girls in science. And unfortunately, for the last 3 years, the statistics are somewhat unchanged. Women are generally given smaller research grants than men, while they represent 1/3 of all researchers and only 12% of the members in national science academies are women. In cutting edge fields such as artificial intelligence, only 1 of 5 professionals, that's 22%, are women. And despite a shortage of skills in most of the technological fields driving the 4th industrial revolution, that's the digital age that we're in right now, women still only account for 28% of engineering graduates and 40% of graduates in computer science and information. And as we heard before lunch, women researchers sometimes tend to have shorter, less well-paid careers. Their work is underrepresented in high-profile journals, and they are often passed over for promotion. Well, if that's the case, why would we want to empower young women and girls to follow science and technology courses? Why? Because it's fun. For myself, I know I started before I even knew it. My brother got an engineering set for Christmas. It was called the Erector set. Some of you in the UK know it as Meccano. And you put these little pieces together and had screws and bolts. Fabulous. I couldn't wait to start putting these things together. My brother was not as happy, but I enjoyed it immensely. And I encourage all people to get involved in things like starting out with sets that allow you to really probe everything that you want to try. So I started with the Erector set, and then, I guess it was a few years down the road, I was asked, what did I want for Christmas? Yes, I wanted a microscope. Why? Because you can see things. I mean, they're wonderful things. You can explore and find out all the things that live on the tip of a needle. So where do we take women and girls in STEM today? If I were to ask this group of knowledgeable people here to name a woman in science, probably the first thing they would mention is Madame Curie. And that would be the last woman they would mention as far as famous women in science. So we're going to switch it up a little bit today, and I am going to be taking you and Christine Brady into a whole new area using a method that Toastmasters uses for impromptu speaking. We're going to go through, if it's possible, I would like you all to turn on your videos if that's at all possible. I'm going to have Julie Murphy will still be doing the overall timing of this session to make sure that I stay within time. But as we go through, I'm going to be calling on all of you to do something called impromptu speaking, otherwise known in Toastmasters as table topics. Are we ready? Thumbs up. All right, and off we go. Welcome to the 2022 version of Women and Girls in Science. I present to you the first celebrating the history of women in STEM. Our first woman is Mae Jemison. Mae Jemison was the first African-American woman in space. aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour in 1992. She was trained as a medical doctor, a dancer, an actress, an author, and even a teacher. When she entered college for chemical engineering at Stanford University, she was only 16 years of age. Tell us of a great achievement you had when you were 16 years of age, Mary Berg.
Oh, that's a good question for me. When I was 16, we had just moved off the farm. My sister is my half sister. My mother died when I was 2. And my father fell apart when my mother died in 1943 and joined the Marines. When he came back, he married a woman that was 10 years his junior and not a whole heck of a lot older than me. And we didn't get along very well, and she hated farming. Her father had a lot of property, but he didn't know what to do to farm. He had land, but she thought that that was a farm because that's what they called it. And so she insisted that when she married my father, that she have a farm close to her mommy. So when she bought the farm, I was 6, and all of a sudden I was in charge of a cow. I was in charge of a calf. I was in charge of 25 chickens. I was in charge of a set of 3 pigs. And we had corn that we raised, and we raised all of our food. I didn't know what a banana looked like until I was 21. I moved to Denver. So when I was 16, I was now, instead of on the farm, I was learning how to do things like Girl Scouts. What the heck is Girl Scouts? I didn't know what Girl Scouts was. So I helped out with Girl Scouts, and I learned social skills. I had never been in a restaurant before. So when I was 16, my teacher and my friend, who was a Girl Scout person, said, you need to learn how to eat socially correct, because I wasn't doing too well. So because of me, my Girl Scout helper and manager and teacher took us all to a restaurant, and I was social being ever since then. And I do know how to chew with my mouth closed.
AJ, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Very few people realize the amount of science that takes place on a farm. Many of the women in science, actually science and tech, started out dealing with agriculture and the things that are necessary to bring upon the right series of environments for things to grow, for animals to thrive, and to even thrive in space. Much of the work that was done by Mae Jemison allowed us to look at things like hydroponic environments for the growing of vegetables and food sources outside of the normal activity. Our next woman in space, in STEM, is Annie Easley. Annie, a computer scientist, mathematician, and rocket scientist who worked at NASA before it was NASA. Then it was called the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics, and she was one of the first computers. You and I think of a computer as either that box that's sharing what we're doing right now, or perhaps that tablet, or maybe the thing on your wrist. But hard to believe that originally the first computers were people like Annie. She was one of 4 African American people out of 20 2,500 employees there. What did her mother tell her? Annie's mother told her that she could be anything, but she'd have to work at it. If you could be anything, what would it be? Carol Davis.
Thank you. What a question. If I could be anything, what would it be? It's actually in the process as we speak. I am looking forward to being a celebrity speaker, a celebrity author, and have the backing of me be someone who you would think of as a results coach. Getting things done. How do you get things done? How do you want to get things done? Oh, I'm stuck. What do I do? See, I would be the go-to person, just like Tony Robbins. He's the most successful life coach in the world. The man commands millions of dollars from individual clients, and he deserves every penny of it. He also has them on speed dial, so when they call him, he answers the phone. So it is something that I am working on and will achieve, and I appreciate Toastmasters to help me get to that area and that status. Madam Toastmaster.
Well done, Carol Davis. You jumped right in there because you, Carol Davis, are going to be just like Annie's mother, telling people that they can be anything, but they have to work at it. Part of working at it is putting together a plan and making it happen. Our next woman in STEM, I present to you Xin-Sheng Wu, an experimental physicist who started her career at the University of California, Berkeley Radiation Laboratory. Her nicknames consists of the First Lady of Physics and the Chinese Madame Curie, as well as the Queen of Nuclear Research. Her quote, and she had a lot of them: "There's only one thing worse than coming home from the lab to a sink full of dirty dishes, and that's not going to the lab at all." What do you love to do better than coming home to a sink full of dirty dishes? Christine Brady?
That is such a great question. What is something I love doing better than coming home to a sink full of dirty dishes? Well, let me tell you, right now, I have spring fever very, very, very badly. It's a tragedy. And contributing to this is the fact that in California, we've had some days where it's been up to 80, even 85 degrees, and the sun is shining, everything is in bloom. It's lovely. So the one thing that I really love doing is being outside. One of my favorite places to go is actually here in Irvine. It's a little, it's a bird sanctuary, and it's right near UCI. And when you're in there, you're in this urban environment, but when you drop into this wildlife sanctuary, it becomes like your own wilderness in your own backyard. Now, one thing I love, we're talking about science, and Carol is embarking on a new career in inspiring people. Well, if I could choose a new career for myself, I would be a biologist, which just fits right in there with this topic of STEM, because I love being outside. And when I'm at the bird sanctuary, I love seeing all the birds that are there seasonally. Right now, there's a lot of pelicans coming in, which is interesting because we're not that far from the ocean, but they like to winter here at the bird sanctuary. I imagine there's a lot of fish here available, and there are just so many wonderful plants there. The other day I was walking and there was fresh mint growing wild on the trails, and I thought, this is amazing. So it would be so fun to be able to identify every plant, every animal that is in there, and I would just eat it up because I just want to be outside. I don't want to be stuck at my desk. Back to you, AJ.
Sounds wonderful. You know, I feel like getting on a plane right now and leaving the area that I'm coming to you from, which is the beautiful Rocky Mountains of Boulder, Colorado, and hang out a while with my peeps in California. Talk about California dreaming. Well, Shen-Sheng Wu not only dreamed of things like physics when she was doing the work at the radiation laboratory, she had so many quotes that I encourage you all to spend some time Googling her just to read some of the quotes. She had to have been a riot to be next to in the lab. Our next woman in STEM is the first Hispanic woman in space, Ellen Ochoa. She was aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery in 1993, and her quote, "A hallmark of the Latino community is to help one another. If students are interested in a way to give back and help their communities, becoming a teacher is probably one of the very best ways of doing that." Tell us a time when you helped someone in your community. Elaine Rayburn.
Well, AJ, that's a tough one. I don't get out very often or very much. So I'm not really out there reaching out to others so much. It's my goal to be able to do that. Shortly after getting my certification for becoming a life coach, the pandemic hit. And I also discovered that building a website does not make them come to you. So getting out and reaching out to others has been a struggle. I haven't really had one person or anyone in particular that I've helped as in that way, but that's my goal to do that.
Well, there's so many ways, Elaine, you can do that. And one of them starts right here with Toastmasters. This is not, Roses and Races is not an afternoon pumping up Toastmasters, but for many of us in science, technology, engineering, and math, we recognize the importance that comes from being able to communicate our science effectively. All too often, we're in university and we think, oh, I'm in university. I took a course in communication. I got this. No, when you have to present, I actually have a club in Pasadena, California, where one young Chinese woman presented her icebreaker. What was her icebreaker? Her doctoral thesis. Here we all are in a Toastmasters club dealing with a young woman who has used her icebreaker 4 to 6 minute speech to try to present her doctoral thesis. We're working with her now, and she's realizing how important it is to see communication as that softball. I'm sending communication to you. You have to have your video on, you have to have your ears open, you have to have your mind and your heart open to receive that communication and to reflect back. So Toastmasters is certainly a very strong way to share with the community. I would also encourage you to look at some of the STEM activities that are going on that are called Lean In Circles. Lean In Circles are women of science that come together to support each other, and they could probably use your services. Thanks for your feedback. The next woman in STEM is someone that you probably know in a completely different perspective. Hedy Lamarr. She actually patented technology enabling radio signals to jump frequencies, which powers cell phones, Wi-Fi, and wartime communications. Everyone thinks we brought her here so that she could be a film star, but nope. She came here to bring us her science. Her quotes, compromise and tolerance are magic words. It took me 40 years to become philosophical. But the quote I love best from her, I can excuse everything but boredom. Boring people don't have to stay that way. What do you do when you're bored, Brenda Scher?
Thank you, AJ. When I am bored, I turn to learning because I believe learning keeps you engaged. And anybody that knows me knows I love watching TV, but not the brainless stuff, but the stuff like Nova, the stuff like the History Channel, the Science Channel. And I'm constantly learning. And I actually just read about Hedy Lamarr recently, so I knew where you were going. And it probably happened in a moment of boredom that I learned that. So I think whenever I feel bored, I think there's so much more out there that I can explore and really get my brain cells firing up again. Because I think boredom results in not utilizing those brain cells that are screaming, give me attention, give me attention. And that's what I do when I am bored.
Thank you, Brenda. Well done, well done. Steve K., are you with us? Are you interested in participating with us? Okay, I don't hear from Steve K. And Franny Stein, are you with us? Are you interested in participating with us? I see Brent. Brent, welcome back. You get to look at our next woman in STEM. Are you ready? Drum roll, please. Yes, our next woman in STEM is Ellen Boyd Granville. She was the second African-American woman to earn a PhD in mathematics in 1949 at Yale and created computer software for America's first space missions like the Mercury and Apollo program. Similar to the other female computers of the day, Evelyn took us into the future in terms of computer software. Her quote, "We accepted education as the means to rise above the limitations that a prejudiced society endeavored to place upon us." And her other quote, "I always smile when I hear that women cannot excel in mathematics." That quiet smile. Tell us how education helped you rise above your limitations, Brent.
Well, thank you, AJ. And thanks to all of you who have gone before me with this. I have been blessed. I grew up in Pullman, Washington, a small Eastern Washington community that had a state university that overshadowed the community. My high school produced multiple, what do I want to say, kids that had great ability, scholarships, going to many places. One time I heard we had 8 Rhodes Scholars.
Unmute and I'll start my video.
Okay, and basically I had that background. Everybody from my high school went on to advanced education. I started at a JC, then went to a university, Brigham Young University. I then went and received my master's from Pepperdine. So I've been privileged to attend some well-respected schools. And I just wanted to say, in my office, we have the STEM program alive. I've helped with it. We take it out to students with a Lego kit. And I want to highlight Jerry, yes, Espinosa was her maiden name, and I'm struggling with her advanced name, but Jerry has been a proponent of this, as well as Monica Lingard. These have been two women in my office that have reached out to carry STEM on to others. Thank you, AJ.
Brent, congratulations for showing what inclusion is all about. One of the reasons why we push so hard for women in STEM is because of the fact that we actually have the need, especially now with AI. We have to have all of the voices. And part of doing that is to ensure that our prejudices that we carry, most of the time we don't even know what they are, that our prejudices actually come through our fingers and into our code. So we need to have a bunch of people bringing all of the different ways to look at something, just like we're doing here in this shared table topics, to look at aspects, different aspects, and what do words mean, particularly when we're talking about science. Because more times than not, a theory, the word theory means a guess or a hunch to the public. But for scientists, it's an explanation of the science. So we have different words for different meanings, and we get to do that through our work being lifted up from each other. So people like Brent, who are helping other people lift up, are the core of what allowed some of the first women in science to step forward. So you keep on doing that, Brent. Keep on doing the good thing. All right. Our next woman in science, you're all ready. Yes, Barbara McClintock. Barbara McClintock, at the age of 81, became the first woman to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology for medicine as a result of her own work, her own paper. Brent, you know what I'm talking about. She didn't do a paper with 42 other people in the background, and she's on that paper because she was just there. It was her own unique work, single paper. And her quote, if you know you're on the right track, you have this inner knowledge that nobody can turn you off, no matter what they say. Tell us of a time when nobody could turn you off. Jean Tankery. Unmute yourself. There you go.
A time when nobody could turn me off?
Yes, ma'am.
When I was in 9th grade, we had this teacher who loved to have pop quizzes. And he would ask a few of the students one at a time. It was like a table topics to see if we were studying. And he read out a question, and I'm thinking, I don't remember seeing anything about that. And I'm pretty sure that I had read everything that we were supposed to read. How is somebody going to answer a question when there's no background knowledge? I got that question. if there's limestone, or when you find limestone, how do you know there had been an ocean there? I didn't have anything to go on from the class, but I had been a Girl Scout and I had done a collector's badge on seashells. The mollusk, the animal that makes seashells, secretes lime to make a shell. I took lime and limestone and made a connection. And I said, because of the shells made out of lime by the mollusk, it gets ground up and becomes limestone. And that's how this teacher, keep going. Keep going. Okay, something else came out of my mouth. Keep going. And I'm thinking to myself, keep going where? I'm making this up as I speak. But he kept having me keep going and I kept saying something. He eventually either decided that I got to the answer he was looking for, roundabout, or he was just curious to see what I could come up with. But I was not going to let him give me an F on a question that was not in what I had read for the class. And
well done. Well done.
I got the A.
Good for you. I really like best in what was shared right then, the idea of keep going. That is so imperative for us to be able to understand. It's been used in a number of different speeches. Martin Luther King, just keep moving forward. Keep going. Put your feet down and stand up. Rise up. 2022 is the start of the fourth industrial revolution. This is the digital age. And it takes each and every one of us coming forward and knowing what we bring to the party to constantly keep on moving forward, to helping each other go forward in STEM. I'm going to reach out to Steve. Steve, are you ready to try one of our questions? I want to give you a chance to be in the pool.
Sure. I have all sorts of odd and unbelievable answers.
Terrific, Steve. All right, here comes your woman in STEM. Drum roll, please. It is Ruby Hirose. Ruby was a biochemist and biologist whose research led to vaccines against polio and infantile paralysis. Just like right now, we have all been waiting for a vaccine on COVID. Ruby took care of polio and infantile paralysis through her work. Her father, brother, and sister were all sent to internment camps during World War II, but because she was living in a different state, she escaped a similar fate. But even with all of that, she would wind up with having one of her quotes being, "I needed to mingle with my own, who understood my problems and frustrations." She wasn't talking about internment camps. She was talking about the problems and frustrations of science. So she needed to mingle with her own. So Steve, who do you go to when you need someone to understand your problems and your frustrations?
Well, Madam Topics Master, Toastmasters and guests, I was hoping you would ask a question where I could answer by saying 4 figs and a cow. And you asked something that requires some thought. I have many resources that I go to. And one of the primary resources I have is myself. I plan to talk about that a bit in my presentation coming up at 1:20. But I can say here, I write in a journal. And I'm on journal number 78 now. So you can imagine I've filled a stack of journals about a yard high. And I will often write conversations with myself. Now, it might be my wise self, my foolish self, whatever self. Or I'll write conversations with other things, such as maybe even birds. And as with any conversation, the result is often unexpected. For example, consider a conversation you held, where the path of the conversation meandered and wove and bounced around based on how people responded to what each said. Well, the same can happen when you write a conversation with yourself. And through that, you can find some absolutely incredible insights. Now, beyond that, I do have a network of people. I built a contact database, and in the database is a field called F, which is special friend. And these are people I will call to share thoughts, to connect with, to gain energy, and to just build on this connection with others that we really need so that we can feel that we're part of humanity. So you can see, I connect with myself and with others. Thank you.
Well done, Steve. Well done, all of you today. I hope you will use some of the things I've put into the chat to share my women in STEM with some of the women and boys and girls and men in your life. Through conversation and through exploration, we lift each other up. The other thing I invite you to do is to use the piece that's put in there called STEM Rising Dream, and use that as a way to identify your future ideas in STEM. I thank you for your time, and I look forward to being with you at Roses and Raises in the future. Back to you, Mary Berg.
Oh, well done. Jazz hands for AJ. She always comes up with the best. I think we have our next way of doing Roses Races. I think I know how to follow somebody who really knows what they're doing. Thank you, AJ. Our next presenter is Carol Davis. Her title is Be the Vision. This is her introduction. Have you ever used a personal coach to help you succeed in a certain part of your life? If yes, congratulations on learning, congratulations on leaning into a viable way to improve your everyday living. I read leaning first and then it didn't sound right. Congratulations on leaning into a viable way to improve your everyday living. Gosh, that really is a good sentence, Carol. Today, Carol Davis will share with us how she helps people make whatever their goal is in life to become a reality. She will introduce her 4-step strategy of vision, plan, action, and success. During this talk, she will showcase some actual situations she has encountered and what the results were. Is it time for you to feel empowered to reach a higher goal than you ever reached before? Woo! If so, let's go do it together. Please help me welcome Coach Carol Davis. Jazz hands. Woohoo!
Thank you very, very much. I love what I do. I'm a life coach. I have the best job in the world. I help people move from one mountaintop to the next. And I share with them all the answers because they've shared them with me. And the truth is, you have all the answers in yourself to all your problems. I'm here just to help you figure them out. As it was mentioned, vision is first, plan second, action third, and then success happens fourth. Fellow Toastmasters and any guests in the audience, thank you so much for attending today, because it's my mission to help you create some magical moments in your life. And I'm going to do this through vision and mission statements. There's a difference, and I'll share that with you. But first, let me attempt to connect with each of you personally. Pretend I'm talking directly to you one-on-one. And I ask you these questions. Do you want to make a career change? Or do you want to have an upgrade in your career? Do you want to have a healthier body? Do you need help in learning how to keep that exercise program going? Do you stick to a regular financial plan? Or are you backing away from acquiring wealth and happiness to go with it? In fact, do you push away happiness? And what about your area of relationships? Do you think you could improve any of them? Your current ones, your family, your friends, your staff, or anyone that you work with? Would you like a stronger faith base in your soul? Does your wealth mindset need a tune-up or a major overhaul? And what about your personal growth? That's where you work on you. If any of these resonate with you, keep listening. This could be a turning point for you. My desire, like I said, is to connect with each one of you and to share what I know, what I've done, and how I can help. First of all, a vision statement. It defines what you want to achieve. It's your vision. It's not mine. It's not your neighbor's, not your mom's, not your dad's, not your brother, sister, cousin, third cousin. Nope, it's yours. And it's an expression of your dreams and your passions, and it may even solve a problem in the world. We just got done listening to some fantastic profiles of women in STEM. They had desires to solve problems. And when that is something internally just moving inside of you, there's no stopping it. Your vision is your destination, where you want to end up with, as far as yourself, a program, your company, etc. So that's your vision. And you've heard of vision boards, and I am a proponent of that. Please, anytime you have a vision of wanting this or that, and there's a physical picture of it, cut it out, put it on a board, look at it every day. Your subconscious mind will work to create the ability to get that in your life. Now, a mission statement, it articulates how you will achieve your vision. It's your route to getting there and to reach your destination. In other words, it's your planning stage. And this is where a life coach can help, because we've had different experiences with different people, and we see what works, what may work for you, may not work for someone else, but if there's a variety of things going on, it could work. I have 3 separate stories I'd like to share with you to show you what a life coach goes through and how it can be beneficial to anyone. And I heard someone in the audience is a life coach, and I encourage you to continue. Here's my 3 stories. Number 1, the first one I titled The Man with Extreme Wealth Potential. I have a pretty healthy background in the world of real estate. I was a recruiter, an agent, a trainer. And at one time, I came across a man who would wear extremely expensive suits, had the Ferragamo shoes, and, he looked immaculate. And besides that, he was super knowledgeable in real estate. He could go over a purchase contract from top to bottom with a client, making it clear, clean, and he was very honest and ethical. But he couldn't make enough sales, which was very odd, I thought, because he had been trained in real estate. He knew his business. He was personable. He was eloquent, etc. We had a meeting. Oh, and besides that, he lived on the beach. So if any of you understand California real estate sales and commissions, it's not unusual to get a $100,000 commission check if you sell a beach property of a substantial amount. And then if you're inland, it might be 15,000. Okay, so there is a big range difference, but he was like right in the thrust of Wealthville. The ability to get that guy going, and he wanted success. He'd been through all the high-end trainers of real estate, which there's a few, and then he came to me. I had a session with him, and sessions usually last about an hour, and I couldn't figure it out yet. But I had him tell me about his background and, what he was doing in real estate. Because there again, I've trained 200 people. Some became their own broker owners, and I've done it. I know it works. I even worked for a guy who sold 100 properties a month as a personal assistant. I can help this guy. But there was something lacking. I didn't know what it was. So the second session, I had him talk about him and his family. Comes to find out, he competed with his brother from a very young age. His brother was a little bit older. And so this guy, my client, would continually allow the older brother to win at everything. Games, board games, sports games. Even if this younger guy could do better, he let him win. So this carried through 20 years later in life, when the older brother was making this amount of money. And guess what? The younger brother didn't ever want to exceed that. It was not in his psychological subconscious to do this. So I have been trained to go into the subconscious mind, and you're fully awake. You're not in a dream state of not knowing what's happening to you. It's very, very easy to do. And I trained him to do it on his own. So we had the I am statements. I am wealthy. I am making whatever he wanted to make a year. And we got him on track. So that was story number 1. You can do it. You can change people's lives. And what I'm telling you in the audience is that you can change your life. Second story. It's called Please Say Mama or Mommy. I'm going to change it to Mommy because it was really Mommy. I keep saying Mama. This has been a while. I've been fortunate to work with autistic children. And I was allowed to work with a 4-year-old this past summer on a one-on-one basis for 5 hours a day, 4 days a week for 5 weeks. This boy is autistic, never said a word in his life. He's 4 years old, never said one word. I saw the profile of his parents and what they were expecting or wanting to happen. throughout the summer. And the mother had written down this. She said, all I want him to do is say, mommy. Sorry, I'm starting to tear up already. Can you imagine that as a parent, never hearing your child talk for 4 years? And he had a talking sister because she would come to camp as well. So that was my mission. Here I am. I said, I'm going to have that boy talk before the end of the 5th week. So every half hour of these 5 hours a day, I would lean down to him and say, when you get home tonight, I want you to say, hi, mommy. Hi, mommy. You know, and I'd include the wave and I'd have him look at my mouth. Hi, mommy. Well, we got to the wave part. Easy. You know, he wanted to wave. So that was week 1. Week 2 rolls around, nothing's progressed except, and every half hour, I'm down there going, say hi, mommy. Week 3, nothing. Week 4, this boy came to school and he was not feeling well. He had obviously had a rough evening, maybe a rough night sleeping. And he marched in, and I have to give you a little history. This boy was great at eating all of his breakfast, happy as can be, wanted to play games afterwards. We do learning games as well, but just his normal games. And he walked in and I could tell he wasn't himself. He wouldn't even eat his breakfast. So a half hour goes into this 5-hour shift, and he actually stood up and he marched to his backpack, which was half the size of him. And he put it on his back and he marched over to the door that leads to the bus. Okay. Well, here I am, got a little boy who's not happy. And I had to tell him, I said, it's not time to go home yet. And we'll just work through it. Let's play some games. And he threw off that backpack and he threw his body to the ground and he yelled, Mama! Oh my goodness. I'm again, it was mommy or mama. I don't remember which one, but I was just in shock. It happened. I created my vision, my plan, presented the action, and I had success. But it wasn't really success for me that made the difference. It's for him. It's my little guy. So I did that. It was not a miracle. It was just my training as a life coach, just implement certain things over and over. Try to get that into that subconscious, and you can do this. You can change your life or others. My third story is called The Magic Red Pen. Again, this was back in the days I was a reading clinician at a school. I'd have 4 or 5 students every day who were having difficulty reading. So I was there to help them phonics and reading. And every day, my magic red pen would come out. It's just the pen to notate what was going on, but I turned it into something magical. And here's what I did. The boys and girls were asked to read a paragraph or 2 in 1 minute. I would cross off right where they ended, maybe word 25. Maybe they got through 25 words in a minute. And then I'd cross it off on the paper. And I'd say, that was really good. You just read 25 words. That's great. Well, after a while, they were pretty much stuck on that last number. So guess what I did? I went like this. The magic pen says, today you're going to read 28 words. 28 words. And then I would have the students say, I am reading 28 words today. See the I am statement? That's the subconscious, etc. And guess what? Most of the time it worked. The subconscious mind, this brain, this computer would work it out where they ended up on that 28th word. Boom. I would have like a group of spectators watching this magic pen at work, because then the next person, they were good at reading 35, and I'd say, magic pen says 40 today. Wonderful. It worked. It worked. I even put on my business cards when I started to be a life coach, I said, creator of the magic red pen. And I have to tell you a truthful statement. No one ever asked me what that meant. Just like the lady with the website. You got to like really promote it. So that magic red pen story shows and shares with us that believing is achieving. Now, when you are working with people as a life coach, you don't just work with them and say bye. You give them strategies, you give them ideas to work easier in their whole life forever and ever and ever. And if I never hear from a client again, that means good things that I've shown them to move forward in the world. A lot of clients come back to me for other issues. I will end with a quote from a man we will recognize who has truly, truly, truly understood the human psyche. And that was Albert Einstein. Listen to what he said. The one who follows the crowd will usually get no further than the crowd. The one who walks alone is likely to find themselves in places no one has ever been. I encourage each of you to be the vision. Madam Toastmaster.
Did we lose Mary? Okay, we may have lost Mary, but no worries. I have all the information.
Here she is. She's back with us now.
Oh, okay. Mary, off to you to introduce Steve.
Oh, thank you for paying attention. Woohoo! I love it when we're that good. Got my back. Hold on.
I'm going to start screen sharing.
Sure.
She can share.
Can the host enable participant screen sharing?
Yeah, let me make you a co-host. I thought you were, but there you go. There you go.
Is this the one for Steve? Everybody wants to succeed in their career. Is that you, Steve?
I think so.
Our speaker has had 3 different careers. Is that you, Steve?
Yes.
He worked as a research engineer for 20 years. Is that you, Steve? Woo!
I think so.
Then in 1992, he left to work as a professional speaker. And in 2010, he started taking photos of birds. He was a member of Toastmasters twice, first in Virginia. And now I have to put my glasses on because it splits into something that I can't see. I'm good. I'm good. Where am I? He was a Toastmaster of Toastmasters twice, first in Virginia, then for 8 years in California, earning a DTM, Distinguished Toastmaster. Wow. And serving as area governor. He is also a poet with a PhD in chemical engineering who writes with fountain pens, drives a hybrid car, cooks great dinners. We'll be right there, 6 o'clock. Today, he will show us how to manage the business of our career. Please welcome photographer, author, senior citizen, Steve K. Thank you.
Madam Toastmaster, Toastmasters and guests, welcome to the business of your career. Today, I'm going to show you how to gain control of your career. Now, that's a bold promise, so maybe we can modify it a bit, gain more control of your career. And we're going to talk about this in terms of 3 steps. The first of them is to write a business plan. Now, why not? Because businesses have a plan, organizations have a plan, clubs have a plan, so you can have a plan for your career. Now, I tried the opposite approach, and the opposite approach consisted of showing up and hoping people would notice that I was a nice person. I'll pause for the hysterical laughter. I mean, it didn't work, okay? So here is a methodical approach to managing your career. The business plan is useful because it describes what you want, it tells why you want it, and it tells what you will do to obtain it. Some people may wonder, okay, why bother? Well, the benefits are, first of all, you gain control. When you know what you want, then you know what to ask for. The second is you'll achieve more. And that is, with a plan, you'll be more deliberate. And when you're more deliberate, you're always going to be more effective and more efficient. And then you'll feel better because you're working on tasks or in a job or for a company, in an industry, in a career that resonates with you, that you enjoy. And so you'll feel better. Now, how do we write this business plan? Well, I'm going to give you a list of topics, or call it questions. You might even consider them table topics, like what is, fill in the blank. But the key is to write the answers. And you might also try writing lists of answers. And that's because life really is a multiple answer test. There are many answers for every question. And so it's useful to have many of them, and then you can choose the ones that are best. And then once you've written this plan, you revise it, and you revise it, and you revise it. And the reason for this is your plan is a living document. It changes as you change, it changes as you grow, it changes as the world changes. I wrote a business plan that I put on my website in December of 2014. And since then, I have revised it 56 times. I revised it twice as a result of preparing this presentation. So you can see, the more you study it, the more nuances come forward. Well, your business plan begins with your vision. And your vision is your hope for the future. It's your story. So begin by writing your story. And we're all different, so it can be any of many things. I was reflecting, I realized on summer jobs, twice I worked as an apprentice butcher. And one summer I worked for general labor in a steel mill. I also worked 2 summers as a lab technician. And then I had about a 20-year-old career as a research engineer. Then I started being a professional speaker in '92, and that evolved into becoming a bird photographer. So you can see every one of these could have a different type of approach. My business vision, when I worked on the leadership part of my business, was to create business success through competent leadership. That was my vision. My vision now is that we can create a world that serves humanity. And by the way, you'll find the complete business plan on my website, which is right here, stevek.com. Just make sure you put in all the letters and that you find photos of birds rather than something else. So once you have the vision, the next step is to write your mission. And your mission is a statement of what you want to accomplish. When you write a mission, recognize that it needs to be a mission that will inspire you and impress others. It's also a mission that is so clear that if you told it to an 8-year-old, the 8-year-old would say, wow. And ideally, when you describe your mission or mention your mission to adults, they're going to respond by saying, how do you do that? And that appears later in your plan. Again, we're different, so we can all have different missions. My mission when I was speaking about leadership was to create success. And you notice this is simple, it's memorable. You do not need an attorney to explain it. It's easy. My mission now is to inspire respect for nature. So once you have your mission, the next is your purpose. And this is useful because this explains why you strive for your mission. It shows why you care. Again, there could be many possible answers. My mission when I was speaking on leadership was to promote ethical success. My mission now is to encourage people to build a sustainable future. Once you have that, then we talk about how do we do this? So your strategy is how you fulfill your mission. This is a global action rather than a specific one. Specific actions appear later. Possible strategies, well, again, we're all different. My strategy when I was talking about leadership was to show people how to achieve results without causing harm. My strategy now is to take and share photos that show the extraordinary beauty in nature. And so when I give presentations, I show photos like this. This is an American avocet, or maybe a sandhill crane, or this Rivoli's hummingbird. And by the way, these are difficult photos to take. Then we come to details. What's your process? Your process describes those actions that you will take to implement your strategy. And it could be any of many things. My process, when I was speaking about leadership, was to conduct workshops and give presentations that showed people how to be effective leaders. And my process now is to use my photos in articles, blogs, books, and presentations. So, for example, if you go to my website, you will find this article. It's an article about endangered birds, or rather, solutions that people can apply. And it's the most visited article on my website. I also publish blogs. One comes out almost every month, and each features a photo, usually of a bird, although recently I showed photos of butterflies. And then I've made books. Thanks to the pandemic, while I was stuck inside being safe, I made a total of 10 books. And that means I have a suggestion. You can write articles, and it's relatively easy. By the way, I'm going to admit, when I was in school, English was my worst subject. I could get A's and B's in science, and I would get C's and D's in English. And I'm telling you this because just imagine what somebody could do who had some talent for writing. If I can do this, the rest of you can do it. So how do we write articles? Well, write one tip or one idea a day. It might be just a sentence. If you do this, by the end of 2 weeks, maybe a month, you will have a draft of an article. Now, what can you do with an article? Well, suppose you were to publish that article in a company newsletter, and you'd go to the people who make the newsletter and say, look, I have an article, and it's an article about your career or some aspect of your job that other people might find useful. So you could have an article appear in a company newsletter, or you could have an article that appears in a professional magazine, or you could have an article that becomes the basis for giving a presentation at a professional conference. And now imagine, what if you did that? Could that help your career? You know, suppose you're the only person in your department or company to be invited to a conference to give a presentation on an article you wrote. How do we write books? Well, it's a little more complicated. Now you write a page a day, half a page. If you write like a page a day, by the end of half year, maybe a year, you will have enough content for a rough draft. Now, let's be realistic here. That rough draft may be dreadful. It may even be worse. And that's okay, because your rough draft is better than no rough draft. And now you can convert that rough draft into a book. So besides the books on photos, I've written these books on leadership, as well as published collections of poems. The poems, and by the way, all of this came from writing in a journal. Many of the books came from writing tips or from publishing a blog on leadership topics. For a while, I was publishing a short blog every day, 5 days a week. I did that for a few years. And at the end of that time, I had more than 1,000 blogs. So it was easy to go through that and gather together material that would flow into books on the topics you see. I want to talk about some important definitions because some people misuse them. The first definition is intentions. And the intentions are the results you want. For example, intentions might be, I want to be promoted next year, or I want a 20% raise, or I want to increase my sales by 20%, whatever. Yeah, I want to transfer something. The tricky part is your intentions all depend upon other people's decisions. And so the most you can hope to do is to influence those decisions. And we plan that by setting goals. For example, goals are actions that you have control over. For example, you might set a goal to come to work 10 minutes early. And that's really something simple. You could set a goal to turn in reports on time or early. You could set a goal to volunteer for projects. Notice these are all decisions you make, and yet they could influence what happens in your career. And then your plan consists of those actions that you're taking. And those are now stated with deadlines. So your complete plan consists of what you do. Those are the actions, and we've talked about that. And then the rest of your plan talks about how you do it, or more bluntly, how you behave. And that talks about your values. So if you go to my website and see my business plan, you'll also find a list of core values and principles. And this is half of the list shown as an example. I think this is important. It tells people what to expect from you if they see your plan, and it reminds you of what to expect from yourself. So let's go to step 2. And this is a little bit easier. I propose 2 important questions that you can ask yourself. And the first is, why you? So you could find a piece of paper and on the top write, why me? Or you could be more specific. You could say, why Mary? Assuming your name is Mary. You could put your name, why Steve? And now the challenge is to answer that question in terms of benefits to your employer, your company, your industry, your clients, your customers, your benefits. So those statements will almost always begin with you, rather than I have a degree in blah, 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 blah. Because when you talk about you're talking about features, and we want to talk about benefits. The challenge here now is write a long list. So start planning to write a dozen. And if you're still writing at a dozen, that means we were too conservative and we needed to set a larger number. You want to be writing so that you run out of ideas before you reach your target point. And that's going to force you to find unique answers or unique combinations. So how would you use this? Well, this list of benefits now becomes a list of talking points when you go on an interview. It could become a list of talking points when you go in for performance reviews or other sessions with your boss. It's a little bit about, as someone talked about earlier, managing up so that you have more control over your career. Now, the second question to ask yourself is, how can I improve? And simply write this statement, this question on the top of a piece of paper and answer it. Does this work? Well, here's a personal example. One day, while I was an employee, a professional, self-directed, supposed to be in charge of what I did, I unlocked my desk, sat down, and thought, I don't know what to do today. This is bad. So that weekend, I took out a pad of paper. On the top of the pad, I wrote, "How can I improve?" I answered that question 34 times. Now, 34 is an indication of how much trouble I was in. Then what I did was I went through the list and I scored each answer for how easy it would be to do and the possible impact it might have on my career. So I'm scoring on 2 dimensions. Then I went through the list and I found all those that were both easy and high impact, and that became my action plan for the year. I can report that at the end of the year, I received 2 cash awards for outstanding contributions, and I was offered a promotion with a transfer. I encourage you to do this. Well, step 3, important actions. And the first is write in a journal, or rather, take time to think. Now, thinking is the process of asking yourself questions and then answering them. And we make thinking real by writing out the thoughts, because then you can review them, revise them, and best of all, you retain them. Some people think, enjoy the moment, and forget what they thought of. You want to capture your thoughts. And while you're thinking, suspend criticism, evaluation, judgment. Instead, give yourself the freedom to play and to be creative. I write on the inside cover of my journals, the freedom to play. As I mentioned during table topics, I write conversations. And this is an extremely powerful way to uncover ideas and to manage personal growth. And I write conversations with myself at many dimensions, other things, on and on and on. On Mother's Day, I wrote a conversation with my mother. Father's Day, I wrote a conversation with my father. And they're long gone, but it's amazing the type of conversation we could have. And just think, what if you wrote a conversation with this bird? This is a smart bird, even though it's a youngster. Another important action is keep a daily log. So every day, write a list of what you did, what happened, what people said. This could be very useful because now you have a record of history that could be useful during performance reviews or in the event that something weird happens in your company. Now you have documentation. In fact, if it's really outrageous, ask a colleague to sign and date the page. Every week, I give myself a performance review, and that consists of writing a list of what I did and evaluating it. And then with that, I'll write a list of intentions for the next week. At the end of that week, I compare what I did with what I wanted to do. And the third action you can take is write an annual report. Imagine that you're a business and you're going to give an annual report to your board of directors. What would you tell them? This can be useful because, first of all, it makes you more aware of what you've done, and it could be useful information that you could give your boss before a performance review. Okay, so what's next? Well, that depends. I hope you found these ideas useful, and I really hope that you choose to take action on them. I hope you write a business plan, answer the guiding questions, take time to think, because through this, you'll be able to achieve greater success in your career. And gosh, you might even receive roses and raises. Wish you the best.
Now,
Great job, Steve.
We gave you until 2 o'clock. Are you willing to answer some questions?
Yeah.
I bet you have more pictures of birds that you can talk about. What kind of conversation did you have with Alan's hummingbird, etc.? Your book that I was inspired to call you about, the blue book, the one that Dr. Diana D has.
Okay, let me.
Where's the one that Diana D has? Do you have a copy of that book within hand's reach?
I do if I stand up.
Yeah, you can stand up. Stand up. Go get that book. Show a copy of that book to the camera. Yeah, that one. That is a fabulous book. And that inspired me to call Steve K for this, because he does practice what he preaches. So you have a photograph of, let's see, it's been about 4 days since I've seen this book, and I need to have you open up a book and just say how you did this. Open up a page, Steve. Open up a page in your book.
Oh boy.
So open up a page to a book and have a picture of a bird and talk about how you maybe waited for a bird, what you did in order to set up or something like that. Just read from your book.
Well, I'm going to tell a story.
Okay.
And this is how this photo came about. You'll notice it's a Canada goose, and she has a gosling that stood up. Actually, she has 6 goslings, and they're all hidden under her wing or her wings. So she lifted her wings, and the goslings gathered underneath her, and then she dropped the wings, and then one of them stood up. What happened was I looked out the window one day, and I saw 2 adult geese and 6 goslings across the street. And they don't belong in our neighborhood. There's no water here. There's nothing for them to eat except people's lawns. And, who knows what's on the lawns. So really they belong in a park. The catch is the park is about a mile away. So I herded that family of geese from our neighborhood to the park. And that included crossing a 4-lane street at the light. Fortunately, the light changed just as we arrived. And then we walked off to the park. And once we reached the park, the family just started eating it. They become goose family. And I was able to take that photo.
All right, take yourself off share screen.
Okay, I'm going to, let's see. How do I take myself off share screen?
Julie, help him take off.
I found it. There we are.
There you go. There you go. Now turn the page.
Turn the page.
Turn the page from your Canada book. What bird is that?
Well, I'm going to show another one.
Oh, I love that one. Oh, I love that one. Tell us how you did that one.
Okay, well, there's again a story here. In this case, I went to Bolsa Chica, which is a wildlife reserve. And in order to reach this photo spot, it required that first park the car and then walk along the edge of the highway, Pacific Coast 1, to this spillway. It was about a mile walk. And I stood there taking these photos, and it's a bit difficult to catch a photo of a elegant tern popping out of the water because they come out quickly. They want to breathe. Let me see. Yeah, here's another photo of an elegant tern. Okay. Now, after about 4 hours, the light was too low to allow for good photography. It had begun to become dark. So I began walking back to the car. Well, it just so happened I had started a yoga program. And as a result of the yoga program, my legs hurt. And so I'm stopping almost every 100 steps to rest, catch my breath, center myself, let the pain subside. And on one of those stops, let me see, I left my place. Bear with me, I'll find it. Okay. On one of those stops, I noticed a snowy egret flying toward me.
They're popular in this area. You can get snowy egrets all over the place on Pacific Coast, right?
Yes. Now, I had just enough time to lift, frame, and press. And since I was using a camera that takes 10 frames a second, I managed to take a burst lasting 1 second, 10 frames. And out of those frames, only one of them was in focus. This one. All the rest were blurred garbage. So what's the point? The point is to keep going. There may be times when we hurt, when we're tired, when we're hungry, when everything seems wrong and hopeless. And yet, the answer you need may be just there waiting for you to find it. And that's what happened here. If I had been lost in feeling miserable or focusing on pain, looking at the ground, watching my feet, griping, worrying, I would have missed that. The only reason I saw it is that I was being mindful, aware of the environment, aware of my surroundings, and I was also ready. My camera had been set to take photos of white birds against the sky. So when the answer arrived, I was ready to take advantage of it.
Okay, turn the page.
By the way, I've put together a book on Beyond the, I put together a presentation called Beyond the Camera, which contains material that's in this book. I can.
Oh, does Diana D know about that book yet?
I don't know. Anyhow, I can tell. So I was once out taking photos of sanderlings. Let's see, do I have a close-up photo of one? Well, that's it. Okay. So I'm
turn the page.
I'm taking photos of
Turn
sand.
the page.
Okay, these are
those, yes.
yeah, these are small shorebirds. They run almost as if they had wheels. In the bird world, it's useful to avoid bouncing because that interferes with good vision. So these birds manage to run without moving their body up and down. And they're really fast. I'm at the coast trying to take photos of them. And after an hour, I have about 500 bad photos. They're blurry, they're clipping the bird. I have feet, I have bills, I have everything except what I would consider a usable photo. Well, thanks to Toastmasters and with a spirit of drama, I stopped, planted my tripod, I raised my fist in the air, and I said, I'm not leaving this beach until I have 1,000 photos, and I want a few good ones. I really did. I said that out loud. There was nobody there. So there was no evaluation. Okay, now once I did that, I stopped and thought, there must be something I can improve here because I spent an hour making mistakes rather than taking photos. So I adjusted my technique and I went back to work. And I stayed on the beach until I had taken about 1,200 photos. Now you notice, I have control over how many photos I take. I have no control over the birds. I've tried. I have talked to the birds and I've asked them, could you just stay there? Could you hold that pose? Could you wait? No, they ignore me. And in fact, I think I hear them laugh. So I do have control over how many photos I take. And as a result, I was able to take something like this. And you may notice there's the bird. And I was able to catch it with both feet in the air as it's running across the water. And I owe that to overwhelming failure with effort.
Can I write that down?
Yes. Failure is a necessary, essential, and too common part of being alive. And one approach is you overwhelm failure with effort. If you let failure stop you, you're done.
Aha. Okay, turn the page.
What else do we have?
Turn the page.
Okay, you're gonna.
Every page is beautiful.
Oh, I know. Okay, so this is a baby hummingbird. It just fledged. It has probably left the nest this morning. You can tell it's a juvenile because the bill is very short. And this poor bird probably managed to fly from the nest to this branch, which might have been just a few feet. And now it's hanging on for dear life. So I'm taking photos of it. And while I'm there taking photos of it, a woman and 5 girls come up and they ask me, what am I doing? Well, that hummingbird is about 20 feet away from where I'm standing. And I tell them, I'm taking photos of that hummingbird. And they all say, where? I say, well, it's right there. And they said, where? So I lowered the legs on the tripod so that the girls could look through the camera. By the way, I'm using a professional camera system that brings me about 27 times closer. So I said, lower it down, and now the girls line up, and one by one, they stand there watching this bird breathe and just be alive. And some of them took like a minute, and it was really the most beautiful example of polite impatience, while the other girls sort of shuffled and made little sounds, trying to let the one at the camera know it, come on, move over. But one by one, they took turns. And when they finished, they said, could we look again? So they lined up, and one by one, same process, they took turns looking through the camera, watching this baby bird. And then they said, can we look again? So they lined up one by one, they looked through the camera. And then the woman asked, could I take a look? So she leaned over to look. And while she was leaning over to look through the camera, I could see that on the back of her neck, she had a tattoo of a hummingbird. And I'm wondering, did somebody send these people? How did this come about? Well, then they thanked me and they went off. Okay, so now you may wonder, why would I spend 15 minutes letting 5 girls look through a camera system that costs as much as a car? Cheap car, but it's a bunch. Well, the reason I did this is I'm investing in the future. You see, wealth like this has value only when you share it. And so I'm investing in the future. You can imagine forward. What might happen if one of these girls was so impressed that she decided to study a life science, biology, botany, ornithology, and maybe someday she'd be presenting papers on her research having to do with hummingbirds. And it happened because some random guy took the time to show her a bit of kindness and let her look through his camera. The point for us is, what can you do to make the world better? How can you share the knowledge, the expertise, the gifts that you have in ways that will help and lift other people? Because we all have gifts we can share. I'll mention, before Mary brings this up, I have a recent blog post titled How to Be a Millionaire. And the twist on it is, it's not about being a millionaire with money. I want to be a millionaire who causes a million smiles. And that means I'm going to cause or perform a million acts of kindness. And I know that's a big job. I'm going to have to live a long time. But it's easy because there are opportunities everywhere. I wave at neighbors. I thank the person at the grocery store who checked me out. I tell the person who put the food in the bag that you did an awesome job there. And, this is somebody who isn't thanked for anything. Okay, they're putting groceries in a paper bag, right? And yet somebody took the time to say thank you and tell them they're doing an awesome job. We can do this, every one of us. Now, I'm going to digress. Mary asked me some good questions, and those questions gave me opportunities to be on stage offering some stories. And the question is, how could I know this? How could I do this? Because what you've heard are parts of other presentations, okay? And this is an example of how I'm using photos of birds to show people how they can make a difference by practicing kindness, sharing the wealth they have, and contributing to humanity.
Fabulous. Does anybody else have a question? He's got 2 minutes. You can use somebody who really knows what they're doing for 2 minutes. Pick that brain. Well, put your hands together and do jazz hands. Steve, what's the name of, AJ has a question. AJ has a question. Quick, AJ. You have a question, or are you?
Yes, I just wanted to have him. I really resonate with your idea of doing the personal evaluation at the end of each day. I wanted to know if you could expand on that a little bit in terms of how do you look back and what were my goals? What did I miss? What do I regret? How do I reset?
Okay. Part of it, the key part is you set aside time to do it. You make it a priority, because many people are so busy, they miss some of the really critical activities that make life better. And so that's just a priority. It's something I do. It's like brushing teeth and putting on pajamas and wearing shoes. It's just a fact. And then when you write this, be kind to yourself. Know that you are a special, wonderful, important, awesome person. So you are your own best friend. And that means anything that you write in any type of an evaluation mode has to be written with total kindness. You're gentle with yourself, and you're also honest. So you might write something like, gee, you could have done better. Now, how could you have done better? What could you have done differently? And you unpack that. But the key is you begin by making it a priority. You know, the most difficult step is the first one. After that, you find that you're on your way and there's nothing left to do except take another step.
I believe in OTAD, one thing a day. Everybody give jazz hands to Steve K. Woohoo! Well done, well done. Julie Murphy is our next presenter. Julie Murphy joined Toastmasters to stop saying the word like every 5 seconds. She has served in many club officer and district roles. Julie was awarded Founders District 2019, 2020 Toastmaster of the Year. So an award I've never got. Julie is the current program quality director for Founders District, leading the education and recognition efforts. When Julie is not busy with Toastmasters, she is a corporate communications administrator at Kia. Please, jazz hands for Julie Murphy.
Thank you. And Mary, there's still plenty of time for you to get Toastmaster of the Year. After all, you're going to live to 100. So there's plenty of years for you to go. But today I'm going to talk about embracing opportunities. I've been with Kia for 12 years. It's hard to believe that time has just flown by. It is crazy. I'm on my 4th director in that time. I've had many coworkers come and go. Why? Because we're kind of a crazy company, and we admit it. We're a lean organization. But what does that create? Opportunities. So all my coworkers have had life epiphanies or retired, whatever it may be. I have embraced those opportunities. We're a lean organization, but that gives me the opportunity to work on a variety of things. No 2 days are the same. That's what I love. Maybe I'm a little crazy, but that's okay, because I love the craziness. So one of the things that has always been important to me is education. I grew up and neither of my parents had a college degree. We did okay. I was well fed. I was super well taken care of, but I always watched them just struggle. I remember my dad was so excited when I got accepted to college. I was like, I mean, hello, this is super easy, Dad. Doesn't everybody do this? And then when Kia launched their MBA program, I jumped on that opportunity. It had always been a bucket list item for me. A lot of people said, Julie, we're in public relations. Like, why are you getting your MBA? Like, what's your end goal? I was like, I don't know. It's just a bucket list item. I want to do it. I'm crazy. I want to do it. It's a bucket list item. And what did I learn from that? Well, of course, I got my degree and a few stuffed animals along the way. But what I really learned was that self-reliance. It's really easy when you're working as a team to think, oh, that person's so creative. Oh, that person's such a great writer. But in my MBA program, I had to rely on me. There was nobody there to write my papers, to write my essay question responses, nobody but me to do it. And so the first time in my career, I had to have 100% self-reliance. Of course, you can ask the professor questions, but I was doing an online program, so I was pretty self-reliant. So what I gained from it was really that self-reliance. But I took that into my workplace as well. I wasn't afraid to share my opinion during meetings as much because I had that confidence in my own ideas. I knew, well, you know what, even if it's not the right idea, it's going to lead to discussion. And who says my idea is not good? I think my idea is good, so I should share it. So I really gained that self-reliance. In Toastmasters, my boss said, Julie, you should join Toastmasters so you stop saying the word like every 5 seconds. I told him, like, you don't understand. That's the word of California. Like, hello, like you don't get it because you're not from California. He didn't think I was very funny. He just kind of gave me a dirty look. I took that as the opportunity to exit his office and go back to my desk. Well, of course I didn't sign up for Toastmasters right away because I didn't believe that it could cure my favorite word. I didn't believe him at the time, but I knew that I wanted a good performance review. So I eventually signed up for Toastmasters and I said, okay, check the box. I've signed up for Toastmasters. I can now tell him I'm a Toastmaster, right? Plain and simple. We got this. But what I didn't realize is Toastmasters is really a family. Your club is your extended family. Sometimes maybe we even like our club better than we like our own family. We won't tell our family that, of course. But what I realized is you can gain so much from Toastmasters. And when I joined, I thought, well, I'm never going to become a distinguished Toastmaster because I'm not a manager. Quickly did I realize, well, you know, in Toastmasters, you don't have to be a manager to take on these roles. You just have to have self-reliance and you have to be willing to ask for help. And there's always somebody there to mentor you and guide you. Club officer training, it sets the pace for, okay, these are how you should do it. But maybe you can work as a team, as hopefully you have more experienced club officers. You have an area director to help you. When I was an area director, stepping outside my club for the first time, I remember I went to my first club meeting and they were so excited that they had their area director. And I was like, okay, like you are all way more experienced than me. But they were so excited and they were so welcoming. And every step along the way, I've learned something new. I've met new people and I keep pushing myself to achieve more. So, well, of course, I think I still have a tendency to love the word like. I do at the same time have gained so much from the experience.
Okay,
and I'm able to use
Julie,
that at work as well.
Julie,
yes.
Julie, let
Yes.
David Hosmer in. He's waiting. He can't wait to hear your speech. And
Okay,
you forgot to
just-
watch
I
for
just
David.
submitted them. Okay.
All right. David, you're in.
Okay. Welcome, David.
Thank you.
Okay. So what I've learned along the way, I'm able to apply at work as well. I've been able to, the strategic planning aspect of Toastmasters, everything we do requires so much planning. We're all volunteers and we need more people to help us. Well, at work, a lot of times you can't get something done by yourself because that's why there's a whole team of people. At least at Kia, we have a team of people to work together. I've learned to work cross-functional, work with our marketing department better, work with our HR department. And so all these skills teach you what you gain in Toastmasters, you can also apply in your professional life. I remember that I approached my boss one time and I said, we really need someone that can help process all our finance stuff, because when our finance guru is on vacation, we're begging other people that are already busy. And he said, okay, well, I hate to say this, but that's going to be you. I said, well, obviously, I knew that going in that it was going to be me. And the guy in our team that managed it, this was his pride and joy. We called him the professor. He knew everything about the process and he could tell you in his sleep. And I went to him and I said, can I help you? And I was very careful to say, I want to help you so you can enjoy your vacation. So you don't have to worry about my last minute request that I have because I just decided that I want to do this project. You don't have to worry about it. You can go see your family and enjoy, and I will take care of the items that need to keep moving. And so because I learned in Toastmasters how to approach people and how to make them feel good and how to make them feel special, he was excited to help me with it. I didn't come across as threatening, trying to take his job. Guess what? When he went on emergency medical leave in the last quarter of the year, who was able to pick up the pieces and keep our department together? I was able to keep it together. He eventually retired, and I now process everything for our department. I try to know it backwards and forwards. I try to know it in my sleep. But at the end of the day, I know that he taught me and shared his knowledge, and he was able to retire and pass it along to me. And being able to go into meetings and confidently say, sorry, boss, you're overspending. Would you like to sacrifice these projects, and making that strategic analysis of, okay, maybe we can pull from here and we'll figure this out later in the year. Maybe we can pull from here because, well, we're a little under budget here and we're going to use this. But it opens those doors to be in additional meetings that you typically wouldn't be in. You're in meetings with other directors, with vice presidents. I was even asked, because of my Toastmaster skills, to sit in on an executive meeting and represent our department. I was the most junior person sitting at that table, but I knew, okay, this is 2 minutes of table topics, go. And so and he specifically asked me to go because of my Toastmaster skills. So I encourage you to look deep within yourself and ask, how can I learn from someone? How can I step outside my comfort zone? And how can I take the opportunity to learn from others to gain their knowledge? You may be surprised at what you learn from others. I've learned so much in Toastmasters, and I've taken this all to Kia and really tried to advance my career. You have to be your own champion, though. You have to celebrate your success. I remember when I was elected program quality director, I texted all my managers. I was like, I got it. I constantly share with them what I'm doing in Toastmasters because it's a passion that I have. But I also want them to know that I am continuing to advance myself, that I'm spending time, my own time, working to advance myself. And so you have to be your own champion. And when you have those key wins, whether it's in Toastmasters or at work, you need to make sure that you let your managers know, because they may not know, because they're so busy doing the 50 things that they have to do in a day. They may not know that you saved us $20,000 by spotting an error on an invoice. they're not going to know that unless you tell them. So you make sure that you're your own champion. And then also, we're not a robot. You have to learn how to have conversations with your boss. My boss always knows where I stand on things, especially the return to work. I told him, what are we doing? But I was able to have those meaningful conversations with him and learn how to have conversations and know, okay, I'm not going to win every battle, of course, because that's a part of life. But knowing how to have conversations with him that will make him, that I can persuade him, that I can say, look, have you looked at it this way? Reminding them, hey, politically, internally, have you thought of this? And you will be seen as their champion as well. Because of course they don't want to work with people that are just constantly fighting them. Well, most bosses don't. And so when I do disagree with my boss, he knows, okay, well, Julie's giving me her opinion because she's trying to make our organization better. She's not just fighting me to fight me. So we're not robots. Every day is not going to be perfect. There will be challenges along the way. There will be speed bumps, but you have to continue working at it and you have to continue driving your own success. Nobody is going to drive that car for you and lead you to that destination. You have to make it yourself. So I encourage you to embrace all the opportunities that you're given through Toastmasters or for work. Make those relationships with others because it's going to bring you opportunities that you didn't expect. And at the moments that you don't expect, you don't know when your coworkers are going to go out on emergency medical leave or decide to retire, or when you're going to get handed a project that you really don't know a lot about. But if you can rely on your team and you have that empathy and that relationships with your team, you're going to get through it together and you're going to come out stronger and you're going to carry that success into something new. So I encourage you to go out there, conquer the world, climb that mountain, and I look forward to seeing you all at the top.
Wow, you do such a good job. No wonder you're one of my favorite people.
Thank you.
Let's see. We have time to ask you some questions. We have until 2:20 when David Hosmer comes on. So anybody got any questions for that thorough examination of how to succeed by Julie? Raise your hand. Raise your hand.
Well, first of all, a big thank you, Julie, for all the work you did last night for the Smedley Advanced chapter. That was great.
Oh, you're welcome.
And secondly, I'm not sure I know what you do. I always see stuffed animals behind you, but I don't know what you do for your work. So if you wouldn't mind taking a couple of minutes to, what do you do? What's your company do?
Yeah, so I work for Kia America. We are an auto manufacturer here in the US. We are the North American headquarters for Kia worldwide. And I am on the corporate communications team. My primary responsibility is managing our internal communications, as well as keeping my team organized because they are a disorganized mess some days. But then also managing the finances for our team. So making sure that we have all our POs, our invoices paid and all that. But I primarily, even though I am on the corporate communications team, I'm very focused on the corporate aspect of the public relations team.
Where is Kia located? Is that the building out near the 405 or am I thinking of Hyundai?
We are at the 5 in Jamboree. You are thinking of Hyundai.
The 5
team that we don't
that
like.
one. Aha. Yes, you do. You're in good communication
Hey, Carol,
with
I see
everybody.
you have
right?
a question.
Yes. When is the
Carol.
last time you used the word like?
I don't know. I'm sure. I'm sure today at some point.
Oh, I really enjoyed your presentation. It was very nice.
Thank you.
Let's see. Who else is here? Elaine? Well, if we're done, David, are you ready to come on, unmute yourself, and we'll just start you early if we have no more questions. But before David comes on, let's give jazz hands to Julie Murphy for a great presentation. Just really, really fabulous.
Oh,
I
thank
am
you.
so pleased. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, David Hosmer is an attorney/mediator. He mediates business, commercial, and real estate litigated cases and can be found at hosmermediation.com. That's capital H and capital M, hosmermediation.com. David is the district director for Founders District and has a passion for starting new clubs. Well, who doesn't? David won first place trophies for Best Table Topics and Best International Speech at the Division G Area Speech Contest in 2013 and 2016. Please help me welcome with jazz hands our district director, David Hosmer. Woohoo!
Thank you, Mary. Thank you. A couple of years ago, as an elected trio member, I'm looking at the dashboard every single day. Are we going to get to distinguished? How are we going to get these clubs moving? And working through the Toastmasters management system, I'm seeing how can the area directors and division directors get their clubs up to speed, up to distinguished. And so I'm looking at them, and then I write to the division directors and area directors of each one and say, I found a path. I think you can do this. In fact, I know you can do this. And over the next several weeks, as we get towards the end of the year, I'm seeing that there's still things to be done. They can get to distinguished. In fact, some of them can get to president's distinguished. And so I laid out the path, and I'm encouraging them to walk on this and to engage their clubs and I remember writing to two specific area directors. Leave it all on the field. You can do this. You don't want any regrets next year, looking back on this year that you didn't do something. You need to do this now. Now, the reason I tell you about those is that where did I get those words? Where did I get those ideas about leaving it all on the field? Don't have any regrets. Push through to the end. The finish line, run all the way to the finish line. I got those from my coaches when I was in high school and college athletics. Believe it or not, I was a wrestling champion in high school. A few pounds less, but I was a champion. And I had two men who were my coaches. Gil Dodds held the world record for the mile for 11 years before I got to him. He came to my high school and he was my high school cross-country coach. And I remember the words he tells me. You know, he said, don't worry about your opponents. If you nail, pardon me, ladies, but if you nail a jock strap 5 feet on the wall and he can jump into it, now you can worry about him. If not, he can be beaten. These are all wisdom from a coach that I had when I was in high school. And it became such a part of me that I use these phrases even today. I love to lift people up, and I love to encourage them to get to the finish line and finish line strong. But this is where I got these. They just became a part of me. I can't tell you, I mean, they just slip out without even thinking. That's how much a part of me they are. Well, the reason I tell you that is because I was at my high school reunion a couple of years ago, and we were all sitting around the living room, and all the men were talking about their high school coaches and what they had learned from them and so forth. And as our meeting came to an end, a woman in our class came to me, and she and I actually dated in high school, and we've remained friends over the years and have a great deal of respect for each other. And she came up to me and said, Dave, do you remember, or do you realize that all the men here talked about their high school coaches and how influential they were in their lives? Yes. And then she said something that hit me with like a ton of bricks. She said, we girls didn't have that. We had no sports. We didn't learn the cultural things that coaches teach, that coaches' wisdom that you so, it's just such a part of you. We never got that. Oh my goodness. A revelation hit me like a ton of bricks. It's like, I never realized that. If you don't get some of these early wisdom, these early coaches early in your life, how are you going to know? And how are you going to orient your life? And I'm not sure I have a conclusion, but this incident told me that there are many more things about women that I don't know. Now, there's a lot that I don't know and probably never will, but this is an area that I just thought everybody knew. Well, it's not true. Everybody doesn't know it. And so I'm not sure what to do about it. I'm not sure I have an answer to this. It's kind of like asking somebody, what's God's will for your life? Well, in a real sense, it's whatever's absolutely in front of you right now to do. That's God's will for you. I don't have anything in front of me right now to change sports in high school and college to allow women to participate and get these great cultural truths that drive all of us. I don't think I have an answer, except that I am much more aware of the lack in me that I have of what you possess or don't possess. And also the realization that when I use these cultural wisdoms, maybe some people don't understand them as intimately as I do. They're not the driving force in some people's lives. And I find that actually tragic. It has been such a part of my life and driven me and gotten me to where I am today, professionally, personally, Toastmasters wise, that all of this wisdom so early in my life really oriented me to moving forward. And I wish that you all had that or have it. I know we've got Roberta Perry on, and I remember her saying how early in her life, how things were designed for men. Sitting on a sofa with a mini skirt, it was a painful experience. I never experienced those things. There are things in my life that I'm realizing today that are important, but I would ask you for the same thing. Just because you've experienced them, I don't know that. I don't know what you've experienced or what you haven't experienced. And one of the things Julie just said was she's learned to talk to her bosses. That is so important. I submit to you that she's also learned how to listen, because listening is very important. I had an exchange this week And one of my fellow district directors says, "Oh, I don't want to deal with that person anymore. They don't understand. They're trying to change things." And as I read the interchange, no, the individual for whom she was talking was merely expressing themselves in their work style. And he wasn't trying to change things. So we have some built-in biases. And that comes from our experience, that comes from our training, our education. And this district director wasn't listening with an open ear to this gentleman. And so she was prejudging him. A couple of us chimed in and said, wait. He's okay. He's just saying this. This is his style of talking and informing, and he's still with us and still with our direction. So I guess the lesson that I'm taking from this is we need to listen to each other and listen with an open ear, not with a preconceived notion of, well, they just don't understand. Well, the fact is, maybe they don't understand, but maybe I don't understand. And in this instance about coaching and coach's wisdom, I understand that, but what I didn't understand and never realized was that not everybody got it. And particularly women didn't get this because they didn't have the sports that the men had. And I feel bad for that because it's been such a positive part of my life. I wish that you all could have enjoyed those parts of your early life as well. And with that, I will go forward being a better person for having come to that understanding and for having my good friend grasp me and say, "Dave, did you know that we didn't get this?" And me coming to the realization that they didn't. And so I hope I'm a better person for it. I certainly want to listen, and I'm certainly trying to work the district team this year, listening as much as I am talking. And so when you hear me encouraging some teams, encouraging people to do better, to get to that goal, now you'll know where I come from. Now you'll understand what's in my background and how I try to motivate people to better themselves and to get the job and the task done. And I hope that you will listen to me as I will listen to you, because that's the way we make each other better and we build a better world. We're in Toastmasters, so we want to build a better me, a better you, but we also want to lift all boats. A rising tide lifts all boats. And so that's my story. And I think that's the part of me that fits into Roses and Raises from my perspective. And with that, Mary, I will return conduct back to you.
Well, our next presenter is at 2:40, so we've got some time for questions for you. One of the things that I will echo is I was told in 1957 that I could not take any college preparatory classes by the principal of the school that I was attending. And so I was not allowed to take any college preparatory classes during my junior and senior year. I was not able to do that. They said, absolutely not. You're not allowed to take any college preparatory classes. And forward to 1990, when my son left the house after 33 years of being with me for a while, he found somebody that would be willing to take out the trash and do his laundry, etc. Living in Louisville, Kentucky, I decided to go to college after being 1940 to 1990. You figure out how old I am. So I did what people tell me to do. Go to the school counselor at college and get a course so that you can get a degree. It doesn't matter what degree you want, just talk to the counselor. And the counselor refused to counsel me because I was too old to counsel. Anybody else have any questions or statements of opinion? Can you hear from my tone that I'm really, really irritated still? Anybody else with a question or an experience? Roberta.
Well, David, I do have a question.
Yes.
We come into this job as district director with expectations, and we think we know what's going to happen. So, David, what has occurred in these last few months as district director that was a total surprise to you, that you didn't expect, that you weren't prepared for? And how did you handle that challenge?
Well, that was probably true in prior years. Each step up to district director, you learn more and more, and you get immersed in the Toastmasters world. So there's not been too much that's been a surprise. I must say that building a team has been a fabulous experience. I'm a people person. I love to go out to coffee, go out to lunch. And so in this COVID world, that's been the impediment, I think, that I've had to overcome and work with people online. But you know, I'm not afraid of the virus, so I do go out to coffee with people who are willing. But I think Roberta, the virus has hit us hard, and being on Zoom is really the second best thing. It has kept us connected, and I think we're built as people to be connected. It's best to be connected in person, but if we're not able to, then to be connected on Zoom. And so that has been the challenge to overcome. Dealing with the people upstream and downstream has been absolutely marvelous. I really enjoy this part of the job. And I was online with a member of the finance team at World Headquarters this week, and because we're having a problem with our expense reports, and we got through it rather quickly, and then we just had this wonderful laughing conversation back and forth about how things were working in the district and at World Headquarters. And I'm finding that Toastmasters is designed to help each of us, but in a way that is servant leadership, such that our job as a leader is to elevate other people. And that's not intuitive. You know, the part of life that's intuitive is we're selfish SOBs that we want to get all we can get. And the more we can get, the better life will be, and I'll be happy. Well, as it turns out, that's not really true. If we help other people, which has been my MO from the day I was elected my first club officer role, by us helping other people, we actually help ourselves. And that's not intuitive, but it is so true. I am so much more blessed, if you will, when I've worked with somebody else and elevated them. I get such a benefit out of that it's almost unexplainable. Roberta, I hope that you know the mechanics of Toastmasters is not new.
Well, thank you very much. Everybody needs to give the jazz hands routine to David Hosmer, our district director for Founders District. And Shiva, take yourself off mute, and we'll have our next presenter when I get my glasses on, because I have learned that I don't read as well with my natural abilities. Ah, there you are. Shiva find the topic of, I think Shiva found the topic of resilience to be close to her heart. From immigrating to the US to working full-time / going to graduate school full-time / to traveling / living overseas, she has learned what it takes to be resilient, especially during the COVID season. Shiva will be sharing the lessons we can learn from our daily life, even when times seem dark. Please help with jazz hands, Shiva Bachu with resilience. Welcome, 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 dear heart.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here and chat with you guys. So today's topic is resilience. And again, as Mary mentioned, it's close to my heart because we had a bumpy couple of years with COVID, and and you'll hear about my life story, and it's been a resilience journey. So what can we learn from our lives, from these experiences, and become more resilient is the question today. So I would love to hear some comments from you. You can unmute yourself and tell me what you think resilience means.
Overcoming challenges.
Mm-hmm. Any others?
Keep moving forward. Constantly keep moving forward.
Bouncing back when you get knocked over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't let anyone stop you or tell you you can't do it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love all your definitions because the dictionary says it's the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties and then being able to bounce back, right? And having that calm composure when maybe we really want to have a speech contest in person, but we're having them online, or some other desire that we have that might not be what we wanted. So what happens when you get resilient? What's the outcome? Because sometimes it's a lot of work to have hardships, and there's a lot of tears. But after going through that difficult season, there's this kind of, I call it the, like the conclusion of it is the peace that we can have, meaning that we have overcome that challenge, and now we can handle other similar challenges in a way that's peaceful and calming. And just like this kid in the picture, he's just out there, like at the beach, right? He's just like ready to take on life, and it doesn't seem like he has a care in the world because, he's 8 or 7 and not thinking about all the other problems that we have. He's not thinking about COVID. But can you also have that composure and calmness within you, even with COVID and even with life struggles, even with, whatever else is going on in your life? So a little background about myself. I was born and raised in India. We didn't have washing machines. We didn't have dishwashers. Sometimes I would sleep on the floor. Sometimes I didn't know if my mom was going to pay me tuition to go to school because, the gender is a thing, right? Since we're at the Roses and Rises sessions today, we can talk about that. Gender is a thing in other cultures. And a lot of times we in the US have been given a lot more freedom, but we still have more space to progress in that area. So my mom wasn't sure if she was going to send me to school after a certain age. I was supposed to be married at 15, but thank God we moved to the US at 15. So that was a big change for me. And it's high school. I didn't know any language to read or write. So I wasn't expecting to succeed in any way. I was horrified of learning to drive. Now we're in high school, then there's college, and I have to learn English, learn to talk to people. I can't just hide over at the house all the time. I would be so anxious that I would get into a cold sweat every time I had to make a phone call. So again, as we're overcoming those risks and scary things in our lives, our brain is able to adapt. It's very fluid and changeable. That's the amazing part about neurophysiology and neuroplasticity, that our brain is always growing. So what happened to that 25-year-old, 20-year-old that could barely speak, and now I'm able to speak? Because it's our brain and our heart, like they're just expanding all the time and growing if we're able to take that risk on. Then I got to my career. Well, 9/11 happened, so I didn't really have a career. I had immigration issues. So I was like, well, I'm going to move to Australia or Canada because it's going to be easier over there. Then I learned that there's a nursing shortage, and maybe I can find a job in an English-speaking country. So I didn't pursue nursing because I wanted to be a nurse. I got it because I needed to stay in an English-speaking country. But what worked out is the ability to be flaccid and flexible, that maybe I'm going to like this. And then I did. So it worked out. So that was crazy. And then in that whole process, having faith in that it's all going to work out somehow, that maybe today I feel like I'm going to be homeless and I'm going to be living in my car, and the next day I find a place to live. So it's possible to overcome those. And then ultimately learning to put on that oxygen mask first before trying to help everyone else. That was a big learning experience. And I'm sure some of the women and men can relate to that here. As we volunteer and serve, we might be doing that, at 10 p.m. And are we getting that enough rest? Are we cranky and upset about COVID or whatever else is going on because we haven't been getting rest? So that's the story and the backdrop of why I'm talking about this. And of course, it gets even more clear because I've always felt that, I'm the one with all the problems. But when COVID hit and we're all freaking out, we all have problems. We've been just hiding it in some way or another, not talking about it. Now, at least we can talk about it. Now there's so much conversation about self-care. So we come to self-care. Why is this important? Well, if we don't sleep, our body doesn't function. And I can go on about the medical side of it, but I'm sure I don't want to bore you guys. But it's like being drunk. We're sleep deprived, we're basically acting drunk. So it's important to get those 8 hours or whatever that person needs, 7, 8, 9 hours. Some people need that, getting that rest. Sometimes when I'm working in the hospital, I'm not a typical nurse, so my stresses are different from a regular staff nurse. But I'm also burnt out. And last week I came home and I think I went to bed at 8 p.m. on Friday. And then I got up very, very late on Saturday. And then there's other weekends, I think I slept for 15 hours. Okay, well, am I rested? Okay, well, I guess my body needed it. Are we eating healthy? I love pizza and chocolate. So whenever I'm stressed, I go to the cafeteria and buy myself a pizza and some chocolate. But do I feel great after eating it? Not really. So are we making those healthy choices when we're in that time of stress? And then what kind of people are we hanging out with? Yes, there's so much was going on with politics and stuff. Everything was a hot topic months and years ago, even maybe now. I don't engage in that. I don't follow stuff on Facebook that are unhelpful. I unfollow those things. They can still be my friends, but I just don't want to get into that. Is that gonna make my day better? Probably not. So are we hanging out with people who are adding comfort and peace to our life? Are we feeling, when we're leaving those situations, we feel drained and, oh my God, I can't get out, or I need to get out? That's not a good sign. So maybe that is time to get out. And then we have time with others. Yes, they have to be healthy. We definitely want that. But they also need to be some amount of time with them. Is that Zoom when I'm catching up with some of you and I love that time? Or is that in person? Well, at least it's something. It's better than not getting anything. And then time with ourselves. Again, sleeping, eating, and of course, exercise. Not the best exerciser. We're all guilty of that. And so having that time for ourselves, it could be taking a nap, it could be looking out the window, just something that calms you, that brings you that peace that you need. So when you are in other situations and you're feeling stressed, you can notice the difference. Oh, this is how I feel when I'm stressed. This is how I feel when I'm calm. Okay, I'm feeling stressed. This is not a good thing. Let me go take a walk. Let me go to the bathroom as an excuse because I need to get away from the situation for a bit. So knowing the difference between what makes you calm and what makes you stressed out. And a lot of us don't know that. And that's something we all need to continue to learn. The second point is faith in the process. Yes, it can be faith in God, it can be faith in the universe, it can be faith in the process. That when we start and experience a difficulty or hardship, that we're going to come out differently. We get to choose if we're going to come out more bitter or if we're going to come out with a more positive view that, yes, maybe I can't trust everyone, but I can trust people I know and who care about me. Maybe I can't trust every news article. Maybe I can research more so I know the truth about stuff. So having that view and trusting in the process that we're going to get an outcome that can help us grow and experience more freedom in ourselves. The third point is taking more risks. The risks are huge. We don't want to take them. Did I want to run for Division F director? Not really. What if I don't get the right team? Oh my God, I have 4 days to get my team. Who's going to help me? David remembers these conversations. A lot of you remember these conversations. But what happened, I was like, I don't care if it takes me 3 days or 5 days or 6 months. If that means I'll have a small team and I'm going to have the people who are the right members rather than just getting anyone who walks around and can show up to a meeting, then that's what's going to matter. And so I had a criteria in my head. And when I interviewed people, I kept that in mind and I got a great team of 5 people. Because I was persistent. I didn't just take someone who was just wanting to fill a box. And you can tell when we really calm ourselves and listen to the other person, we can tell why they're here and what's important to them. And so those were the risks that we took and we all are taking. And the worth of having that outcome, like I was talking to one of my team members this past week, and she was mentioning a conversation from like 7 months ago when I had a difficult conversation with her. And she was like, I can learn new tricks and I listened to what you had to say. And I'm trying not to be that way. And I'm like, my response was, I don't think you were like that after that. And she was like, I'm going to take more time to try out other roles. Well, you can try out any role now because you're already willing to listen, is my response. So isn't that so awesome to be able to contribute to other people and they're helping you? And my mentors and Toastmasters, they're helping me. Okay, you can't just be scared or you can't just give up or, whatever else they're trying to teach me that day. So taking risks and using that benefit, our brain, that's so powerful, that's always looking to grow and change. So is our heart in line with it? So in all of this, outcome is the peace. That guy, the little kid at the beach who has his hands open, wanting to enjoy life. So we can experience that peace and calmness as we take more risks and to care for ourselves and be open to what life has to offer. And then as we take those risks, we get to grow. We'll have opportunities and experiences that our brain will use to be more calm and peaceful. In turn, not only will others notice the gift, but also you get to experience the happy dance of being able to grow and thinking, oh my gosh, 10, 20 years ago, I couldn't even open my mouth. And now I can't stop talking. So there's good outcomes out there. And so I just welcome you to be more resilient and experiencing the calm and peace that's out there for you. Thank you.
Well done. Woo-hoo.
Good job, Shiva.
you.
Shiva, you always flip. You're wonderful. We have time. We have time for questions. So anybody got a question? I know that you've got answers. You're an amazing woman. Absolutely amazing. Anybody got a question for Shiva? Who's going to raise? David.
Well, not so much a question, but a comment. 4 years ago, when I was going around speaking to clubs, I landed at Newport Center Toastmasters one Monday morning. And there was this young woman who was Toastmaster that day. And she balanced 4 speeches, table topics, and 4 evaluations, and landed the meeting on time. And I went up to her after the meeting and I go, "Great job. Have you ever thought about being a club officer?" And if I remember correctly, Shiva, you were a little reluctant. You were a little shy, maybe even a little insecure about it, but you had done such a great job that day that I told you that it would be very good if you would do a club officer. And a couple of years later, you showed up at some of the other events, and I said, "You really should be an area director." And then this year is division director. So I have seen Shiva go from an insecure beginning Toastmaster to division director. And I just want to say it's a wonderful journey. Shiva, you've done a great job. And you've become a strong woman because of it. But the strength hasn't lessened your grace and your style. So you're growing into that graceful, strong woman that I saw 4 years ago. Good job.
Thank you. And you probably do that to a lot of people, right? All of us go around encouraging people and we don't ever hear those stories of what happens. But there's all these people in our clubs and areas and divisions. They're growing in front of us. And to offer them that encouragement means a lot to them and also to us, right? So thank you so much, David.
I have a question for Shiva. Shiva, what's been the most rewarding aspect of being a nurse?
I would say the hugs. I do miss all the hugs and just advocating for patients. I think that was like the most amazing experience of being a nurse. Even though I am more on the behind the scenes element, when we do see changes and impact that's made, it's just a different type of appreciation. You know, it's more behind the scenes, but the impact that we can have makes a huge difference. Oh my God, like see a cat. Julie, it's a tail, it's an alien. I think we still have a couple more minutes, right?
Yes, you do.
So maybe, yes, Julie, you're right. It's a she or a he. So she's a she. I said it. So got to get my pronouns right. So is there any other ideas on how we can be resilient? Because I only covered just 3 points. Maybe we could all share for a few minutes.
Yeah, anybody change their lifestyle or change their occupation because? All raise your hands.
I gave up pantyhose. I gave up high heels. I mostly gave up suits, although I actually put one on last week. It was under duress though. But I'm so glad that you spoke right before me, Shiva. I can't wait to use what you've said.
Oh, all right. So let's give jazz hands to Shiva. What a beautiful job. I'm so proud of you. Well done. I see Gail is here. Gail is a business coach, facilitator, and trainer, specializing in creating cohesive organizations and successful individuals through facilitating group interactions individual assessments, leadership development, and synthesis of individuals and corporations with their missions, specializing in effective management and communication, leadership excellence, goal setting, mission statements, and workplace issues. Interested in corporate coaching, training, or speaking opportunities, as well as individual coaching. Woo, this is going to be a power pack. Please help me welcome Gail Rosenthal. Woohoo!
I'd bow, but I also gave up standing up at meetings. Friends, guests, fellow women, fellow men, fellow human beings. Mary, thanks for the opportunity to be here. After all of that, you want to know what I really do? I stop people from punching each other at meetings. I know that sounds absolutely silly, but people get very, I don't even want to say impassioned. They just get mono-focused. We've forgotten. After 2 years of being on lockdown, we've forgotten how to be with other people. And some of you laugh. I just cringe every time someone says, oh, we're having a meeting. I don't know what to expect. During the pandemic, I stopped the power eating. I stopped the power drinking. I started the power walking. That lasted for about 5 days. I attempted some good habits. I lost some bad habits, not to be found again. And I made sure that I was in contact with people. I'm one of those people who likes to talk. So I talk on the phone. Sometimes I talk on Zoom. I talk on Skype. My best friend lives in Valencia, Spain. So I've learned how to wake up in the middle of the night and have a cogent conversation with her because it's the time that works for her. And I think when we've gone back to the boardroom or to the classroom or to the office, we've forgotten what it was like to have a conversation with people who aren't in sweatpants. And that sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? I think we've become more of ourselves and less of the corporate thing. And I think that's a really good thing. I think we've become true to ourselves, but we've taken this wonderful person who has discovered all kinds of things about himself, herself, theyself, whatever the pronoun is. I'm not up with all that. And now we're thrust back into what we think is the same. There is nothing the same about what we're doing right now. Nothing. Everyone has a coworker that has 4 paws. And that's just how it is. So if the dog barks during a meeting, it's okay. The only thing that's not allowed during a meeting is a telltale flush. After two years on lockdown, you should know better than that. But now my lovely dog is he knows that I'm on the phone, on a conference call. So now he's trying to get whatever I have on my wrist. He won't succeed because I'm more stubborn than he is. And yet we all deal with the coworker situation. You want to come say hi, honey? Come here. No, come here. Come say hi. Come on. Okay. Come here. Now he's being shy. My lovely Pomeranian doggy. Come here, buddy. Oh, okay, fine. But see, all you have to do is give them attention and they run away. And sometimes that's how coworkers are too. Have you noticed that? We've forgotten a lot of the things we thought were normal, and they weren't normal. They were constructed boxes for us that we didn't even construct. Someone else shoved us in the box and said, figure out where the walls are. And we don't have to do that anymore. And I'm incredibly excited for what the workplace is actually going to look like in the next 3 months, 6 months, 9 months, 12 months. I do have to say, though, no matter what the workplace looks like, your coworkers are standing in the same box you are. They've forgotten too. So I think the watchword for the next 6 to 12 months is patience. Patience with ourselves, patience with other people, patience with our 4-legged coworkers. Patience with the people at the grocery store who still haven't figured out how to write a check. Patience at the gas station when someone doesn't understand how to use the little credit card doodad to get their gas. Just take a breath and step back. I think we need to reset our expectations for what the world is and what the world can be, because the world can still be corporate. And I think a lot of people are trying to make today's world the same as it was 2 years ago, and it's not. It can't be. We have all fundamentally changed. And we have to bring that, we have to bring our true selves with us to the workplace now. And we have to figure out how to interact from a place that may or may not be more honest and is definitely more comfortable for us in our own skin. I had an opportunity to have a meeting with, as the CEO of the company likes to call it, the three musketeers: the president, the CEO, and yours truly. It was an impromptu meeting. In fact, I was working away and the president called me and said, "Hey, how are you?" And I said, "Oh, I'm fine." And then he said, "I have the CEO on the phone." And I said, "What do you want?" Unfortunately, some people have met my expectations. Some people have even exceeded my expectations, and he exceeded my expectations this day. He wasted an hour of my time because he needed to hear himself talk. How did I know that he needed to hear himself talk? That's the question. I was annoyed. I was three hours behind where I needed to be, but it was important for me to listen to him, not because he was the CEO of the company. I'm not talking about rank here. I'm talking about something about him that needed to be heard. And I realized he doesn't talk to that many people during the day. We are still all remote. So when we have conversations, it's usually on the telephone, early in the morning, late at night. I work New York hours and then I get to work California hours, and then I get to get my work done. So it's a very long day sometimes. And I talk to a lot of people during the day. He does not. He doesn't actually do anything. He doesn't write an invoice. He doesn't sell a product. Lots of different things that he doesn't actually do. He oversees and he works the big picture. So the minutia get lost. I liken this to the guy who's sitting in stop and go traffic, who is turning red from the collar up and is so frustrated, he's honking his horn. Does that actually do anything? Except perhaps make the person who's honking his horn feel better? I recognize something in the CEO's voice about his frustration and the level of his frustration. I understand that it was directed at me. I'm good. I think we all have to learn not to take anything personally anymore, because there's going to be a lot of fur flying and it's not personal. It's just frustrating. So I let him talk for about an hour. And after an hour of hearing about how everything was my fault, I interrupted and I said, "Are you done?" And he stopped and he said, "Yeah,
I didn't catch that. Could you try?
I think so. I think I'm done." I said, "Great. Here's where everything is." And he said, "Oh." I said, "So if you let me finish, I'll get back to you in a couple hours and I'll let you know where things have progressed to." He said, "Oh." And then there was this very prolonged silence. And I said, "Did you need something else? Because I really need to get back to work." And the president stepped in. He said, "No, we're going to let you go." I said, "Great. That's fantastic. I love you all. I'll talk to you later." And I hung up. Then I put my phone on do not disturb. Major lesson number one during the pandemic is honor your time constraints. Own your own time and be responsible to yourself for the time that you spend at work, at home, at play, with your loved ones. You have 24 hours in a day. You have 60 minutes in an hour. You have 60 seconds in each minute. and moments are fleeting. Make sure that you take the time that you need to maintain the lifestyle that you feel true to. Listen, I could tell you I want to be a model, but I'm 5'2", and that is just not going to happen. I'm never going to be a basketball player. I'm never going to be a volleyball player. I'm never going to be a lot of things, much as I would love to be. I like to play volleyball, but they have to pick me up to spike at the net. So it's kind of not functional. I enjoy it. It's not something I would do at work. It's not something I would do for work. I do know some people whose jobs were eliminated during the pandemic and have not come back online, and I don't think they're going to. People whose jobs it were to kind of not keep the peace, but keep things moving, just keep people separated and moving little parts around. They found that they don't need those people anymore. And so people who are coordinators and project managers found themselves sort of adrift. I would love to tell you that every one of my friends who did that found a different place. Some did, some got promotions. Now they're running large departments, and I think that's incredibly exciting. And I have a friend who became a scrum manager, and I said, "Good Lord, what's that?" And she said, "I play mommy." And I chuckled. I said, "Do you want to play mommy?" She said, "Good Lord, no," but it was there. She said, "I already went through the empty nest. I don't want to be a mommy anymore." I said, "Great, let's find something else for you." It's very interesting. Her pat response to me when I had said, "If you're not happy, let's find something else for you," had been, "Oh no, I can't. And I have this responsibility, and I'm worried about this." And the laundry list went on and on. And this time she stopped and she said, "Okay." I think a lot of what we've gone through in the pandemic has been facing fears in a way that we never had to face them before. We had to look at ourselves in the mirror. We had to realize that we are a reflection of our environments, and our environments are a direct reflection of who we are. So if your house is a mess, maybe inside you're a mess. If your house is a mess, maybe you're not. Maybe the people you live with are. I've yet to figure out how to keep the living room clean with a cat, 2 cats, and a dog. It just doesn't happen. No matter how many times I clean, there's always some fur from someone there and a toy. And I realized, it's nice to know that there are loving, living beings in my house who love me enough to want to share their toys. So I've accepted the fact that I guess when you're a pet parent, there's always a mess. Funny, kind of works like that in work too, doesn't it? There's always a mess somewhere. There's always personnel issues. There's always someone posturing. I think the watchword for the next 3, 6, 12 months is going to be patience, because we're all in the same boat, and we have to be patient with people so they can find their footing, so we can find our footing. I loved that I got to follow you, Shiva, because you talked about self-care. And when I first went to work with this company, by the way, I'm a CFO of a public company, in addition to the other stuff that I do. So I have my head up someone's Excel spreadsheet almost every day. And if that isn't frustrating enough, then I get those phone calls. So I understand that there's a level of frustration dealing with people and dealing with their expectations. How do we reset our expectations? Because that's really what it's about, right? My expectations for me are that I will do the best that I can, and I will produce what I say I will produce in the time that I've allotted. How many of you have people that you work with that say, my lack of planning is now your emergency? It happens to a lot of people. Oh, by the way, the deadline was moved up 3 months. That won't be a problem for you. I'm sure you can adjust. And then they just move on. So perhaps sharing expectations and having expectations that those things will happen. So I guess the way to say it is having expectations that your expectations are not valid. So maybe go in without any expectations. Work is work. We're going to spend 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day or 12 hours a day or whatever time you spend at work. Make sure that it's not the focal point of your life. Make sure that your life is the focal point of your life and that you are the CEO of your life. Don't let work run you. Let work take its appropriate place. I had a very good friend. I did meet her through Toastmasters. She was an entrepreneurial spirit. Let's call it that. She had her fingers in a lot of different pots. She was doing a lot of different kinds of businesses. And she always, I think she had it on her calendar to call me every 3 months or so, just to touch base and make sure that we were in contact and catch up. And she moved to Las Vegas a couple of years ago, which was great because then I knew I didn't have to have lunch with her all the time. She always loved this fattening Chinese food. And much as I love it, I turn into a fattening Chinese food when I eat it. So I try not to eat it very often. And yet she would like to go to lunch like once a week. So my boundaries, right? I had to say no, which used to just slay me. So I spoke to her 2 years ago, and she said, oh, you have to come out. We just bought a house. It's wonderful. And we got a little puppy, and you have to come out and see us. And at the time, Las Vegas always seems like a very far way to go. It really isn't. It's only a couple hours. And I've driven there many, many times. It's not the most exciting drive in the world. Excuse me a moment. Stop it. Thank you. It's not the most exciting drive in the world, and it's usually worth it. I get road hypnosis, so I can get on the freeway in LA and wake up outside of Las Vegas, not having an accident. I always thank my parking genie and the other genies that guard me on the road because, it's a boring drive. Well, the last time I spoke to her, she begged me to come out, and I said I would think about it, and I didn't have time. When honestly, I probably should have just told her that it was very uncomfortable for me to be in her house because her husband he had no boundaries. And that's always an uncomfortable conversation to have with someone. She and I had conversations about her husband and about his behavior before, and I still didn't feel comfortable telling her that I wasn't going to put myself in his presence. And about 9 months ago, she called me up and she said, oh, everything's been so great. And my son is doing so well. And we live across the street from this park. So I'm learning to play golf, and my husband is learning to square dance, and the doggy's getting bigger, and life is wonderful. She said, and when you can, plan to come out. I said, you know what? I'll do that. And it was just lovely to hear her. And 3 months after that, I found out that she had passed from COVID. I didn't expect it. I was the last thing on the radar, right? But that's what our world is like today. And all of those missed opportunities I thought about, and I'm still glad I made the decisions. My expectations of what was going to happen at her house were valid. And I'm going to assume that her husband is fine because I haven't heard from him. That's a good thing. And she is on to greener pastures. Her son, however, I heard from him, and he is doing marvelously well. And that is a testament to my friend. And when I see him, I see her. And it brings me great joy. Set your boundaries. Whatever the consequences may be, set your boundaries. And at work especially. When I walked into the workplace the last time, and this was about 4 years ago, I was greeted with hugs from people. And I'm fine with that. They're not sexual. They're not any kind of manipulation. They're just heartfelt hugs. You can't do that everywhere. Do you want to hug your coworker? Sometimes you have to ask. And now more than ever, you have to find out what their boundaries are. So set your expectations to, I have no expectations, and go in with an open mind. And I say that so glibly. How easy is that to do? Do you think it's easy or difficult? I think with some people, it's very easy. I think with other people, it's impossible. let's go back to the story with the CEO and the president calling me. It never ceases to amaze me when I meet the CEO in person. I get a big hug. Oh, by the way, he's 6'4". Remember, I'm 5'2". So it's almost like he's patting me on the head. When I met the president for the first time, I found out he's 6'5". It really looks like two adult people with a child standing next to them. And of course, I don't get treated that way, although the CEO has his moments. And this is going to sound just a little bit, maybe ageist, if that is a word. The way people have adapted to current situations and post-pandemic and current pandemic depends on their ages. My beloved CEO is over 70. He's not changing. If he gets frustrated, I can predict how he's going to react. The president is 49. He's a little bit more flexible. And that's a good thing for his position in life. As for me, I get to be the completely flexible one. I do not like to confront people. I know some people who really like to get into a good argument. That's the reason I'm not a lawyer. It's because I don't really want to fight my entire life. You know people like that. I know you know people like that. I know you know people who in the workplace will walk by and make a snarky comment just to get a rise out of you. We don't have time for that anymore. So take a breath, take a step back, reset your expectations. And that brings me to the last thing I think we absolutely have to do, and that is taking care of each other. And Shiva, that's exactly what you were saying. We can't just take care of ourselves, we have to take care of each other. The way that leaders take care of each other, first and foremost, is to lead the way. It's the way they take care of themselves and how they respect themselves that is reflected in their behaviors and how they treat other people. I had a boss one time who was a marathon runner. I've tried to run marathons. It just doesn't work for me. I have little legs and they have to move really, really fast. And they just don't seem to move that fast. You know, my boss said, come out running one day. I did. I went out running and he would take a stride and I would have like 6 strides just to keep up with him. I couldn't do it. It was just not for me. And yet he was the most charismatic and caring person, and the one who understood boundaries the best, because he ran in the morning and there was no way he was taking a meeting before 9 a.m. Didn't matter if somebody was calling him from China. He wasn't taking a meeting before 9 o'clock in the morning because he had to get a run in. I spoke to him one day that we had a minor disaster. The roof caved in. And so we called him, and of course, everybody showed up in their sweats at 10 o'clock at night to figure out what to do with the roof. And I now understand why he ran. That was his clearing his mind and positioning himself for the day. And if he didn't have that, boy, howdy, that man had a temper. And he never wanted to bring that to the office. That's okay. He swore up a blue streak at the hole in the ceiling. It wasn't at anybody. It was just about the roof caving in that he was a little upset about. It was a wonderful example of how to manage my time. And for the men out there, I don't know if you were raised this way. I can virtually guarantee that every woman in this conference was raised this way, that we will be pliant and pliable, and we will adjust our schedules to fit the needs of others. That's fine when you have a toddler. It's not fine when you're doing it for work. We're all equals at work. Whether you think you are or whether other people think you are is immaterial. If you are behaving as though you matter less than others, you will be treated that way. I know you've all been in an elevator where everybody's just kind of standing in the elevator and waiting, and one person gets in the elevator and he is very, very angry. He doesn't say anything. He gets in the elevator, snaps his body around, and he stands there staring at the doors as they close. And as the floors get higher, it gets more uncomfortable in that elevator because we feel the emotions from people around us. So if we have that going on at work, don't think that you're not affected. You may ignore it and then watch your own behavior. I noticed that after the lovely telephone conference with the CEO and the president I walked into the kitchen, I opened the refrigerator, and I stood there and I looked, and a little voice in the back of my head said, I think you should take the dog for a walk. And on cue, the dog showed up, and the dog and I went out for a walk. It was 6:30 in the morning when I had that conversation. So it was 7:30 by the time I took the dog for a walk. Thank God it was light out. And the dog and I went for a 45-minute walk. He's a little guy. He's around here somewhere. He's just a big puff of fur. He's about 20 pounds. So for him to walk for 45 minutes is a nice long walk for him. And when we got back, he looked at me and he drank a lot of water. And then he sat very quietly in the kitchen and I gave him his treats. And when I went back to the computer, it was gone. All of that stuff that had been barfed up on me during that telephone conversation was just gone. I was re-energized. I was focused. It was almost as though I were in a better place than I had been before it had happened. So not only respect yourself, but learn to discharge that kind of toxic stuff. And discharge does not mean go to the refrigerator and eat from top to bottom. It means honoring yourself and loving yourself. And as much as I would love to tell you that pizza and chocolate is the way to go, I can tell you that honoring yourself with a walk or with a nap or with 15 minutes of meditation, or even, I can't remember the name of the Japanese philosophy of cleaning a bathroom with a toothbrush. Even that is honoring yourself better than stuffing your emotions down with food. From a lifelong dieter, you don't have to accept it, but it's there if you want it. We have to learn to treat ourselves as though we were honoring ourselves. We take care of our pets, right? We take them to the doctor. We make sure they have good food. We make sure they have proper toys. They get good exercise. Take care of our kids. We take care of people around us. We make sure that if someone is sick, that they have whatever they need. Do we do that for ourselves? And strangely enough, you can see as you watch us coming back together at the tail end of this pandemic, you can see who took care of themselves, who didn't, who is afraid of falling back into that trap in the workplace, who is holding it all in, who's barfing it all out. There's always one. And you'll learn how to deal with that. Why am I talking about all of this? I think we've finally come to the point where we've learned that we are all members of the human race. We all live on the same planet. You don't have to like someone to respect them. You just have to respect them and respect that they're an entity that's separate from you. May or may not deserve respect, but everyone deserves compassion. Compassion is one of those things you have to learn about. And for me, it just sort of struck me one day. I've always had a contentious relationship with my stepmother, and she was in the hospital for something. And I called her and she said, my husband wouldn't bring me one piece of See's candy. Okay. I was in Pasadena and she was in Santa Monica. For those of you who don't know, that's a long schlep east to west, right? So I was heading west anyway. I got on the freeway. I stopped at a store. I picked up a box of her favorite candy and I got to the hospital. And as I was wandering around, hospitals all seem to look the same to me. And I always seem to get lost. I always wind up in the right wing, but the wrong hallway. So I'm going this way and I don't know. And I finally found her room. I came out of the nurse's station and I looked down the hall and the room was at the very end of the hallway. And I saw this sort of figure slumped in a chair. And as I got closer, I realized there was no sound coming from this room. It was just this figure sort of shuffling around in the chair. And I walked in the room and she was actually asleep in the chair. There wasn't a flower. There wasn't a plant. There wasn't a card. There wasn't a coffee cup. There was nothing that let me know that that person was cared about. And my heart kind of broke that day. She and I did get along. And I decided that every human being deserved compassion, period. So when I kind of knocked and she woke up and I helped her to the John. I helped her get back in bed. I got her whatever she wanted. She had a piece of candy. I got her some water. It wasn't the most fantastic of relationships. And I waited until her husband got back there to leave so that she had some company. And then I had a plant delivered the next day because I couldn't stand the thought that she was in that not clean, but antiseptic hospital room with nothing else living but her and that beeping thing that she was attached to. It was horrible. And after that, I brought that into work with me. It didn't mean that I respected everyone. It didn't mean that I liked everyone, because trust and believe, I did not respect a lot of people and I did not like a lot of the others. But we're all going through something, and I don't even know what this thing is, but our world is not the same. People keep saying, let's go back to normal. I'll drink to that if you can tell me what normal is. I have no idea what normal is. I don't think any of us knows what normal is anymore. And we're all figuring this out together. So be patient. Be patient with the people that you live with. Be patient with your four-legged coworkers. Be patient with your neighbor who's a pain in the behind. Be patient with the people who work at the building and who work remotely with you. They have no idea what you're going through, and you don't have any idea what they're going through. And be kind. Have compassion. We're only going to get through this. And then if we have no compassion for each other, we'll get through it and we'll be alone getting through it. We don't have that luxury anymore. This planet is way too small for us to be alone. When you can pick up the phone, you can get on a Zoom, you can get on a Skype, and you can be in contact with someone who's continents away. Too small. And perhaps keep in mind that even I forget some things. You know, we haven't done this in 2 years. I remember when I used to go to work, I'd go from a dead sleep to out the door in 30 minutes. I gotta tell you, not so much anymore. I gave myself an hour and a half and it still wasn't enough time. I have no idea what I was thinking. Exactly. It's just things have changed. Our perception of time has changed as well. And I think our perception of what is important has changed. So if you can be patient with people and remember that they've gone through a whole bunch of stuff that you know nothing about, and you've gone through a whole bunch of stuff they've known nothing about. So it's kind of like meeting for the first time. I'm not going to tell you it's like a first date because no one wants first dates. This is like meeting an old friend and catching up. And to have compassion for the people around you. You don't have to like them. They don't have to be your best friends. You just have to understand they're another person on the path, and they happen to be walking the same path you are for a little while. I know that you have friends who have been lifelong friends. I know that you have friends who've been friends for a New York minute. You don't know where these people are going to fall, and you never know when they're going to cross your path again. So once you are patient and once you are compassionate, turn those things on yourself and treat yourself as the most magnificent you that you can be. If you want to sleep a half an hour later, do it. It's going to make a huge difference in your attitude towards everybody. If you're on a time deadline and you have to work till 4 a.m, do what you got to do and get okay with it. This is not a punishment. This is not the consequences of somebody else doing something. If you're on a deadline and you've accepted the deadline, then accept it and do it. There's no more blame game. We don't have time for that anymore. We live in a world that is very small, moving very, very fast. And I don't know about you, but I want to experience all the love I can in that time. So make the workplace a fun place. And, if you don't want your hair done, you can stick it up. It's okay. Just take a breath and take one step after another. Mary, thanks so much for letting me share today. I appreciate it. Love you much.
Oh, I love you more. This is not a competition. I win that contest. There is no way. I love it. I love it.
You do. You win.
I always win that one. AJ, are you ready, dear heart?
I don't know if AJ is on.
I am on.
Oh, you are here. Good.
Are you ready? Let's
Sure.
do it. Let's do jazz hands for Gail. Woohoo! Jazz hands for Gail. Woohoo! Jazz hands for Gail. Woohoo! Jazz hands for Gail. Good job. You are paying attention.
Thank you.
I love it when you're paying attention. Does anybody have any questions for Gail? We've still got a little bit of time. Not much. Got a question for Gail? All right, we're gonna go on with AJ, if that's okay. Is that all right, AJ?
We're good.
We're good. Well, I have so much respect for Roberta Perry, Serena McCullough, Dottie Benisti, however you say her name. She's such a joy. I just really love Lance Miller. I love all these people that I have just met not even a year ago, and they are so cooperative. They know me better than I know me. And AJ's one of the best persons to find out who you are. And so if she finds out there's something that she can investigate, she is fabulous at it. Now, I knew nothing about STEM. I wasn't invited to be in science. I wasn't invited to be in technology. I'll tell you a secret. Lauren Kelly yesterday was so amazed that I was carrying a cell phone. She set aside and she says, Mary, who convinced you to get a cell phone? And I decided that I would just leave it a mystery with Lauren Kelly, because I probably am going to learn how to do this pathways thing. Oh God, AJ, I'm going to need your help more than I think. So this is AJ's introduction. I digress. I have so much fun with these people. You are all too wonderful. Well, all too often women in technology are short-sighted and feel that their university studies in communication are sufficient, only to find out that they cannot communicate when they need to. Enter Toastmasters, serving over 330,000 people in clubs worldwide to enhance their speaking and leadership skills. Our speaker for this session started in Toastmasters in 2018. She's a newbie, kid. She doesn't know everything. She doesn't know everything that you know, but she's a quick study. Trust me, she's a quick study. She has served in many club officers positions and is a trainer for emerging leaders in the program. At district level, she has served as administration manager, secretary, logistics manager, sergeant at arms, and is the proud recipient of the 2020-2021 District 26 Toastmaster of the Year Award. Woo! Jazz hands, jazz hands. She has many people to thank, but one woman in particular, because none of these awards would have happened if she got out of Toastmasters. Presenting, if you get out of Toastmasters, please help me welcome jazz hands, AJ Heron.
Thank you very much, Mary, and thank you, guests and fellow Toastmasters. They're right. I just turned 4 years old. I came into Toastmasters in 2018. Why? Because of the fact that I had gone to just one too many board meetings where, walking in as a female in tech, the first thing I was asked was if I would be taking the notes for the meeting. After one too many meetings, I sat and watched young women fresh out of university come in and sit in the back of the room, afraid to speak. I knew what the problem was. I had wasted my time marching on Washington in 1976 for women's rights. No, it wasn't that. Worse than that was the fact that even though we had taken steps forward in women in industry, we had taken several steps backwards in preparing women in tech to be able to present well. So with that, armed with my information, I had decided that part of dealing and helping women in technology was to help them present. I needed to find a program for them. Sure enough, one of my colleagues said, you need to look into Toastmasters. And with that, I went across the street, checkbook in hand, found a Toastmasters group, sat down, wrote out the check and said, here, I'm in. Give me this program, because I'm not going to ask anybody to join something or do something I cannot or would not do myself. That is the mantra that those of us who served in the United States military knew. Never ask anyone to do anything that you cannot or would not do yourself. So with that, I joined the We Be Go-Getters Toastmasters Club. And before I knew it, oh my gosh, what is going on in this Toastmasters Club? I don't get what's with the clapping and what's with all of this stuff. What's going on? I needed to get out of Toastmasters. At least that's what I thought. And then I started looking at things and thinking about how do we actually share the information in tech? How have we done this for years? The reality of it is that I refer to myself as a washerwoman, that women had been, since the beginning of time, down at the riverbanks, handing their stories off as part of education, because originally women were deprived of education. We heard this from Mary Burke. So how we imparted that education was to hand off to each other. I saw myself as a washerwoman. I was helping other women in tech along the way, going back to that Toastmasters class and trying to understand what is happening in that Toastmasters class. And then I started to get some more things. And I thought, well, maybe if I get out of Toastmasters, maybe all that I could get out of Toastmasters, maybe I might not get out of Toastmasters. So I went back. Checking in again, getting ready to do my icebreaker speech, I found that the entire room of people did not speak pathways. They all spoke something called the Competent Communicator Manual. I had no idea what they were talking about, but okay, they actually had to bring in someone who spoke pathways to give me my evaluation for my icebreaker. Well, I understand that if you are not a Toastmaster, all of this sounds like gibberish to you. And yeah, that's what was happening to me. I'm sitting there going, what is going on in this Toastmasters thing? Maybe I need to get out of Toastmasters. But then the next thing I knew was that I was not using notes anymore to speak and to do presentations. So maybe if I got out of Toastmasters, all that I could get out of Toastmasters, I might not get out of Toastmasters. You know, it was 100 years ago, I spoke about the fact that I marched on Washington in the 70s for women's rights in the workplace, but it happened way before then. 100 years back, women were fighting for the right to vote. And during that time period, all of the things that we thought we were gaining, we were losing because we could not get our voices moving forward. And that was something that was coming out of Toastmasters. But Toastmasters itself was actually an all-male organization. I've been here before where I've brought my pal, Roz Carter, with me. And Rosalind was one of the original Toastmistresses in 1972, because at that time, Toastmasters did not allow women in the organization. Roz's story was that she walked in, she found a promotion about speaking and a free lunch, and she walked into this Toastmasters meeting with her free lunch on her tray, only to have her boss meet her at the door and say, "You can't come into this meeting, Roz. It's men only." She was so embarrassed, she dropped her tray, scurried outside, and her boss came out behind her and said, "Roz, calm down. Go down the hallway. There's a Toastmistress group down there." And down she went. Where is Roz today? Roz has stayed within the organization. She has been a beacon of light to many emerging leaders in Toastmasters as a region advisor and also as a past district governor, distinguished Toastmaster, all this and more, starting as a Toastmistress. But before Roz, I had been told there was someone else. And she was actually a woman in STEM. She started work at 16. And as I showed in my previous session on women in STEM, I gave their quote. And this woman's quote was, "I didn't batter down any doors. I came in through the side door and helped the men open the front door for all of us." That woman was Helen Blanchard. Everyone thinks that Helen Blanchard crashed through the glass ceiling, battened down the door, forced Ralph Smedley to bring in women into Toastmasters, and that was not the case. She was actually working for the Department of the Navy. That is what brings her to our our celebration of women in STEM. She was working for the Department of the Navy. They needed someone to coordinate all of this data on sonar, and there was Helen Blanchard pulling it all together quietly. She would wind up winning the Lauren Bennett Award, which is a prize in the Navy for those who have made major scientific contributions to the Navy. Doing what? Coordinating a technical documentation system of sonar data that could be used by scientists. We know her as Helen, the past international president and the first female president of Toastmasters. I didn't know anything about her. I said, I'm only 4. Well, what I did learn during my journey was that first Toastmasters club that I was in, I had sort of moved along the way and thought, I need to take my Toastmasters journey a little bit further. I joined something called an advanced club. Advanced clubs have you work on larger projects, speaking for longer periods of time, getting more challenging evaluations. But then I met this woman. Her name was Roberta Perry. And Roberta Perry, I met through a CD that I was listening to of Lance Miller on Building a Championship Club. I was playing this over and over again, and this woman was speaking to Lance, and they were talking about what it meant to have a championship club, and I wanted that club. I wanted that club. I wanted that club so badly that one day Lance Miller was speaking, and he talked about this club that he was part of, and he invited everyone to come join him at his club. I was there. Sign me up. But when I walked in, who was there? That voice, Roberta Perry. I immediately decided that I was going to be Roberta Perry's mentee. She didn't know that. So I watched everything Roberta did. I did everything Roberta did. I was a Roberta groupie. But one of the things that Roberta and Roz and all of these people talked about was this woman that came before all of them. Her name was Helen Blanchard. Roberta, I would like you to join me on the virtual stage. Julie, if you could spotlight Roberta. And Roberta, I would like you to unmute and share with us from the riverbank your experience with Helen Blanchard.
Thank you, AJ. My experience with Helen started at the very first Toastmaster convention I ever attended in, I believe it was Wisconsin. And when I attended, there was maybe, it was all men. I don't know if I counted 20 women when I first came in. I had signed on to be the secretary to my district in Seattle, District 2. And there on the steps was this woman. And I just immediately went, who are you? I got to know you. You're a woman. I mean, it was just like, I felt like, you know, my island in the midst of this sea of men. And she introduced herself as Helen Blanchard. And at that moment, she became my mentor. And she was my mentor, and she continues to be my mentor. I have her books. I have an incredible photo of Helen and I together. She was the first person I called when I thought about running for the board of directors. And Helen, I went down to San Diego. I had lunch with her. She asked all the right questions. Why? What would you do? How would you do it? She was my mentor throughout the entire process, and she continued to be my mentor until the day she decided to go on and mentor others in another realm altogether. I just bless my entire life for having the courage to ask this woman in the hallway, who are you? And she told me, and if you knew Helen, you knew. And of course, you're going to use that phrase that Helen just has tattooed across all of our foreheads, AJ. And thank you for the opportunity just to share that one little moment. She was the epitome of mentoring.
You're absolutely right. She was the epitome of mentoring, because in my Toastmasters journey, just 4 years old, I have run across person after person after person, because I had the opportunity through Zoom to now be part of the great state of California. Yes, Founders District, the home of Ralph Smedley. My Toastmasters journey had taken me to Mecca. Here I was in the middle of Founders District with all the great founders people. The history of Toastmasters embedded all the way down, but one after the other, Greg Scott, Roberta Perry, every single one of them came back and talked about this woman. What a legacy. Toastmasters International itself in 2020 spent 2 days in meetings presenting their memories of Helen Blanchard, this woman of STEM. But I said at the beginning that she came in through the side door and opened the door for gentlemen to let us all in. That was because in working with the Navy needed her help. And they also needed to be able to present technical data in a compelling fashion, which is why Helen had, just like Roz Carter, read this note about an organization called Toastmasters that could help you present better. So armed with that, she went to the Navy Toastmasters group, walked in, and sure enough, not the same experience as Roz Carter. They sat down, they said, Helen, have a seat. And she was working with them, and she wanted to fill out that membership form, and they wanted her to fill out the membership form. So as the story goes, from the riverbank, Helen filled out the form, and they knew full well that the organization accepted only men. So instead of Helen, they put down H. Blanchard. H. Blanchard was applying to be a member of Toastmasters International, just like A. Heron is speaking to you now. Okay. Except World Headquarters came back and said, you're going to have to give us a full name. Rejection. Oh my gosh, what were they to do? In true Toastmaster style, this group of men used table topics to decide what would be the name of the person who was on this organization. Now, Roberta, I see you nodding in violent agreement, so you know this story from the riverbank. Okay? Feel free to unmute and give your version of the naming of Helen Blanchard.
I'm assuming you're asking me again, AJ. This is great. Well, I will give you the story Helen told me. She said that the club decided to have a contest in naming her. And they had all kinds of crazy names, Hank, Henry. But the name that stuck with her, that everybody loved, was Homer. So she became Homer Blanchard, and the legend continued.
Exactly. So Homer Blanchard, named at a table topic session of the Navy Toastmasters group, goes forward because it was those gentlemen that opened the door for her. Those gentlemen opening the door for all of us allowed Toastmasters to start moving forward to the point where we then celebrated. But the legacy that she gave us more than anything else was her legacy of inspiration. She inspired Roberta Perry. She inspired Greg Scott. She inspired Toastmaster after Toastmaster after Toastmaster. Pat Johnson, past international president of Toastmasters, said that she was such a powerful role model for so many, and definitely for us women that have held the international presidential office. But most importantly, she was so supportive and would send emails and notes occasionally. I know that. And the reason why I know that is when I fell in love with Roberta Perry, she sent me a handwritten note. In my 4 years of being a Toastmaster, I had never received a handwritten note from anyone, but I received a handwritten note from Roberta Perry. And that is that legacy that gets handed off. That legacy of lifting each other up, of scaffolding ourselves as we move forward. And the other thing she did was she left an indelible mark on the heart of another Toastmaster, Cheryl Rausch. Cheryl Rausch has written a number of books on the heart of a Toastmaster, the heart of a businesswoman, the heart of so many. I am putting in the chat right now 2 pieces from Cheryl Rausch. One is her excerpt called The Heart of a Toastmaster on Homer. That is the background. But the other part that I'm going to share with you now, that I want you to all pull from the chat and to open with me, please, is a poem that she wrote. And this poem is called Women in Toastmasters. Follow along with me if you would. Women in Toastmasters are like no other, multi-brilliant at work, and often too, a mother. Guided by vision to make a difference in this world, reporting for service with her hair even curled. Ready to go whenever the need, she knows in her heart there's a calling to feed, to do right, to speak up, determined to succeed, a role model that plants the possibility seed. Knows who she is right down to the core, her essence, her passion shine all the more. She's in charge with a handle on it all, at the office, at home, or the shopping mall. Pursuing pathways she may well know, realizes there's still plenty of room to grow. So energetic, creative, and fun, early rise, there's much to be done. She still finds time to laugh and to play, sacred time too, to kneel and to pray. This poem from Cheryl Rausch was modified after the death of Helen Blanchard. I give it to you all today for you to remember a person that though I never met her, I will always respect her because she taught me that if I get out of Toastmasters all that there is to get out of Toastmasters, I'm probably never going to get out of Toastmasters. Back to you, Mary Beth.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Jazz hands, everybody. AJ, that was fabulous. Well done, dear heart. Oh, God, I love it. Well, Roberta, you couldn't have had a better introduction. Maybe we just have you just smile a lot and look pretty, not a problem. So Roberta Perry is our next presenter. Looking forward, what's next? How do I prepare myself for new challenges? Question mark. Questions that our speaker asks herself every day. After an amazing day of Roses and Raises presentations, education, and inspiration, our speaker is going to ask you to ask yourself, what's next for you? Grab a pen and paper or take digital notes. What actions do you need to take to prepare yourself for your next challenge or your next adventure? With her presentation, Looking Forward, please help welcome past international director, distinguished Toastmaster, Roberta Perry. Woohoo!
Wow, Mary, thank you so much. And wow, I love being the anchor to this amazing gathering of women and men, Roses and Raises. Before I launch into my musings about looking forward, AJ, you brought me so many memories of Helen. And there's one that I want to share with the group because it's what Helen taught me over 30 years ago when I had started out as the entertainment director in charge of nightclubs for Stuart Anderson's Black Angus restaurants. And I'll never forget this. I was in charge of roughly at that time, probably 60 nightclubs around the United States. And I wanted to go get some sponsorship for some of the good things that were going on in the clubs. So I decided, you know what? I'm going to go to Seagram's. And all of you know, they have a lot of different liquor brands. So I set it up. I was going back to New York City, do a presentation to their advisory board, because I was going to ask for a lot of money to support my 60 clubs. Well, somehow in the communication between my office and their office, the A of my name got taken off. So I became Roberta. Now, so Roberta arrives, and Roberta always arrives early to any meeting if she possibly can. So I go into the Seagram's headquarters. I have to show, at that time you didn't have to show any kind of documentation or vaccines. So they send me up to this boardroom, gorgeous boardroom, set up with a full bar. Now, it's a summer day, I'm warm, I decided, and I hadn't quite learned about dressing yet, so I took my jacket off. I had a white blouse on, black skirt, and my heels. So I'm standing there, and the men start wandering into the boardroom. Well, the first man came in and said, you know what, I'll take a Seagram's and 7. I went, all right, sir. So I went over, I got a tray. I got him, I knew I was a bartender at one point, so I knew what to do. I got him a Seagram's at 7. The next gentleman came in, did the same thing. Well, you know, I must have had 10 men in that room, all with drinks in their hand. And finally, one of them said, you know, that Robert Perry's late. So I put my tray down, I put my jacket on, and I go, gentlemen, it's not Robert Perry, it's Roberta Perry, and you owe me. Well, they could not give me money fast enough. I had more money than I knew with, and my company loved me because Seagram's owed me. They were so embarrassed. But when I went to Helen, I was down in San Diego, and I went to tell her this story. And she said, see, we don't have to batter down the doors, whether it's in Toastmasters or in your company. We just have to help the men to help us. And that day I learned my lesson. And it was a lesson that I've lived with forever. I don't have to batter down the doors. And thank you, Helen. If I can't figure out one way to do it, I'll figure out the side door, or I'll crawl under. It was, thank you, AJ, for those memories, because Helen's right. If we get out of Toastmasters, everything we can get out of Toastmasters, we'll never get out of Toastmasters. And that includes the friends that we've made along the way like AJ is a new friend. And Gail, I remember all the breakfasts and lunches we used to have together. These are friends that'll be with us for life. And Mary, you are one of those friends. Whenever you say roses and raisins, I go, when do you want me there? I'm there. Because I love what you're doing, not only for the women in our organization, but for the men in our organization. Thank you again for allowing me to share with you a few musings about looking forward, because we've had a great day. I wasn't able to be here for the whole day, but from what I've heard so far, I'm like, wow, awesome. I can't wait to hear the recording. A few weeks ago, I was a Toastmaster at Renaissance Speakers, and my theme for the meeting was the future of work. And in my research of doing the future of work, the Institute of the Future, along with Deloitte, McKinsey, and several other research companies, gave us this information. 85% of jobs in 2030 have not yet been invented. Let me give that to you again. 85% of jobs in 2030 have not yet been invented. Now, it's probably no surprise to all of you that are still in corporate America, or for me who works in corporate America, but it's also no surprise that the pandemic has turned our world upside down. Pandemic has changed the way we work. The pandemic has changed the way we live. I mean, Gail, look at your being able to have dogs and cats in a meeting. Woo, who knew? It's changed the way we play. It's changed the way we live. We are not going to go back to anything normal. We are now inventing what the new normal is going to look like. So I thought I would just spend just a few minutes with you with a couple of trends that I'm witnessing in the entertainment and leisure industry, as well as I do some work in rapid testing. So these are the things that I've been seeing. And why is that important to all of us? Whether you're starting out or you're in management like Julie is, or whether you're on that side that goes, should I retire? Should I stop working? Why is that important to us? Well, it's important to us because we, no matter what age we are, we're in the business of mentoring. And I believe it was Gail who put that forward again. We need to take care of each other. And as Toastmasters, mentoring is going to become even more important. And the pandemic has changed Toastmasters, and we'll never be the same. Because now if I need a mentor in China before I go back over there the next time, I can have that mentor. Or my next trip to Saudi Arabia for business, I can have a mentor in Saudi Arabia. The pandemic has changed us, and we need to be able to be adaptable to that change. So it's important for us not only to be mentored, but to be able to be mentored is and we're looking forward, what's coming. So number one, and I'm only going to use the United States numbers on this one, 78% of the Fortune 500 senior business leaders said in January of 2022, expect technology to significantly change the way we work over the next 2 years. So my big trend number one for me, and that's probably because I work in technology has become even more important. I've seen a spike in innovation and creativity. Just look at how it's changed Toastmasters. Before, who knew we had to do Zoom? We had to do Skype. I didn't even like Skype. But all of a sudden we were thrown into, you can't go out of your house. Now you have to work online. What does that mean? What do those backdrops look like? What are our backgrounds? How do we sound? How do we look? We've been learning so much, and we've got more to learn. What else is coming? Artificial intelligence. And I know AJ and people in STEM are dealing with it every day. And machine learning. Prior to the pandemic, I was working with the Subway fast food restaurants, and we were looking at how to make machine learning similar to Amazon work for us as a guest, so that when I came in, my little smart mobile phone would come alive. Woo! All right, Subway wants to talk to me. and it'd say, Roberta, hi, welcome to Subway. Did anybody ever see Minority Report? There was Minority Report on my little cell phone. And oh my goodness, you ordered that chicken salad the last time. We recommend you try blah, blah, blah. And if you do, you get $1 off. You get it. This is machine learning. The more I ate at Subway, the more this phone at Subway would talk to me. I recently had that experience at the Warner Brothers studio. I was there for the tour. I always park on the 5th floor of the Warner Brothers tour, so I can be there with one of my favorite characters. Well, I got out of my car, and all of a sudden, this phone became alive, and little Daffy Duck said, "Welcome to Starbucks. You come down to the lobby, Roberta. You get $1 off your Starbucks latte." Well, I couldn't get down to that floor fast enough because it knew me. It knew what I wanted. And when I got down there, Starbucks knew that I ordered chai lattes all the time. That's machine learning. Now, whether we like it or not, it's going to get smarter and smarter and smarter, probably smarter than I am, but it's going to help me navigate my world. It's not a negative for me. It's a way to help me go where I want to go faster. So artificial intelligence comes right after machine learning. If you don't know about either one of those, Google will be your best friend. Next on the technology, we got to deal with robots. After our District 100 meeting, few of us went to Chili's. I hadn't sat down, or didn't even sit down yet. We got in the door and there was Rita, a robot. She greeted us and then took us to our table and gave us our menus. I went, whoa, robot? Okay, so then I Googled Chili's, and lo and behold, they have 1,800 restaurants worldwide. They're testing with 10 robots right now. Each have a name. Mine was Rita. And looking at being able to have that as the front of the house, because as we all know, it's getting harder and harder to find people. And this is one answer. Because we already know there's so much robotic automation in the car business, in the medical industry. We just haven't seen it in the restaurant industry yet at the front of the house. We have it at the back of the house. McDonald's is way ahead. Subway is way ahead, but not in the front of the house. But it's coming, and it's here faster than we want to think about it. The next one that's here faster than any of us want to talk about, and I'm going to throw it out, but I suggest you go to Google. And that's this, it's not only a cryptocurrency, but it's an NFT, a non-fungible token. It means, and AJ shaking her head, if you don't know anything about this yet, there's a great book on Amazon. It's my primer. It's called The NFT Handbook. It's a great book by Terry and Fortnow that really walks us through where we were, where we are, and where we're going with this whole new world called NFT. And one day when I was first introduced to it, I was introduced to it by the lady who runs that for UCLA. And I said to Beverly, why do I care? And she goes, Roberta, when AOL came out, what did you do? And I laughed and I said, I ignored it. I thought, emails? Gotta be kidding. I'm going to talk to people. She goes, and what did you learn, Roberta? I learned that emails have become my best friend. She said, NFTs are going to be your best friend. In fact, she's publishing a book on behalf of UCLA on NFTs that is going to be about NFTs and will be published as an NFT. So we need to know about it now, because Toastmasters is going to have to look at this, and our executive committee better look at this very quickly, because not only is it a new income stream, it's going to be a new way of communicating with the world. What's my second trend that I'm seeing, and again, I'm just going to be throwing these out to you, is that the second trend is hybrid work. Again, Salesforce did a survey, and they said, looked at the Fortune 500 companies, and 9 out of 10 companies plan to adopt a hybrid workplace model. And what does that mean? Well, they're going to be office flexible, where we can spend 1 to 3 days in the office, the rest of it remote. The employee will have a choice to be totally 100% home-based or the choice to be office-based, but hybrid work. And do you know what's interesting? There has been a spike of 304% in the last 8 months of new titles in the workplace. For example, director of hybrid working, the flexibility workplace vice president, the vice president of hybrid management and hybrid engagement. It's here. We need to figure out what to do with it and how to work with it. And how does that affect us as Toastmasters? Are we now, our clubs worldwide can be online? They could be 100% in the office. We can be a hybrid, and we better start figuring that out and getting through all the technology challenges that are there in front of us. Now, I wanted also just to take a moment to take a look at what, there's so many opportunities in front of us. Let me give you what LinkedIn tells us that's happened in the last 6 months. Here are the top 5 new categories that are requiring more and more workers. Number 1, sales, marketing, and content. Look at our vice president of membership. Whoa, we need to train them more. Our VPPR for marketing and public relations. Content, it's all about social media. It's doing the 1 to 2 minute videos on YouTube. It's TikTok. It's visual speaks louder than words. And how do we train our Toastmasters in order to take advantage of that content? Number 2, data and artificial intelligence. Number 3, and I know AJ appreciate this, engineering and cloud-based computing. Number 4, people and culture. We're a diverse global world brought together. Now, how do we communicate with each other? Number 5, product development. Steve Jobs always said, we all know how to, we sell products, not by the product, but by the storytelling. And we've looked at nothing more than our Super Bowl ads to show us that. Now, what's next? Wow, there is so much next. But here I'm going to go through really quickly the skills that the Human Resources Association tell us that we all need moving forward now and into the next 2 years. There are 5, and I'll just give them to you very quickly. Number 1, and you'll recognize it from our Toastmasters world, critical thinking and problem solving. You know, I had to think that Albert Einstein, that quote of his where he said, education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. We have to help our Toastmasters learn problem solving and the ability to think, and that's what we do. Number 2, adaptability. We have to learn to navigate these emerging technologies. And I'm going to be critical for a moment. If we can't figure out how to help our members deal with pathways, then we are failing them on many, many fronts. And AJ, thank you always for helping all of us Toastmasters work with pathways. Mary, she did it for me. She can do it for you. We'll get that done. Number 3 in the HR critical skills list is excellent communication skills, but they've put not only in person, but online. We're not working with our Toastmasters close enough to understand what and how to communicate online. It's a whole different skill. I know I belong to a club called Virtual Masters to help us learn how to virtually communicate and lead better online. And I'm also a member of the Smedley, as is Julie and AJ, Smedley Advanced 1 Toastmasters. I believe, Julie, we've got Toastmasters from 14 countries, and we're all online. We're learning how to communicate with each other and what words we can use that communicate to me, that communicate to somebody in China or in Europe. Whoa, that's a whole new world. And it's all about excellent communication skills, not just in our little universe, but globally. And Toastmasters needs to take advantage of that. And also what's interesting, and I've been hearing it everywhere I go, we'd better learn how to communicate mobily. Can I get pathways on this mobile yet? Not quite, but it better come fast because we need it. China needs it. South America needs it. Saudi Arabia needs it. We got to be able to get a pathways up there and get it fast. So demand our leaders get us up to speed technologically. Number 4, we're doing it already, but a cultural understanding. As I've said, the world is shrinking, and we need to be able to communicate with the entire world, not just our small universe. And number 5, the HR people tell us it's your initiative and your drive. I always go back to Conrad Hilton when he says, success, seems to be connected with action. Successful people keep moving, they keep learning, they make mistakes, but they don't quit. Steve Jobs always talked about initiative and drive. And he said, what's those wonderful words of Steve's, which I loved over and over again, when he said, stay hungry, stay foolish. Well, we all must stay hungry and stay foolish, because otherwise this world is going to move on without us. So looking forward, Toastmasters has everything that it has in order to make all of us more successful. But all of us need to take a look at it, and myself included. What can I do today? What new skill do I need to learn today that will better me tomorrow and into the future? Not only better me, but make me a better mentor. If my young 20-somethings are coming into the organization, I better understand what challenges they're facing so I can be a better mentor. We need that practice. Toastmasters is here, and I will leave you with those wise words of Helen Blanchard. My dear friend, no matter where you are, Helen, thank you for sharing with us. It's like, whatever you get out of Toastmasters, I always forget this one. If you get out of Toastmasters, what you can get out of Toastmasters, you'll never get out of Toastmasters. I have to peel it off my forehead and read it. Thank you so much, Mary. I love the opportunity to share my musings with you and the team.
Oh, jazz hands, everybody. Woo-hoo!
And everybody will be happy to know, on the topic of pathways, that Toastmasters International is actively working on improving the base camp experience. So changes will be coming. I don't know the timeline, but changes will be coming on that. So that is good news.
Well, the next Roses Raises event is going to be in February of 2023. I have been told that I do Roses Raises too often, that it's not looked forward unless it's special. But I think we are special. I think we could have one of these things every month and be productive. But the next Roses Raises is going to be in February of 2023, and I have an idea. So stay tuned. I am inspired by every single one of you. I love you. So Julie, are you going to give us a hard stop? Are we going to leave the meeting? What are you going to do with us now?
I will give you a hard stop at 5, but you have some time.
Well, if you have any questions for AJ, if you have any questions for Carol, if you have any questions for Elaine, Brenda, Sher, you are such a treasure. And Shiva, I am so proud of you. My God, you are a wonderful woman. One of the things that I really want out of what we are doing here is a to-do statement. And I have yet to come up with one. I have never told any of my presenters what to say. And you always come up with something doable, but we're not in concert yet. And really, I like that a lot. I like it that we're not in concert, because individually we can do more if we focus on our own interests, because if we all play, we all get a chance to win. So Roberta, you are an incredible force. I absolutely appreciate the fact that she said yes the very first time I said I was going to have a Roses Raises event. That was 11 times ago. And I told her I would not do one without her. So she's obligated, I guess. February 23, let's just do it. So my recommendation is that we all take a break and write down on paper what we're going to do and say goodnight, Gracie. Are you all willing to say goodnight, Gracie? Say goodnight, Gracie. You have something to say, AJ. What?
Well, I
What do
did
you-
want to, I did want to share one thing before we take off, and that had to do with Roberta's speech, because Roberta asked me at one point to come be an evaluator for her for a speech she was giving. Right? So it was right after the pandemic started.
Yeah.
I turned around and I said, yes, ma'am, because Roberta had taught me to always say yes. So when Roberta said, I need someone to evaluate my speech that I'm giving at this conference, yes. I show up and Roberta is looking somewhat like this. Roberta is actually an icon at this conference. It was one of the first conferences that was actually, this is way before the metasphere.
Yeah.
Roberta was an icon presenting to a group of other icons in a virtual environment. Go ahead, Roberta.
It was so much fun, AJ. Thank you so much. Yes, I was speaking at a esports gaming conference that I speak at every year. And they decided that all the speakers and the audience needed to be avatars. Well, the good news was I had been part of Second Life years ago, so I knew what an avatar was. But then you had to go in and they didn't give you very many things. So they didn't have any women avatars, if you remember that, AJ. Everything was men. So I kind of had to help myself be a man, to be the moderator. It was wild. You were a great, and you stayed through 2 presentations, and I got better, I think, the second time as an avatar, because I have a tendency to use my hands, and avatars don't move real well.
Exactly. So the world has changed. And when we talk about the 4th industrial revolution that we're in right now, which is the digital world, what you see behind me is another speaker. And that is a speaker that actually runs a Toastmasters blog. He came to visit us at Smedley Club 1 Advanced and gave his entire speech using as an avatar, using the Oculus and movements for his hands. And we all listened to his every word, speechless. So the world that Roberta's talking about is absolutely real. It's here right now. And you're going to realize that not only is your phone going to be talking to you a lot more than it did, it's also sending back information of what it needs to have fixed for its next iteration of a phone. That is the future we're in right now. But through all of it, it's still the heart of communication and the heart of lifting each other up. And that's the inspiration I get out of Roses and Raises. What you've done and what Founders District has done is truly a cornerstone of what Toastmasters can do for so many. So I would say, by all means, keep moving forward. And yes, I'll be here in February 2023. Director Hosmer, thank you for supporting Roses and Raises. Julie Murphy, thank you for everything you do for Roses and Raises. And most of all, Mary Berg, God bless you for starting Roses and Raises. It was great to be here. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Julie, sign us off, kid.
Bye, Mary. See you tomorrow.
Everyone.
Bye, AJ.
I will
Thank
see you again soon. Please don't
I'm
wait
looking
to see us
forward.
until February.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.